was taken to this particular hospital, but the hospital refused to take in, and they are being moved, of course, as per the notice. So we had the eyewitness with us, where he has this is the particular visuals I would like to ask my VJ to show, where the BMW collided with the Scooty and it came right here, and they were taken from here to the hospital. But this particular hospital, the PGTI, where we are right now, has refused to take in the minor at that point of time, and she was taken directly to the Sardar hospital. And now we are with the eyewitness who has seen the entire incident. बताइए exactly हुआ क्या था?
ये बच्चा को दिखवा कर हॉस्पिटल से जा रहे थे, वो बच्चा को दिखवा लिए और जा रहे थे अपने घर की तरफ, और थोड़ा दूर वहाँ गए, वो कट ले रहे थे, यूटर्न ले रहे थे, उधर से BMW आया स्पीड में और उसको टक्कर मार दिया।
कितने बजे की करीब की इंसिडेंट?
बस के 15 मिनट के आसपास में।
और एग्जैक्टली कितने लोग थे स्कूटी?
यहाँ बहुत सारे लोग थे, 20-25 लोग थे, यहाँ पे गेट पे थे, इमरजेंसी गेट पे।
नहीं, बच्चे का वही ऑन द स्पॉट।
ऑलराइट, थैंक यू फॉर दोस डिटेल्स। वी हैव मोर ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ कमिंग इन, and that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Remember, he is in the state of Tamil Nadu. Yesterday, all right, he's at the museum in Trichy. Remember, Prime Minister Modi yesterday, he laid the foundation stone for several development projects worth 4,800 crore rupees. And it is the second day of his visit to Tamil Nadu. And right now, these visuals that we are getting is from the museum in Trichy. So this is a very significant visit of the Prime Minister coming in ahead of the assembly elections in the state that are scheduled next year. And earlier in the morning, we saw Prime Minister Modi inaugurating the new terminal of the Thoothukudi airport, along with an extended runway. And yesterday he had launched projects worth 4,800 crore rupees in various parts of Tamil Nadu. And these visuals are from the museum in Trichy. So in the morning, we saw Prime Minister Modi inaugurating a new terminal of the Thoothukudi airport. And that is a brand new version of the airport, because after the development and the work done on the airport, it is expected to increase the airport's air connectivity manifold. There has been a new runway that all right, let's get all the updates. Sharda, colleague, is now joining us. Sharda, give us more details on Prime Minister's visit right now as he is in the museum in Trichy. Give us more details.
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi reached Tamil Nadu last night, and following which he had a few government events that was taken place in Thoothukudi Airport, following which he came to Trichy, and today he's visiting the temple Gangakonda Cholapuram near Ariyallur, where he's set to launch the bronze coin on 1000th birth anniversary of Rajaraja Cholan I. We had Prime Minister Narendra Modi reaching the Trichy airport through helipad, and following which he also made an entire walkthrough of distance of a kilometer, where he met the people of Tamil Nadu. This can indirectly be taken as the first BJP campaign for the 2026 elections, with Prime Minister Modi kicking off a campaign for the BJP. As we know, recently the AIADMK and BJP made their alliance for the 2026 elections as NDA, and under the leadership of Edapadi K. Palaniswamy, who is the AIADMK General Secretary, will be the phase of...
He travels in the car waving at them very happily. So this particular function that is being attended by Prime Minister Narendra Modi marks the birth anniversary of Rajarajendra Chola I, and celebrating this 1000 years of his birth anniversary. This is most or less to a maritime expedition done by the former king of the Tanjore Chola district king, and here we can see this vibrant visuals where we can see Prime Minister Narendra Modi doing a complete road show here in Gangakonda Cholapuram, talking to the people, having them, waving at them, happily receiving the flowers that's been poured at him. with immense pleasure and love that he's been getting from him. We can see what BJP would be able to do in the state of Tamil Nadu in 2026. It is also a part from the NDA alliance that which should be coming to be power in 2026, as the BJP and the AIADMK together has voted and in what they plan to be voted into power against the DMK. It is said that Edapadi K. Palaniswamy would soon be having a conversation with Modi discussing how the vote sharing, the seat sharing would be done in the 2026 elections. However, this particular meet did not have anything political, and it had only Prime Minister Narendra Modi commemorating the 1,000 years of Raja Rajendra Chola Rawat. Following this particular visit to the temple, he will also be taking up an event where the music director Ilaiyaraaja would be performing, and following that is a program of the Adi Thiruvadira festival, that is one of the famous festivals in the state of Tamil Nadu that happens in the month of June and July, which marks the Tamil month Adi, and making sure that this attracts the people of Tamil Nadu. The BJP is now very strong in stating that the DMK is not just stating that the BJP is a saffronization party, but a party that respects all Hindu religions and all cultural traditions, including the South, and they're just not omitting them.
Absolutely, we can see those visuals there, Gangaikonda, Cholapuram in Tamil Nadu, really wearing a very festive look. And that roadshow that the Prime Minister did early in the morning. Just also, take us through the significance of the King Rajendra Chola the First. This is the birth anniversary of Rajendra Chola the First, and how, as far as the history of the Tamil Nadu, is concerned, where does it fit in really? And what is the significance for the common folk of Tamil Nadu?
Said that it was Raja Rajendra Chola I who was the first person to go all the way crossing South Indian borders, reaching North India to fetch the Ganga waters to the temples of South India, following which these also the borders of the Chola kingdom went into Southeast Asia, where it includes countries Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, Sri Lanka and more, and was one of the strongest dynasties at that point of time. Now today it marks the 1,000th.
Nadu is visiting the great Rajaraja Cholan's temple, which is the Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple, which is situated near Ariyallur. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is indirectly kick-starting the BJP's campaign in the 2026 elections in Tamil Nadu. As we can see, a complete roadshow has been done by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, also following which, apart from the entire roadshow, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is trying to interact with the public in the state of Tamil Nadu, trying to make sure that he is also trying to make sure that he's talking to the people of Tamil Nadu here, and also trying to meet them as he travels in the car, waving at them very happily. So this particular function that is being attended by Prime Minister Narendra Modi marks the birth anniversary of Raja Rajendra Chola Rawat, and celebrating this 1,000 years of his birth anniversary. This is most or less to a maritime expedition done by the former king of the Tanjore Chola district king, and here we can see this vibrant visuals where we can see Prime Minister Narendra Modi doing a complete roadshow here in Gangaikonda Cholapuram, talking to the people, having them, waving at them, happily receiving the flowers that's been poured at him with immense pleasure and love that he's been getting from him. We can see what BJP would be able to do in the state of Tamil Nadu in 2026. It is also a part from the NDA alliance that which should be coming to be power in 2026, as the BJP and the AIADMK together has voted and in what they plan to be voted into power against the DMK. It is said that Edapadi K. Palaniswamy would soon be having a conversation with Modi discussing how the vote sharing, the seat sharing would be done in the 2026 elections.
Absolutely. And Sharida, what is very significant is this visit coming in ahead of the Tamil Nadu Assembly elections, as you were mentioning. And we earlier saw, Amit Shah also visiting Madurai. and now it is the Prime Minister who is in Tamil Nadu. So basically signaling BJP's big push really for 2026, and there were also buzz about NDA expansion and really the talks of revival of the BJP AIDMK alliance.
July, which marks the Tamil month Adi, and making sure that this attracts the people of Tamil Nadu. The BJP is now very strong in stating that the DMK is not just stating that the BJP is a saffronization party, but a party that respects all Hindu religions and all cultural traditions, including the South, and they're just not omitting them.
Absolutely. Sharada, just also take us through the itinerary for the Prime Minister for the rest of the day, because the PM is also going to release a commemorative coin today. So just take us through how does the rest of the day really looks like for the Prime Minister.
In this particular temple, Gangaikonachorapuram, where following which there'll be a commemoration, and he'll be releasing the bronze coin of the Rajaraja Chola I, and he's said to be here until 2 p.m. where he'll be listening to a concert for over 40 minutes, which is done by the music composer Ilayaraja, and also being the festival of Tamil Nadu in the month of June is Adi Thiruvadare, where certain recitations from the temple priests are going to happen, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be taking part, following which his rest of the day he'll be going back to Trichy, and from Trichy airport he's set to come back to Delhi by today evening.
Right. And Sharda, what we can see is, as far as the BJP's really big push ahead of the polls is concerned, is a kind of amalgamation of culture and infrastructure or development, because, we saw Prime Minister Modi yesterday laying the foundation stone for key projects yesterday, and there was this big infrastructure push as far as the airport is concerned as well. So what we can see is clearly an amalgamation of culture as well as infrastructure development.
Well, as you mentioned, BJP has focused mostly on the culture and infrastructure in the last few years when it comes to the state of Tamil Nadu. While DMK continues to blame that BJP is only a saffronization party, it has been proven that with the Lord Muruga conference that happened under the BJP's leadership last month, and also now Prime Minister Narendra Modi visiting this particular temple, shows that BJP respects and believes in all traditions, and they are not omitting South, especially the state of Tamil Nadu, as the DMK claims. And yesterday, speaking as a public meet, Prime Minister Narendra Modi noted the number of infrastructure, the developments that the state of Tamil Nadu had won, which includes building multiple national highways, state highways, airports, different terminals, and even more than that, the industrial expedition that's been happening in the state of Tamil Nadu, and the growth that is in this form of infrastructure that the state has been showing. We can see that the center has pulled in a lot when it comes to the state of Tamil Nadu in the last 2 years.
Absolutely. And, of the entire visit, one of the very significant moments, Sharada, was, EPS really receiving the Prime Minister at the airport, because yesterday night we saw that. And the optics really set the ball rollings, and there were talks, one picture really sparking the question whether AIADMK and BJP are going to make an alliance or not. And because EPS and PM Modi really meeting after, for the first time really after the two BJP and AIADMK renewed their alliance.
The row between the AIADMK and BJP stating that their alliance will be breaking is something that DMK has been waiting for a very long time, since May. However, both the AIADMK and BJP leaders continue to state that their alliance is very strong, and though the ideologies differ, they make sure that this alliance is brought together to bring down just the DMK governance in the state of Tamil Nadu. What we can also see is that Edappadi Palaniswamy receiving Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday, though there was not a detailed conversation with them, it completely shows that this visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi was not political but purely cultural. That shows that how much the Tamil Nadu heritage and tradition matters to him. And in the future days coming, it is expected that the AIADMK senior leaders, that includes Edappadi Palaniswamy, would be talking to the leaders of the BJP, especially its Union Minister Amit Shah and JP Noida, and also Prime Minister Narendra Modi, before going for the 2026 elections. As we also noted that today, multiple AIADMK leaders had also received Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday in Trichy Airport. So it can be shown that in the coming days where BJP and AIDMK will be running their political campaigns in the state of Tamil Nadu.
Right, and Sharda, stay with us because we can see these visuals there on our TV screen. Prime Minister Modi performing a puja at the Swara temple in Tamil Nadu, and this is in Gankai Koda, Cholapuram district. Sharda, just take us through the importance of this particular temple. Why this temple? Because we can see Prime Minister Modi there, these live visuals coming in from Tamil Nadu, and he is performing a puja there. Just take us through the significance of this temple.
Well, the importance of temple comes in first being it part of the UNESCO World Heritage to being it built by Raja Chola's son, which is replica to the big temple that is situated in Tanjore. So when Chola Kingdom was ruling, moving the capital from Tanjore to Ariyalur, which is Cholapuram right now as we call it, is made the capital of the Chola dynasty back 1,000 years back, and that's the reason this temple marks the winning of the Chola dynasties and how they would used to come here before they go on to expeditions and wars to other countries and other parts of India when they were ruling. Also, as I mentioned earlier, this is the first time a Prime Minister of the country is visiting this particular temple in the state of Tamil Nadu, and it marks also that tourism here especially would be built up after this, right? Because as we know, what happened with Mahabalipuram when Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited a few years back, the tourism peaked at that phase where the entire heritage of the Mahabalipuram area was brought to the eyes of the world, and the same is expected for this particular temple as well.
Right, these visuals we can see from Brihadiswara temple in Tamil Nadu, where Prime Minister Modi performed puja. All right, these visuals we can see are the part of the itinerary of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the Tamil Nadu, and this is Prime Minister Modi performing a puja at the Brihadiswara temple, and this is the temple that is deep rooted in history, and this temple really decked up with flags and garland to welcome the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister participates in the valediction of the festival marking the birth anniversary of Rajendra Chola I. All right, let's go back to Sharada, who is joining us live from there. Sharada, as you were telling us about the significance of this temple, as this is that Prime Minister is participating in the valediction of the festival marking the birth anniversary of Rajendra Chola I. Just also take us through that after the puja here at the Brihadiswara temple, how does the day ahead looks like for the Prime Minister?
Following this particular puja that Narendra Modi is now witnessing inside the temple, he'll be here for a maximum of an hour where he'll be listening to a concert and also recitations from the temple priest over the Adi Thiruvadira, a month which is right now happening here. And following which he'll be moving to Trichy airport where he'll be sent off by the former state president of BJP, Leader K. Annamalai, and also the DMK opposition leader and Mahila Morcha President Kanimuri will be seeing off the president back to Delhi. The itinerary that Narendra Modi had was yesterday to launch multiple infrastructure projects and inaugurations of 4,800 crores worth of value projects in the state of Tamil Nadu last night, following which his visit today here was purely cultural and to make sure that he respects the heritage of Tamil Nadu.
Absolutely. So we can see Prime Minister Modi visiting Rajendra Chola, the first lost capital, really, so to say. This is one big story that we'll keep tracking through the day as Prime Minister Modi visits Tamil Nadu. That is the big story that we'll continue to track through the day today, as Prime Minister Modi will later release a commemorative coin on the honor of the king.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
So for this interview, ladies and gentlemen, I want to begin by saying that one doesn't have to prepare, because the subject of the interview is someone I admire greatly. I have followed him. He's not just a great actor. I would say he's a legend today because of not just the fact that he's done 500 plus films, but because he brings innovation. He brings a fantastic element of enthusiasm in every new project of his. When I meet people who know him, the one thing they say about Anupam Kher is that he's an optimist, and he always looks at everything in terms of what lies ahead, and hence he brings that youthful enthusiasm into all his projects. I'm sure that when he was in his 20s, he started that way, and so I have taken life lessons from him. He's a motivational speaker. He's into what he does, and he's got a never say die spirit. And therefore, for me, this is not just another interview, Anupamji. It's a conversation with someone who I look forward to meeting every time. And when I don't meet you personally, we meet like this, but we find a way to chat.
Thank you so much, Arnab. It's the same feeling. Let the viewers know that we share the same birth date, 7th March. So it has something to do with that also. Few years here and there. That's all. I also admire you for the kind of person that you are. It's always a pleasure and joy to talk to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And you're rock solid as always. I don't miss any of your films. But this one is something that you've been talking about to me for the longest time. So this is something which you always sort of give a call before your film release, and you never promote your films, by the way. Viewers, I want to tell him he doesn't need film promotion. He says, go watch the film. Even when you spoke to me day before yesterday, you said, Arnab, I don't care about an interview. You go watch the film. And I said, I will watch it, and I will watch it on the big screen. But this particular film, Tanvi the Great, you've got a different level of involvement in this. Why is that? Are you playing a different professional role? Is it because you are behind the scene and not just ahead in front of the camera? Or is there something else about this film that is getting you so involved?
So the last film I directed was 23 years back, a film called Om Jai Jagdish. I was a very busy actor at that time, and Mr. Vashu Bhagdani, who was a very busy producer at that time, he said, would you like to direct a film? So I thought it was a new toy for me to be an actor, and then I'm going to direct a film with Anil Kapoor, Fardeen Khan, Abhishek Bachchan, Urmila, Mahima, Wahida Rahman. And I directed a film, but it was not my story. It was a film given to me, and I directed it to the best of my abilities. Then I realized that if I want to direct a film, I must have something to share with the world. What is my philosophy? What do you want to say to people? Is it just entertainment? I don't need to do that, because as an actor, I am entertaining people. As an educator, I have an acting school. As a motivational speaker. But if I'm making a film, I must have a film which does something to people And so, okay, this is what Mr. Kher or what Anupam believes in. And it came in the form of my 13-year-old autistic niece 4 years back. Her name is Tanvi, so that film is based on her name. And we were at a wedding in Delhi, in Gurgaon, in a farmhouse. My brother's daughter was getting married, and we were all singing, dancing, drinking, having fun. And I saw Tanvi standing in a corner alone and looking. I don't know if she was looking at the birds or the clouds or the sky. So I went up to her and I said, Tanvi, what are you looking at? She said, I'm looking at my world. It was a very, very strange answer for a 13-year-old girl who is autistic to give me, because she could not describe what her world was. And I could not understand what does she mean by saying, this is my world. And then I started researching on autism, and I discovered that in today's world, which is full of deceit, full of backbiting, full of manipulations, the only people who are good at heart, who only know about goodness, is the people who are autistic. And I had also seen her graph, and she's a singer. So I said, I want to, and I'm not wanting to sound like I'm giving a sermon, but I believe in goodness. I come from a family where we were very poor, and we were okay with it. We were happy. Once I asked my grandfather, Dadaji, we are very poor. Why are we so happy? He said, when you are very poor, the cheapest luxury available is happiness. So I came from that background. And I said, I must work on a story where this autistic 21, 22-year autistic girl has to go and live in an atmosphere of army, because her grandfather is an army, ex-army colonel. And she's gone there to learn music, but she gets involved with the world of army at this cantonment area in Lansdowne, and also discovers that her father did not die in the army when she was 7 as a hero. So she decides to join army. And in Indian army, autistic people are not taken as a rule. It comes as a shock to the father. And there are 4 major characters in this cantonment area. One is me, the Colonel Raina, who is grouchy, dissatisfied because the son died in a small little blast. Wife has gone. The granddaughter is autistic. He does not understand what autism is. There is one person, me. Then there is Baman Irani, who plays Raza Saab, who is a failed singer who teaches the children of these army officers. Then there is Jackie Shroff, who is the commandant whose own son does not want to join the army, who wants to be a social influencer. Then there is Arvind Swamy, who is guilty of being in that truck where Tanvi's father died. So they are all 4 people who have this attitude towards life, let just life get over. And this girl, who only understands goodness, who is naughty, who is funny, changes their lives. This is the basic thing. And since the film is released, we did the world premiere in Cannes, people crying and giving a standing ovation. We did the world premiere also again in London and in New York, where my best friend and the world's best actor, Robert De Niro, said he will come for 10 days to stand by me because I'm making a film on autism. But he stayed back till the interval. We have shown the film to the president, honorable president, to Delhi chief minister, to Kailash Satyarthi ji, to National Defense Academy students. So I felt that it made a difference in somebody's life. And now the film is released for the last 3 days. I have never got so much love and so much reaction in the last 40 years after Saransh that I'm getting now.
Colonel Raina, to join the Indian Army, you have to apply for CDS exam conducted by UPSC. Clear the written exam which tests English, elementary math and general knowledge. After you qualify, you will face an SSB interview which will involve physical and psychological tests. If you clear that, you will undergo training. And after that, you will be assigned as an Indian Army officer. Colonel Raina, I have decided.
Decided what?
I'm joining the Indian Army.
What?
Good night.
So I think there is a possibility that if you want to say something, even if it changes this much people, say about 10% people, it makes a difference. We live in a world we are constantly made to feel that this is a dangerous world we are living in.
Yep.
So, and everything is not working, everything is not dissatisfied, somebody is doing better than that. It healed me and it heals people. And it's not done in a very, where somebody is sort of talking seriously. I could have written a book about it, but it's a full-length 2-hour, 30-minute film, which is funny, and she's remarkable, this new girl, Shubhangi. And it is making a difference. We are not great in numbers as yet, but we are slowly improving. Because when the world sees a new kind of a film, it's a kind of a jhatka to them. Arey, hum to maar-dhad dekh rahe the, hum to ye dekh rahe the, which is important because those films bring money so that we can make more films. But you asked me, why am I making this film and why am I so much involved in it? So on the first day of my shoot, which was on 12th of February 2024, when I assembled the whole cast and the crew, I told them one thing. I said, look, we are making a film about goodness. We are making a film about honesty. We will, for the next 70 days that we are together, we will be those people. So there will be no shouting, there will be no screaming, nobody will get angry. And there is something that happened to all of us because we believed in all this. Now cinema it's a business. So cinema is not supposed to be doing all this, but that's the only business I know. And that's the only way I can be. I am an actor. I didn't have to write motivational books, but life teaches me every single day something or the other. When you set up the frame and your mind is all over the place and you settle down and then you smile a little, it teaches me that, okay, I have a familiar face who I like. So at every step, life is teaching me. And the only thing that I can spread apart from my performances, apart from my books, is goodness. It is goodness. And I today also had a screening, means I went to see the people. The people just cry and they say, when we had the screening for National Defense Academy, 2,500 people, cadets who are going to be our next army officers, they were crying. And there was a lady who went onto a stage and she said, I'm married to this general for the last 33 years. I have never seen tears in his eyes because he spoke to the general and army people. But he was crying today like a baby. When we had the screening for the army chief in Delhi, when he came, every army officer was coming to me. I said, did you like the film? They said, I cried.
Did the army chief see it? Did the army chief general, the way they see the film?
Sorry?
Has the army chief seen the film?
Yes, in a theatre. We had a screening for him. General Dwivedi was there. All his army staff was there. His wife was there. They were very moved by it. In fact, he gave a brilliant speech after the film. Because it is the first film on Indian Army which is about no war. So it does not only talk about the Shurvirta and the valor of Indian Army. It also talks about the compassion they have, the goodness they have, how they help this girl achieve her dream, which her father's dream was there.
इस तरह से ये मूवी को बनाया है, I think उस दिल को पूरा अंदर तक पूरा छू लिया है. That is what the acknowledgement to Anupam Kher's complete team from the Indian Army. Thank you.
So, because that is their ultimate compliment to me when they say that we cried. And then also the audience cries because their belief in goodness comes back in this film. It is not an earth-shattering collections or something. Because unfortunately what has happened is, in the last few years, I think in the last 10 years, cinema has become so much business, which it should. I'm constantly saying that because I'm part of that world. That we think that if the film is not, and I'm not speaking as defensively about it, if the film does not do well, that means it's not a great film. But if I ask you, Arnab, which are the 5 best films that you have seen, you will only talk about the film that touched your heart somewhere. You will not talk about the films, how many thousands or hundreds crores it made. So I have made an effort and it is getting results. Old people, young people are saying it's a movement. So the film is not only a film, it's a kind of a movement. And that's my contribution in my life and in the process with other people's lives.
I get a feeling that you're not in this to make money anymore. I don't know if you ever were in this to make money, not for this film alone. I mean, talking to you over the last few years, knowing you personally over a decade, sharing some personal moments with you. You've been through a lot, right? Personally also. And I feel somewhere at this stage, you are not in this for the thrill of making money. But you've been into many things. You've been into an acting academy. You've been into motivational speaking. Somewhere you've made a decision that you're not going to be, you made a decision that your sustenance, your income to be able to lead your life does not need to come from cinema. Am I correct? So that you can enjoy your cinema more. And so I find you're in a position to choose because, if you have the setting of the army, then you can make any kind of film, but you've not made the film with a formula in mind out here. So am I right here that you want to go back to where you were in the Saransh moment, the purity of acting, purity of filmmaking? Is it possible to do that now?
I have simplified my life. It's the purity of life.
How have you done that?
Decided 10 years back that I don't want to buy a house. So I right now sitting in a house which is a rented house.
Okay.
So I don't want to carry the burden of, I always tell people, even though you said legend and things like that, I think I've always rebelled against what people decide about your life. I don't want to. I've seen that. I have tried my level best. I went through the bankruptcy point of view at one stage because I have tried that.
When was that? When was that?
2002. Because I wanted to be a tycoon. I wanted to have 6-7 channels in the sense, I wanted to have my show on every single channel. I wanted to become a studio. And I did not know any idea. I didn't have any idea of how to borrow that power. If you borrow the money, 90% time you can't return the interest, etc. I've gone there and I've talked about that in my play. I did a play called Kuch Bhi Ho Sakta Hai, which is about my failures on stage. That liberated me of the fear of failure. That play changed me. I think every few years you need to reinvent yourself. I'm at a stage, I'm 70 now. I don't feel 70 though. But I'm at a stage where I made this film, decided this film. I wanted to make it because it's army. I wanted it to have a big canvas. It's a musical by M.M. Karim sir. And when we made the budget came to about 50 crores. So there was and I didn't want to go to the regular studios because I felt that they will, for their right reasons, they will tell me, "Aap isko aisa kar lijiye, aap isko aisa kar lijiye," and I want to make a film right from what I believe in. So there was this gentleman who came with a company and he said, "Okay, we will give you 50% of the film," which is a huge amount. And we got everything, Lansdowne was decided, Army came on board because they had to approve the script, etc., etc. And 1 month before the film, I was told by them that, sorry, we cannot finance the film because you can postpone it. So I said, how much? 5 months, 6 months? No, right now, indefinitely. So I told my CEO, Mr. D'Souza, I said, Herman, if this film is not made now, it will never be made. I can't postpone a film on army, on autism, on goodness, just because somebody has stopped giving money. He said, but how will we make it? I said, let's see. Then I called a few friends of mine in US and in India. Somebody gave me, so we have 10 co-producers in this film. So it's basically crowdfunding. And I always believe when I'm pushed to the wall.
Why did they give you any money, all these 10 people? How did you pitch it?
No, I said, I'm making this film. I sent them the synopsis of the film. And none of them have anything to do with films. They are businessmen, they work in banks, they are doctors. And they didn't have to. Frankly speaking, they didn't have to. But they said, okay, you take it. And I said, I'll return it after the film gets released. And none of them have asked for it. And there are 10, so it's a crowdfunded film. And I was telling that the more I'm pushed to the wall, the more it's made to feel that I can't do it, the more adamant I become. Because that's where you discover your strength. Your strength is not how many cars do you have. Your strength is not how many houses you have. Your strength is how much strength you have here.
But why is that, Anupam ji? See, the normal story is that OTTs are doing very well. Okay, a different kind of actors are getting an opportunity. You are the emperor of that kind of acting. You're the uncrowned emperor of, acting in that sense. You're among the greats. It should be effortless for Anupam Kher to make money or raise money. And these projects are being made at I'm sure, I don't know your numbers, at a marginal cost of what a mid-sized Bollywood film would be made at. I mean, would it be right for me to say this is boutique cinema?
It's boutique cinema, but made with a good amount of budget for the cast it has.
Okay, but you pay your cast, you have expenses, but still it would be much less.
But you know that something very interesting?
Tell me.
When I was told that I will not be given money, all my 4 main cast members decided not to take money from me till I have it.
Oh wow.
Yes, all Arvind Swami, Jackie Shah, Pallavi Joshi, Bamman Irani. I went to them, I said, this is what has happened. I will pay you, but they said, did we ask for it? So that is what goodness is about. It was practiced in our... So I will tell you what, I think जो चीज आसानी से मिल जाए उसका मजा नहीं आता है. आप इसको रोज प्रैक्टिस करते हैं. जो चीज आसानी से आपको क्या चाहिए? आपको सुकून चाहिए? मुझको मेहनत चाहिए. मुझको अपने I have to like myself for what I am doing. I could have easily gone to people and said, okay, I will take a known actress. The actress in this film is our student, come from nowhere, no baggage and no background. And because I wanted a film to be the girl to be absolutely new so that people can believe her that she is autistic and her emotions are conveyed in the purest form. And I think मेरे अंदर कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा सा I don't know what to call, whether to call it ahem, means self-importance. I just feel that I give my best under odd circumstances or hard circumstances or difficult circumstances. That's why I have chronicled my life. That's why I wrote a book which sort of how this film almost did not get made, which I'm going to launch in your channel right now.
Are they lovely?
Is it? It's the tagline of the film is different but no less.
Different but no less.
Different but no less. That's the tagline.
वो अलग फिल्म होगी कि वो is a book?
नहीं किताब अलग है. किताब उस पर है कि ये फिल्म कैसे नहीं बनती almost. ना बनते बनते बन गई. Because we put our mind and heart and soul into it. It's a motivational book, my 4th book, and it's called
अरे वाह, ओह फैंटास्टिक. यू आर गिविंग मी द प्लेजर. आप इस किताब को पहली बार अगर कवर दिखा रहे हैं हमें, देख के मेरा मन खुश हो गया. और मुझे वो दिन याद आ गई अनुपम जी, जब कई साल पहले जब आपने अचानक मुझे फोन किया था, पता नहीं आज से शायद 12-15 साल पहले, आपने कहा अर्नब आपने कई दिग्गजों को बुलाया पत्रकारिता से, उनमें से एक मैं भी था. आपने बोला किताब को रिलीज करेंगे हम एक कार्टर रोड के एक कैफे में, आप आ जाओ इतने बजे. तो मैंने सोचा भाई मुझ में क्या चीज है, इन्होंने मुझे क्यों बुलाई. मगर वो किताब ने तो हमारी लाइफ चेंज कर दी.
The best thing about you is you.
The best thing about you is you. तो आप अपने लाइफ स्टोरी को लेकर, और मैं हिंदी में इसलिए इसको इस वक्त कह रहा हूँ क्योंकि मैं चाहता हूँ ये क्लिप हिंदी में भी जाए. आपने अपने जीवन के अलग अलग फेजेस को लेकर एज अ मोटिवेशनल पर्सन अपने आप को ट्रांसफॉर्म करने की कोशिश की है. आपको जब हर मिनट मैं सुनता हूँ एज अ फिल्म मेकर नहीं सुनता हूँ, क्योंकि आपने अपने जीवन को, जैसे आप स्टूडियो में आए, अपने जीवन को एज अ फिल्म आपने देखा है. और आपको लगता है हर फ्रेम जो है एक तरह से इट शुड हैव अ बिगर इम्पैक्ट. सिर्फ ऐसा नहीं कि किसी ने 300 रुपए की टिकट खरीदी, पिक्चर देखी और फिर रिव्यू लिख दी. यू आर सीइंग दिस एज अ लॉन्ग लास्टिंग थिंग, ताकि आज से 10 साल बाद भी कोई इसको अप्रिशिएट करे, कोई कुछ सीखे. तो मैं चाहता हूँ उसके बारे में कुछ बोले. आपने फिल्म बनाई है मगर किताब भी रिलीज की है. मुझे नहीं लगता और कोई करता है ऐसी चीजें. मतलब जो हिंदी में कहते हैं ना, आपने जान लगा दिए इस पिक्चर को बनाने के लिए अनुपम जी, इसलिए आप इस पिक्चर को लेके बहुत इमोशनल है। आपके जितने इंटरव्यूज हैं आप बहुत ऑन द एज रह रहे हैं इस मूवी को लेकर। यू आर ऑन द एज अबाउट दिस मूवी, मुझे लग रहा है जो मैंने देखा है। एम आई रीडिंग यू करेक्टली?
Your observations are absolutely bang on. क्योंकि इस फिल्म को बनाने में मैंने अपनी आत्मा लगा दी है, हर कोई लगाता है, मगर आत्मा से फिल्म बनाई है। इस फिल्म में सब कुछ हमारी यूनिट में किसी को नहीं पता था that we were going through such tough times. हमारी यूनिट में किसी को नहीं पता था कि हम every day we were micromanaging life. Nobody came to know till the last day when we finished the shoot. But मुझे लगता है also film is my life, is my part of my life. It is not my life. We do professions and they're part of our life. We are as people, we are persons. My father was a very ordinary person, but an extraordinary father. He used to leave at 8 in the morning and come back at 8 in the night, and उनकी पूरी life monotonous थी. But he never made us feel that he lives a monotonous life. हमारी life तो बहुत exciting है, हम roles करते हैं, ये करते हैं. और जो भी मेरी motivational किताबें हैं, ये सारी मेरे जीवन से गुजरी हुई हैं. तो जब मैं motivational किताबें लिखता हूँ या मैं different but no less लिखता हूँ, इसीलिए हम प्रेसिडेंट साहिबा के पास गए थे, बिकॉज शी इज द एक्सट्रीम एग्जाम्पल ऑफ डिफरेंट बट नो लेस. वो कहां से आई थी और आज हिंदुस्तान का सबसे बड़ा पद संभाल रही. हम सब डिफरेंट हैं बट नो लेस हैं. हम सब इसीलिए अलग अलग फील्ड में हैं, मगर हमें अपने ऊपर गर्व करना आता है. जब मैं शाम को सोता हूँ और मैं सोचता हूँ कि बड़ी मुश्किल से फिल्म बन रही है, मुझे लगता है कि यार कितनी कठिनाइयों से मैंने फिल्म बनाई है. इसमें मुझे खुद पर नाज होता है और तकलीफ भी होती है. ऐसा नहीं कि मैं ऐसा हूं तो मुझे डिप्रेशन नहीं होता, नींद नहीं आती. जब पहले दिन इसकी कलेक्शन अच्छी नहीं थी तो मैंने अपनी पूरी यूनिट को
टेंशन होता है कि आपको कभी लगता है कि इस स्टेज ऑफ लाइफ पे मैं ऐसा रिस्क ले रहा हूं, मैं शांति से एक्टिंग कर सकता हूं, जो फिल्में मुझे मिली वो मैं कर लूं, जो नहीं मिली मैं नहीं करूं. मैंने हॉलीवुड में भी काम कर लिया है, मगर इस वक्त मैंने 10 लोगों से एक तरह से उधार तो नहीं मगर उन्होंने इन्वेस्ट किया है, फिर एक ऑब्लिगेशन बन जाती है उनको पे करने की, एक्टर्स को. ये सब उलझन में अनुपम खेर जी क्यों फंस रहे? भारत के इतने लेजेंडरी एक्टर फिर से एक तरह से रिस्क क्यों ले रहे हैं?
ओशो की एक बड़ी अच्छी लाइन है जी, इफ यू ट्राई यू रिस्क फेलियर, इफ यू डोंट यू एंश्योर इट. दूसरी बात, वो काम ही क्या जिसमें मुश्किलें ना.
इसको जरा हिंदी में एक बार कह दे जो ओशो ने कहा है. आप
ओशो ने कहा कि इफ यू ट्राई, अगर आप कोशिश करते हैं तो आपको फेलियर का रिस्क होता है, लेकिन अगर आप कोशिश नहीं करते तो आप फिर फेलियर में 100% उसको इंश्योर कर रहे हैं,
गारंटी कर रहे हैं जी.
और मैं हमेशा मानता हूं कि मैं हमेशा मानता हूं वो जीवन ही क्या जो संघर्षमय ना हो. संघर्षमय होने से ही तो अपने जिंदा होने का एहसास होता है.
आराम करने का मन नहीं करता, आराम करने का मन. हमारे देश में ये भी कहा गया है कि 60-65 के बाद आदमी को आराम करके संन्यास लेना चाहिए, शांति से, एक तरह से सब कुछ माया छोड़ के. तो क्या अनुपम खेर माया जाल में फंसे हुए हैं कि क्यों ऐसा नहीं कर रहे? अनुपम जी अभी जिम में जाते हैं. अनुपम जी कहते हैं मैं अपनी बॉडी की टोनिंग करूंगा. अनुपम जी किताब लिख रहे हैं. अनुपम जी इधर उधर से पैसा लाके अपनी मनपसंद एक पिक्चर बना रहे हैं. तो ये सब जो आदमी कहता है मुझे रेंटेड घर में रहना है, मुझे एक मुंबई में एक फ्लैट भी नहीं चाहिए, वो एक्टिंग की दुनिया में, फिल्म की दुनिया में ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हैं? इतनी रिस्क लेने की क्या जरूरत है? व्हाई डोंट यू प्ले सेफ? अनुपम खेर, आप प्ले सेफ क्यों नहीं करते?
I would have not reached here if I had played safe. I would have not survived in this profession if I had played safe. I did not play safe in my first film. That's the way my life is. What is the idea of walking on a path which is not full of ditches, speed breakers, problems? Because when I reach the destination, I should look back and say, wow, क्या मुश्किलों से गुजर के मैं यहाँ तक पहुंचा हूँ. इसलिए मैंने सर्वाइव किया है ये 40 साल. बिकॉज मैंने अपने जीवन को मोनोटोनस नहीं होने दिया. मैं जिस चीज से मैं खुद ही तंग आ जाऊं, मैं कैसे होने दूंगा? मैं अनुपम खेर का बोझा सर पे लेके घूमता ही नहीं. आप जानेंगे नहीं, मैं बॉडीगार्ड मुझे कुछ देते हैं, एक तो सरकार ने दिया हुआ मैंने रखा हुआ है, उसको भी मैं जब जल्दी होता 3 बजे भेज देता हूँ. मैं कभी आपको एयरपोर्ट पे अपना पैराफर्नेलिया के साथ नहीं मिलूंगा, बिकॉज मुझे ये दिखावा करने की जरूरत ही नहीं कि आई एम इम्पोर्टेंट, आई एम वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर माई सेल्फ, बिकॉज वेन एवर आई लुक बैक वेयर आई स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम एंड वेयर आई हैव रीच्ड, गॉड हैज गिवन मी सो मच। और जहां तक आप कह रहे हैं मायावी जाल में, नहीं, मैं मुझे मायावी जाल अच्छा लगता है, ऐसा नहीं कि मेरे को लग्जरी पसंद नहीं है, मगर जो लग्जरी मुझे चाहिए वो है मेरे पास, आई थिंक वो बरकरार रहेगी। और 70 साल की उम्र का मैं बोलता हूँ, बार बार जिक्र करता हूँ, और मैं अब मैं ये खुल के ऐसा बोल सकता हूँ कि एज इज जस्ट ए नंबर, बिकॉज यहाँ तो मेरा जो दिमाग है वो मेरा अभी भी 27, 28, 32, 33 साल के इंसान का है। शरीर जाता है, बूढ़ा होता है, मस्तिष्क या मन बूढ़ा नहीं होता है। और अगर मन को आप बार बार इस तरह इस्तेमाल करते रहो तो फिर तो उसकी ओवरहॉलिंग हर रोज चल रही है, और वो ओवरहॉलिंग इसी वजह से होती है कि ऐसे फिल्म बनाओ, ऐसे अपने चीज को डिफिकल्ट करो। आप बॉम्बे में यहाँ पर ये स्टूडियो लेके बना रहे थे, आपने भी गुड़गांव में आलीशान एक खूबसूरत कितना बड़ा स्टूडियो बनाया है, बिकॉज आप यहाँ भी चल के बना सकते थे, एक कमरे में, 2 कमरे में, और बहुत इट्स अ वेरी वेरी वेल डन। सो आई थिंक वी आर ऑल फाइटिंग आवरसेल्व्स टू बिकम monotonous and to become that। मैं आराम करना चाहता हूँ। मैं तो शायद आजकल बहुत सारे यंग लोग बोलते हैं that is the way I am। मैं तो शायद 95 साल की उम्र में भी नहीं बोल पाऊंगा कि that is the way I am, because the moment that is the way I am, that means your growth is not there। और मुझे अच्छा लगता है, I'm a people's person। I like people, I like to change people, I like to learn from people। I run an acting school जहाँ मुझे स्टूडेंट्स से ज्यादा मैं सीखता हूँ कि आजकल परफॉर्मेंस करने का तरीका ऐसा भी हो सकता है।
समय दे पा रहे हैं एक्टिंग स्कूल को आप इस सब शेड्यूल के बीच में? आप दे रहे हैं?
मैं फिर आप अंग्रेजी की एक कहावत सुनाता हूँ जो मेरे दादाजी हमेशा बोलते थे, बिजी मैन हैज टाइम फॉर एवरीथिंग।
मेरे पिताजी जिनको आप मिले थे, यू मेट हिम इन हॉस्पिटल वंस, इनको मैंने उन्होंने मुझे एक बात कही कि उनके पिताजी, माय ग्रैंडफादर ने उनको कहा था, इफ यू वांट टू गेट समथिंग डन, गिव इट टू द बिजीएस्ट मैन, ही विल डू द जॉब।
करेक्ट।
जिस व्यक्ति के पास बहुत बिजी है उसको काम दे दो एक्स्ट्रा, वो कर देगा, मगर जो आलस कर रहा है उसको देंगे, साल भर में नहीं होगा,
वो कहीं ना कहीं से रास्ता निकाल ही लेगा। और मुझे भी ऐसा लगता है, बस बहुत सारे लोग तो यार तुम कैसे ऐसा कर लेते हो, तुम यहाँ भी होते हो, फंक्शन में भी होते हो, किताब भी लिखते हो, स्कूल भी चलाते हो,
सीरियसली।
अरे हमारे पास, मैं कम सोता हूँ, मैं जल्दी उठ जाता हूँ, अर्ली राइजर, हमारे पास बहुत कुछ करने को है। और जब मैं इंटरव्यू भी कर रहा होता हूँ आपसे या किसी से, मैं पूरी तरह से इन्वॉल्व हूँ।
आपका ये अच्छा कैरेक्टरिस्टिक है, आप यू आर इन द मोमेंट हर वक्त, मुझे लगता है। और एक बात और कहूँ, एयरपोर्ट में, मुंबई एयरपोर्ट में, मुंबई में था 16-18 साल, तो हर वक्त एयरपोर्ट में जाते हैं, सुबह की फ्लाइट, शाम की फ्लाइट में कई एक्टर्स एक्ट्रेसेस आते हैं। मैंने अभी तक, और मैं दर्शकों को कहना चाहता हूँ, मैंने अभी तक 2 एक्टर्स से मैं मिला हूँ जो एज अ नॉर्मल पर्सन जाते हैं, एब्सोल्युटली एज अ नॉर्मल पर्सन। एक है रजनीकांत, जो वैसे ही लाइन में खड़े रहते हैं, अपना बैग लेके सबसे नमस्कार करते हैं, नहीं आगे जाते, और इतनी मतलब ही इज सो सिंपल इन हिज वेज, ही इज अ ट्रू ग्रेट मैन। एंड द अदर पर्सन इज अनुपम खेर। ओनली अनुपम खेर स्टाइल ऑफ ड्रेसिंग इज लिटिल मोर, यू नो, स्नीकर्स वीकर्स पहन के।
मैं पिछले 30 साल से सिर्फ व्हाइट शर्ट और ब्लू जीन्स में चलता हूँ।
हाँ, मैं देख रहा हूँ। नो, बट द थिंग आई एम ट्राइंग टू मेक इज दैट यू आर, you see, you carry your achievements very lightly on your shoulders. This is a big thing, that's why people connect with you। इसलिए देखिए, मुझे कुछ प्रेपरेशन नहीं करनी पड़ती आपसे बात करने के लिए, लगता है कि किसी को आई एम टॉकिंग टू समवन आई नो फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम। अनुपम जी, इसलिए पीपल कम अक्रॉस टू यू इन एन एयरपोर्ट, पीपल टॉक टू यू एंड यू आर अ रिलेटेबल पर्सन। क्या इससे कहीं पे आपको लगता है कि एक्टर का एनिग्मा कम हो जाता है? When a person is seen to be a relatable person, a person they identify with, पहले एक फीलिंग थी कि एक्टर का एक एनिग्मा होना चाहिए, द एक्टर शुड बी, यू नो व्हाट आई मीन, लाइक एन एक्टर ऑलमोस्ट।
एक्टर को सिर्फ एक्टिंग आनी चाहिए और कुछ नहीं होना चाहिए। एक्टर को सिर्फ एक्टिंग आनी चाहिए। मेरी अभी आजकल की सोशल मीडिया की दुनिया में कोई भी किसी भी एक्टर का एनिग्मा नहीं। इवन जो गॉडमैन है, विद ऑल माय लव एंड रिस्पेक्ट फॉर, उनका भी एनिग्मा नहीं, बिकॉज दे आर नाउ अवेलेबल ऑन एवरी सोशल प्लेटफॉर्म, एवरी सोशल दिस थिंग। तो एनिग्मा ये होना चाहिए कि आपको अपना काम आना चाहिए, आपका आपके काम के प्रति रिस्पेक्ट होनी चाहिए। जब आपकी फिल्म देख के लोग निकलें, जैसे जब तन्वी द ग्रेट निकले, वो एनिग्मा है। कि आपने मुझसे पहला सवाल पूछा, आपने ऐसी फिल्म कैसे बनाई? एनिग्मा वो है, लोग मुझे पहचाने। वो एक बहुत मुहावरा है कि ऑल आवर लाइफ वी वांट टू गेट रिकॉग्नाइज्ड एंड व्हेन वी बिकम स्टार्स वी वेयर डार्क ग्लासेस नॉट टू बी रिकॉग्नाइज्ड। तो मेरे पास ऐसा, मैं बड़ा सॉलिड किस्म का आदमी हूँ, मैं पढ़ा लिखा एक्टर हूँ, मैंने यहाँ की मुंबई की सड़कों की खाक छानी है, मैं जानता हूँ। और शायद मेरा वो फेज था भी जब मैं अपने आप को सीरियसली लेता था। आई एम श्योर फॉर फ्यू इयर्स आई डिड गो थ्रू दैट फेज, but then what is the idea of growing up if you do not actually change yourself? And I am sorry coming across as a person who has given up on it. No, I'm very ambitious. I want my film to can get the biggest award. I want my film to sort of really people to go and watch this film. I want Tanvi the Great to be the greatest film because it's made with greatest of emotion and greatest of passion and in the most difficult way. But people should not be interested in it was made difficult. I'm just saying that when whosoever sees it, today my friend Anil Kapoor saw that, he said, तेरे में कितना जिगरा है, कैसे बना लिया तूने ऐसी ये फिल्म अपने बलबूते पर? तो ये सुनकर मुझे लगता है कि यही एनिग्मा होता है। कैसे बना ली तुमने ये फिल्म, ये एनिग्मा होता है। आपका खुद का पर्सोना आपको सामने वाले को इसलिए छोटा महसूस कराता है क्योंकि आप एक ही चीज को अलग तरीके से करते हैं। मैंने कभी एक ढर्रे पर चलने की कोशिश ही नहीं की बिकॉज मुझे लगता है कि मैं अपना काम आसान क्यों बनाऊं। अब मैं एज एन एक्टर 400-500 फिल्में ज्यादा कर चुका हूं। नाउ आई चूज माय फिल्म्स एंड इवन इन द रोल्स दैट आई हैव डन आई एम डूइंग इट, आई ट्राई टू मेक इट डिफिकल्ट। हाउ टू मेक विजय 69 a difficult film as an actor, how to make a film like Signature a difficult film, or how to make any other work. Otherwise, if you don't make it big, I'm very competent. I can take the lines and do my lines and read it and people will say, "Wow, kitna acha bola." But I believe that competence is the biggest enemy of brilliance.
Very well said.
To be brilliant, you must have the unsurety of whether I will be able to do it or not. And that creates magic.
You get nervous before scenes and all that? Kabhi aapko what makes you nervous? Still today, after all these years, is there anything that gives you, butterflies?
जो चीज मैंने दिल से की है, मैं चाहता हूँ कि वो लोगों को पसंद आएगी कि नहीं. That makes me anxious and nervous both. Before every performance, even if I have done 400 shows, before every performance, I am very nervous. On the day of the show of a play, I don't eat. I'm nervous because I want to be very good. I'm nervous because my competition is my own self. मैं अपनी नजरों में नहीं गिरना चाहता. अपनी नजरों में मेरा स्टैंडर्ड बहुत हाई है और हाई इसलिए है क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि कुछ भी हासिल कर सकता है इंसान, इसलिए मैं बार बार बोलता हूँ कुछ भी हो सकता है। आपने मेरी एक्सरसाइज वगैरह की बात की आज से 10 साल पहले, मुझे लगा यार मैंने अभी 60 साल मैंने जिम में गया ही नहीं, मुझे लगता था मेरा जिम यहाँ है दिमाग। फिर मुझे लगा नहीं है बकवास, I must go, and I started working out. In fact, for the last 1 month I have not worked out. I was feeling very bad about it. I feel that I was thinking what should be my next film because मुझे ये film direct करने का बहुत मजा आया। It was a great satisfaction because I was not only involved as an actor, I was involved in the direction, in storytelling. It's my script with 2 other writers, Abhishek and Anupam. I was deciding people's clothes. I was deciding the lighting. It was
totally into a creative process.
Oh, totally. I chose the best.
You had freedom. Total freedom.
Total freedom. I had 2 Oscar winners on the set. Music director M.M. Kiravani sir, my sound designer Rasul Pukuti, my Japanese DOP, and I had the greatest creative. वो है मुझे क्या करना है एक महल में रह के अगर मेरे को वो क्रिएटिविटी का जश्न मनाने का मौका मिल रहा है, क्या करूंगा मैं?
नहीं होता है।
अभी मैं यहाँ पर सुबह सैर के लिए जाता हूँ गार्डन में, वहां मुझे बहुत सारे बुजुर्ग लोग मिलते हैं। हर एक का दुखड़ा सुनकर मेरा दिल बड़ा उदास होता है। किसी के बेटे ने उसके वसीयत के लिए, मैं सोचता था ये सिर्फ फिल्मों में होता है, उसको बाहर नहीं जाने देते, वेट कर रहे हैं कि कब वो मरेंगे तो मैं ये जो घर मैंने लिया है ये मेरे नाम पर हो जाएगा। वो भूल जाते हैं कि उनके बेटे भी उनके साथ ऐसा ही करेंगे। तो इट्स बेटर टू हैव मनी, इट इज इजी टू स्पेंड, हमारी बिल्डिंग में आज हमारे लैंडलॉर्ड की डेथ हुई है, उनके भी पंगा शुरू चल पड़ा है। मैं कितने केसेस पढ़ता हूँ। आई थिंक दिस सिंप्लिसिटी हैज कम फ्रॉम माय फादर एंड माय ग्रैंडफादर। माय फादर वाज हैप्पी व्हेनेवर आई यूज्ड टू गो अब्रॉड, ही यूज्ड टू आस्क मी वो रेजर वो ब्लेड ले आना मेरे लिए और मार्क्स एंड स्पेंसर से नाइट सूट ले आना। और कुछ नहीं मांगते थे। मैं कहता था आपको कितने, नहीं मेरे लिए काफी है वो। तो it's a very it's a humbling feeling and it's a very powerful feeling at the same time.
Yeah.
जब आपको कुछ नहीं चाहिए होता है तो आपके पास सब कुछ है ना? वो तो ये मैं अनजाने में अच्छी बात बोल गया।
नहीं, आपने बहुत अच्छी बात बोली। देखिए मैं सुन रहा हूँ कीनली, आई एम लिसनिंग टू एवरीथिंग यू आर सेइंग कीनली, क्योंकि हर एक चीज एक लाइफ लेसन बन रही है मेरे लिए। और
मेरे लिए
जो आप बोल रहे हैं, आपको कहीं ना कहीं आप भी अवेयर है कि ये कोई फिल्म की इंटरव्यू नहीं हो रही है। दिस इज, यू नो, यू आर हैविंग एन इम्पैक्ट ऑन मी। आपको एक सच बात बताऊं, अभी इंटरव्यू के लिए आ रहा था आज सुबह से, जैसे हम ये मीडिया नेटवर्क चलाते हैं तो इट्स ऑल्सो बिग कमर्शियल ऑपरेशन। तो आज सुबह 11 बजे से लेके अभी जब ये प्री रिकॉर्डिंग हो रही है 5 बजे, तो मेरे दिमाग में एक था कि कुछ भी हो, मैं अनुपम खेर को आई कांट मेक हिम वेट इवन फॉर अ मिनट। और मीटिंग्स मेरी चल रही थी बिल्कुल मतलब बिजनेस मीटिंग्स चल रही थी 4:57 तक। तो मैंने अपने आप को झटका दिया और मैंने झटका दे के कहा कि भैया तुम सीधे जाओ स्टूडियो, बैठो और अपने आप को एक करेक्ट फ्रेम ऑफ माइंड में ले आओ, बिकॉज यू आर टॉकिंग टू हिम। अब मुझे ऐसे रिसर्च मटेरियल मिलती है आपके लिए, क्वेश्चंस फॉर अनुपम खेर। तो मैंने बोला अभी कहाँ नीचे देख देख के इनसे सवाल करूँगा, जो 500 कैरेक्टर क्या है, मैं क्या पूछूँ इनको जो एक टेक्निकल फिल्म प्रमोशन हो। बट यू नो समथिंग, this optimism is contagious. This optimism you bring is contagious. इसका impact जो लोग ये देख रहे हैं इनको भी लग रहा होगा। ये जो कुछ भी हो सकता है, जो बोल रहे हैं, ये सिर्फ स्पीच नहीं देते हैं, कर भी रहे हैं। अब जो आपने बोला, देखिए एक और, you're doing it, you're an execution man, you're not thinking, talking, giving a speech, right, and going away. So I feel that's a big thing about you. और एक चीज आई एम क्यूरियस टू नो कि आपने जैकी श्रॉफ का नाम लिया। आई एम बिग, यू नो, लुक, आई फाइंड द स्टोरी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग कि 2 लोग, ही मस्ट बी योर एज और सो, लिटिल यंगर और अबव समवेयर।
मेरे से 1 साल छोटा है शायद वो।
1 साल छोटा, तो ठीक है। तो उनकी करियर की स्टार्ट बिल्कुल अलग,
हीरो से।
ही कम्स अक्रॉस एज अ, यू नो, एज द यंग मैन फ्रॉम मुंबई, you know.
Yes.
And you come as in the film as a
old man. Yeah. 28 I was playing 65.
अब ये this itself is a story script. 2 people approximately the same age who have connected with the different sections of the audience. But both are seeking something similar in a film made in 2025. कभी आपने सोचा होगा 1985 में सारांश कब बनी थी अनुपम जी?
84 25th में।
तो 84 का भी वो भी एक्टिव थे। जैकी श्रॉफ must have started, no not yet.
Absolutely, मुझसे पहले। No, he had started before I got into.
कोई, मैं वही देख रहा हूँ ना कि कोई 1984 या 85 में कहे कि अनुपम खेर और जैकी श्रॉफ आज से 40 साल बाद और अनुपम खेर पिक्चर बनाएंगे और जैकी श्रॉफ उसमें फॉर द जॉय ऑफ एक्टिंग आएंगे।
You know how, yeah, joy, he came, I did finish the music first. I didn't want to do the music जैसे आजकल होता है, WhatsApp पे धुन भेज देते हैं। I sat with Kiravani sir. By the way, all my 4 songs are on the top of the chart right now.
अरे
तो जैकी मेरे पर इसी घर में यहाँ पर आया था, तो मैंने उनको 2 गाने सुनाए। And both of us were very moved and both of us were almost crying. Not almost, we were crying and we were embarrassed about it. तो उसने कहा, पहले जो उनका ब्रिगेडियर जोशी का रोल इतना बड़ा नहीं था, उसने कहा अनुपम, I want to be part of this film.
अच्छा,
he said I want to be part of this film. I made the role worth him. And today he's been praised so much for that film. अरविंद स्वामी, मैंने उनके साथ एक फिल्म की थी, 7 रंग के सपने, और मैं मेरे बड़े अच्छे दोस्त हैं। उस ट्रेनर के रोल के लिए, मेजर श्रीनिवासन के रोल के लिए मैं उसी के पास गया
जी।
मैं बमन जी मेरे साथ मेरी फिल्मों में काम करते हैं, बमन को मैंने कहा ये फिल्म साथ, तो सबने मिलके ये फिल्म बनाई। हाँ, उन्हीं मदर्स के रोल के लिए मैं 2-3 एक्ट्रेसेस के पास गया था, जो पल्लवी जोशी ने किया है। तो उन्होंने कहा कि we will like to do some main role, but main role चूंकि इस लड़की का, और ये लड़की भी हमको कैसे मिली, I have to share this with you. That's Shubhangi. I do a master class in my school. Okay. A master class is basically you shut your eyes, all the students. I take them back 5 years in a period of half an hour. That if you're 25, now think that shut your eyes. Now think you're 20 years. Now think you're 15 years. Your life is different. Basically, they come to the school with so much of baggage and so much of expectation. I need to start them from scratch. Now you are 5 years old. Now you are just born. And now you are in your mother's womb. Imagine what is your expression. You are in the most secure place. And then when they are like that in their eyes, I shoot their faces, close-ups, with a camera, with my own mobile. When I stopped at Shubhangi's face, strangely, she had the most calm face. So I went and told my producer, my in-house producer, I said, Herman, I think I found Tanvi. तो he said, ये देखो, मैंने कहा था इसमें तो कुछ भी नहीं कर रही है. मैंने कहा इसलिए तो अच्छी है, क्योंकि करवाना तो हमको है ना. If you get a blank page, whatever you will write will get registered. Correct. So for 6 months, we did not tell her that she's doing the film, but we kept sending her auditions. Because I had no idea what kind of autistic girl physically I want. I knew of the autistic girl, but her gestures. And she, without asking me or asking for what is the explanation, she did it for 6 months. And today, when I read a review where she says Shubhangi as a newcomer has dwarfed the 4 giants, it is the biggest happy moment for me.
That's fantastic.
When she is in the frame, it's like it is her saransh.
Yeah.
और इससे बड़ा सेटिस्फेक्शन एक टीचर के लिए क्या हो सकता है कि उसकी स्टूडेंट को इस तरह का रिव्यू दे रहे हैं. और जिन्होंने बुरा रिव्यू दिया है वो अपने आप से नाखुश है. एक हैं बड़े हमारे ट्रेड के पंडित अपने आप को कहते हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि इस फिल्म में रोना ही नहीं आता है. तो उनके अगर आंसू सूख चुके हैं और उनका अगर हृदय मर चुका है तो कैसे रोना आएगा.
ये तो लोगों की पर्सपेक्टिव है. ये लोगों की पर्सपेक्टिव है. बट
उनका पर्सपेक्टिव.
बट यू नो, ये तो मुझे ये भी लगता है एक सेक्शन तो कभी आपके साथ खुश होने वाली नहीं है. आप कुछ भी कर ले. जैसे मैं आपको बताऊं, मैं कोई आपके साथ कंपैरिजन कभी नहीं कर सकता, मगर जैसे हमारे मीडिया जगत में मैं कहता हूं मेरे खिलाफ ज़्यादा जर्नलिस्ट लोग हैं. अब पता नहीं क्यों है, क्या प्रॉब्लम है, क्या इरिटेशन पॉइंट है, बट मैं कभी उनको खुश नहीं कर सका और मैं खुश करने की कोशिश भी नहीं करता. बिकॉज एनीबडी हू स्ट्राइक्स देयर ओन पाथ, जो इंडिपेंडेंट है, जो जिसको अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं ग्रुपी नहीं है ना, तो समवेयर द पर्सन्स एग्जिस्टेंस इरिटेट्स पीपल. तो मुझे भी लगता है कि आपका जो अभी जो ओहदा है, इट इज़ अ सेल्फ fought position, Anupam ji. What I like about you, the reason I admire you is because you're a one-man industry. You have tried to do things solo, and a lot of fellow actors don't like you. A lot of industry people don't like you. A lot of groups don't like you. But, you know, they cannot come and say that he doesn't deserve what he's getting. That's what they're clear about. Nobody can say he went to Hollywood on someone's सिफारिश, he is there on someone's promotion, he's got a PR industry. ऐसे भी लोग हैं आजकल, एक्टर्स बोलते हैं हम PR इंडस्ट्री करके हम ये करेंगे वो करेंगे. There is no PR industry around you, Anupam ji. You know, so I think you're a bit isolated. You always were isolated. Maybe up and down कितना हुआ है वो change हुआ है आपका. But am I right in reading that? उससे क्या आपको in your mind कोई impact होता है? Do you keep any angst inside your heart? Do you feel any sense of regret that you did not get either the due or maybe the opportunities had you been quote unquote one of them?
So I come from a place where we used to like everybody and everybody likes to be liked. है ना, हमारी ये एक इंटरनल नीड होती है कि यार मैं अच्छा इंसान हूं तो सब मुझे अच्छा ही सोचे.
करेक्ट.
मगर धीरे धीरे जिंदगी सिखाती है कि ऐसा पॉसिबल है. फिर मैंने सोचा कि दुनिया में ऐसा कोई इंसान नहीं है जिसको सब लोग सिर्फ पसंद ही करते हैं। इवन भगवान को सब लोग पसंद नहीं करते हैं, उनकी कंप्लेंट्स भी हैं भगवान के साथ। तो मैंने इसके बारे में अभी बहुत साल पहले सोचना छोड़ दिया। मेरा और मेरे फादर का एक बड़ा अच्छा किस्सा था। आई एम नॉट ट्राइंग टू डिमीन माई फेलो एक्टर्स, बट मेरे फादर और मैं ट्रेवल कर रहे थे जस्ट 1-2 months बिफोर हिज डेथ टू महाबलेश्वर इन ए कार, एंड आई स्लो डाउन एंड आई वाज डूइंग लेस फिल्म्स। तो उन्होंने मुझसे ऐसी खिड़की से बाहर देखते देखते बोला कि अनुपम, यू आर नॉट डूइंग मेनी फिल्म बेटा, ऐसा क्यों है? तो मैंने सोचा मैं उनको बड़ा स्मार्ट जवाब दूंगा। तो मैंने उनसे कहा कि नो डैड, आई एम नॉट इन द रैट रेस। तो उन्होंने बिना मेरी तरफ मुड़े बोला, ओ यू हैव लेफ्ट द रेस फॉर द रैट्स। तो आई थिंक बड़ा मुश्किल है सबको खुश करना। देखिए, दुख तो होता है, तकलीफ तो होती है कि यार मैं कहता हूं मैंने किसी का कुछ, पर फिर मैंने इस बारे में सोचना ही बंद कर दिया, क्योंकि काम जो है ना बेस्ट लेवलाइजर है। काम से इतनी सेटिस्फेक्शन मिलती है, इसलिए रिटायर होने का सोच ही नहीं सकता। काम जो है आपको कभी इस तरह की बातें सोचने का मौका नहीं देगा। वो कहते हैं ना, आइडियल माइंड एज इज अ डेविल्स वर्कशॉप और समथिंग लाइक दैट। वो सच्ची है। मुझे तो अच्छा लगता है कि मुझे जवाब देना भी अच्छा लगता है। ऐसा नहीं कि मैं चुप रहता हूँ। नहीं, अगर मुझे किसी ने कचोटा
तो नहीं है आप,
तो मैं जरूर जवाब दूंगा। तो वो मेरे नहीं है। तो मैं हर लिहाज से जिंदा हूं। मेरा ना जमीर मरा है, और ना मेरा शरीर मरा है, और ना मेरा जवाब देने का जज्बा मरा है। इसलिए मुझे अपने जिंदा होने का एहसास हमेशा रहता है। और ये बहुत अच्छी बात है। और आज मुझे इस समय आपसे बात करके ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे मैं अपने थेरेपिस्ट से बात कर रहा हूँ। when you do an interview like this, I did not expect to be like this interview. You discover in an interview like this, you discover what kind of a person you are.
Yeah.
And what I'm describing myself as, I'm very happy with the person that I am.
Yeah, you are. See, I think
I'm very happy.
कोई
it could have not happened because
कोई मास्क नहीं है आपका, कोई मास्क का मुझे भी मजा आ रहा है, क्योंकि देखिए अभी हमें भी एक्सपीरियंस हो गई, तो हमें विद इन 1 minute हम असेस कर सकते हैं कि जो इंटरव्यूई बैठा है और इंटरव्यूअर है, इंटरव्यू इज ही पुटिंग ऑन एन एक्ट, इज ही ट्राइंग टू इम्प्रेस, इज ही गॉट अ मोटिवेशन। मैं इतना भी कह दूं आपको, आप मेरे से बात कर रहे हैं, आपको कोई मतलब नहीं है कोई तन्वी द ग्रेट को लेके सिर्फ अभी कि इसकी फिल्म प्रमोशन है, इसलिए मजा आता है क्योंकि ऑथेंटिसिटी सबसे बड़ी चीज है। और आपके इंडस्ट्री में और हमारे इंडस्ट्री में हर जगह आजकल ऑथेंटिसिटी बहुत कम हो चुकी है। एवरीबडी इज बीइंग टोल्ड आपको ये डेमोग्राफी, ये सेट, ये पीआर अप्रोच, ये लाइंस, मतलब सारे कुछ ऑलमोस्ट स्क्रिप्टेड लगता है मुझे।
करेक्ट। इवन जब फिल्म की पब्लिसिटी के लिए पीआर आते हैं या मार्केटिंग एजेंसी आती है, वो बोलते हैं ऐसे करना हो, ऐसे। अरे ये तो आप सेम चीज आप 10 लोगों को बता रहे हैं। हाउ एम आई मेकिंग इट डिफरेंट फ्रॉम मी? सो इसमें जद्दोजहद भी है, कभी कभी फ्रस्ट्रेशन भी होती है। क्या लिखा है तुमने यार, अनुपम खेर फिल्म गेट्स समथिंग। ये तो मैंने 25 हेडलाइंस पढ़ ली हैं इसकी।
अब सब पता चल जाता है अनुपम जी। मैं बताऊं, ऑडियंस इतनी स्मार्ट है ना, कोई स्क्रिप्टेड पीआर हेडलाइन को इमीडिएटली यू कैन कैच द ट्रूथ।
एग्जैक्टली
नो, इट्स कैच द ट्रूथ। अभी जो ये आ रही है,
ऑडियंस आर वेरी स्मार्ट।
मैं चाहता हूं कि अगर कोई ये इंटरव्यू देख रहा है, इसलिए मैंने आपने देखा लास्ट 50% मैं हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ। मुझे लगता है कि इट इज, इफ एनीबडी इज सीइंग दिस इंटरव्यू, या अनुपम खेर जी के इस इंटरव्यू को देखे, और मैं पूरा इसको पुश करूंगा हमारे डिजिटल मीडियम्स में, और खुद अपने आप से पूछे दैट इफ अ मैन एट द एज ऑफ 70 इज टेकिंग ऑन सो मेनी सैक्रिफाइसेस टू मेक अ फिल्म, he is challenging himself, which means that if his performance behind the camera and in front of the camera is even 10% not up to the mark, it will be a huge failure for him. So it is a moment for him, and so that is the reason I think people should see. Of course they will want to see you, they'll want to see Shubhangi,
Arvind Swami,
they'll want to see Arvind Swami. I'm a big fan of Arvind Swami.
This girl is magical, and I would never say like that.
Yeah, and they would want to see Jackie Shroff and Pallavi Joshi. So I think the setting is absolutely brilliant out here right now.
And Lansdowne, an army in peacetime.
Also family film. It seems to be something that all of us can sit and watch together.
Yes.
All of us can sit and watch this together.
उनको देखना चाहिए अगर वो अच्छाई में उनका भरोसा है। उनको देखना चाहिए अगर उनको अच्छा म्यूजिक अच्छा लगता है। उनको देखना चाहिए अगर उनको अच्छी एक्टिंग अच्छी लगती है। उनको देखना चाहिए अगर दादा, पोता, नाना, भाभी, भाई सब लोग बैठ के इसको देख सकते हैं विदाउट गेटिंग एम्बैरेस्ड अबाउट इट।
नहीं, लास्टिंग मेमोरी होती है। जैसे मैंने शायद ऊंचाई ना आपकी,
हाँ जी
ऊंचाई मैंने देखी पूरे फैमिली के साथ। कलकत्ता का एक पैक्ड हॉल था, उसके बाद आपको फोन भी किया था और मैंने मुझे लगा कि इस फिल्म की कोई प्रमोशन नहीं थी, प्योरली वर्ड ऑफ माउथ पे लोग जा रहे थे। और आई थिंक इट हैड यू, अमिताभ बच्चन,
बमन ईरानी, यस, एंड सारिका,
ब्रिलियंट, यू नो, इट गेव मी अ मेमोरी। सो आई एम श्योर दिस इज, मैं अगले वीकेंड इसको देख रहा हूँ,
जरूर देखिए, आपको बहुत अच्छी लगेगी। इट इज अ कैथार्टिक फिल्म, इट इज कैथारसिस। कभी कभी देखिए अलग अलग तरीके से लोग अपना मनोरंजन करते हैं। कुछ लोग ठहाके लगाते हैं, हंसते हैं, उनका मनोरंजन होता है। कुछ लोग बिना बात के आंसू बहते चले जाते हैं, वो भी एक क्लेanलीनेस होता है जिसको परगेशन या कैथारसिस बोलते हैं। और इसमें आप जब फिल्म से निकलोगे बाहर, आपको एक शुद्धता का, एक प्योरिटी का एहसास होगा और एक अच्छाई पर भरोसा होगा।
ब्यूटीफुल,
ये तो मैं आपको गारंटी के साथ कह सकता हूँ।
जरूरी है क्योंकि आजकल इतना ये सब हो गया है ना, टॉक्सिक मूवी के टाइम पे, कि टॉक्सिक जितनी टॉक्सिक होगी, जितना ब्लड होगा, जितनी गालियां होंगी, उतनी वायलेंस होगी, उतनी फिल्म चलेगी। एंड दैट इज अ बैड ट्रेंड। Maybe there's space for that, but there's space for this. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Anupam ji, thank you viewers for watching this. We wish him all the very best.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल और जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Republic Jack Olivall studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज। आसमान जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया आसमान जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
केसरिया आसमान जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया आसमान जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 2:30 p.m. this Sunday afternoon. Prime Minister Modi is in Tamil Nadu for the Adi Tiruvithai festival, the 1000-year birth anniversary of Rajendra Chola I, the legendary king of the Chola dynasty, where he's set to take part at the Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple for a big festival. Here are the details of that in just a second, but as always, let's start this Live and Breaking bulletin with the headlines. Haridwar Stampede, 6 people dead, administration goes into charge. A minor girl dead after a BMW rams a Scooty in Noida. Massive police action expected in another luxury car murder. BCCI maintains stunning silence over Asia Cup controversy. Republic continues its campaign for no cricket with Pakistan. India says nation first always. Adulterated food items being sold rampantly. India battles biggest health crisis of the nation. Prime Minister Modi visits Cholapuram temple in Tiruchirappalli to honor the legacy of the Chola dynasty. Indian origin man in Australia brutally assaulted with a machete by a group of teenagers in Australia's Melbourne. Ladies and gentlemen, some concerning news coming in from Uttarakhand after a major stampede that killed 6 people and injured 28 devotees in Haridwar's Mansa Devi Mandir. Uttarakhand's Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has now visited the hospital and met the injured devotees. That's the big breaking news update. So far, 6 people have believed to be have lost their lives in this unfortunate tragedy that struck the Mansa Devi temple today in Haridwar, where a stampede situation broke out. Now, Chief Minister Dhami has arrived in Haridwar and is meeting the stampede victims at the hospital. The Chief Minister has also ordered a magisterial probe in the entire matter. There you have it, the latest visuals coming in from Haridwar, where at the government hospital, the Chief Minister has now arrived. Let's listen into the reaction also coming in, the first reaction of Uttarakhand's Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami after this unfortunate stampede tragedy in Haridwar.
यहाँ जिला अस्पताल में और अन्य अस्पतालों में और इसके साथ ही ऋषिकेश एम्स से रिफ़र कर दिया गया है। सभी घायलों को ठीक प्रकार से उनको इलाज मिले, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता है। सभी अधिकारीगण, सभी लोग रेस्क्यू के काम में लगे हुए हैं। सभी बचाव के काम पूरी तरह से यहाँ पर हो रहा है। हमारा प्रयास है कि जो घायल हैं जल्दी से जल्दी सभी स्वस्थ हों, उनको अच्छा उपचार मिले और उनको उनके घरों तक छोड़ा जाए। इसके लिए एक टोल फ्री नंबर भी यहाँ पर जारी कर दिया गया है और सभी से संपर्क किया जा रहा है, उनके परिवार वालों से। और जो परिवार वाले कहीं इधर उधर भी हैं, उनको सबको एक स्थान पर करके यहाँ से प्रशासन हमारा यहाँ से घर तक उनको भेजेगा। और जो घटना हुई है उसके पहले ही मजिस्ट्रियल जांच के आदेश कर दिए गए हैं। जो आर्थिक सहायता है वो भी जो है यहाँ से हमने पहले ही जारी कर दी है। मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि सभी जो दिवंगत हुए हैं उनकी आत्मा को शांति प्राप्त हो, उनके परिजनों को जो असमय बड़ा कष्ट आया है और उनके साथ हमारी पूरी संवेदनशीलता है और भगवान से हम प्रार्थना करते हैं कि भगवान उनको अपने श्री चरणों में स्थान दे और उन सभी को, परिवारजनों को, सबको ये दुख सहन करने की शक्ति प्रदान करें।
मुआवजे की कोई घोषणा की गई है? मुआवजे की कोई घोषणा की गई है?
हाँ, जो लोग हताहत हुए हैं उनको 2 लाख रुपए की और जो घायल हैं उनको 50,000 रुपए की और सभी घायलों को यहाँ पर इलाज की समुचित व्यवस्था यहाँ पर की जा रही है।
की संख्या क्या हुई है?
देखिए, अभी तक प्रारंभिक रूप से 6 लोगों की सूचना आई है और बाकी सारे लोगों का इलाज चल रहा है।
நாடாளுமன்ற உறுப்பினர் தொல்காப்பியன் திருமாவளவன் அவர்களே, மேடையில் அமைந்திருக்கும் தமிழ்நாட்டின் அமைச்சர்களே, மக்கள் அவையில் என்னுடைய சகாபான இசைஞானி இளையராஜா அவர்களே, அனைத்து ஓதுவார்களே, பக்த கோடிகளே, மாணவர்களே, கலாச்சார வரலாற்றாளர்களே, எனது சகோதர சகோதரிகளே, நமசிவாய வாழ்க, நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க, இமைப்பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க।
मैं देख रहा था कि जब जब नयनार नागेंद्रन का नाम आता था, चारों तरफ उत्साह का वातावरण से एकदम से माहौल बदल जाता था। साथियों, एक प्रकार से राज राजा की ये श्रद्धा भूमि है और उस श्रद्धा भूमि में इलिया राजा ने आज जिस प्रकार से शिव भक्ति में हम सबको डुबो दिया, सावन का मास हो, राज राजा की श्रद्धा भूमि हो और इलिया राजा की तपस्या हो, कैसा अद्भुत वातावरण, बहुत अद्भुत वातावरण। और मैं तो काशी का सांसद हूं और जब ओम नमः शिवाय सुनता हूं तो रोंगटे खड़े हो जाते हैं।
சகோதர சகோதரிகளே, நான் ஒரு விஷயத்தை கவனித்தேன். எப்போதெல்லாம் நயினார் நாகேந்திரன் அவர்களின் பெயர் கூறப்படுகிறதோ உங்களிடத்திலே ஒரு உற்சாக கொப்பளிப்பை நான் கவனித்து விட்டேன். இது ராஜராஜ சோழனின் இடம். இந்த இடத்திலே அவையிலே என்னுடைய சகாவான இளையராஜா அவர்களின் சிவபக்தி இந்த மழை காலத்திலே இது மிகவும் சுவாரஸ்யமாக பக்தி நிரம்பியதாக இருந்தது. நான் காசியின் நாடாளுமன்ற உறுப்பினர். இங்கே இந்த சிவ கோஷத்தை கேட்கும் பொழுது எனக்கு உள்ளுக்குள்ளே மிகவும் பரவசமாக இருக்கின்றது.
साथियों, शिव दर्शन की अद्भुत ऊर्जा, श्री इलैया राजा का संगीत, उद्वार का मंत्रोच्चार, वाकई ये स्पिरिचुअल एक्सपीरियंस आत्मा को भाव विभोर कर देता है.
நண்பர்களே, சிவ தரிசனத்தால் அற்புதமான சக்தி, இளையராஜா அவர்களின் இசை, ஓதுவார்தம் மந்திர உச்சாடனங்கள், உண்மையிலேயே இந்த ஆன்மீக அனுபவம் என் ஆன்மாவை ஆனந்த வெள்ளத்தில் ஆழ்த்திவிட்டது.
साथियों, सावन का पवित्र महीना और बृहदेश्वर शिव मंदिर का निर्माण शुरू होने के 1000 ईयर्स का ऐतिहासिक अवसर, ऐसे अद्भुत समय में मुझे भगवान बृहदेश्वर शिव के चरणों में उपस्थित होकर के पूजा करने का सौभाग्य मिला है.
நண்பர்களே, பவித்திரமான மழைக்காலம், அதோடு கூட பிரகதேஸ்வரர் சிவாலய நிர்மாணம் தொடங்கி 1000 ஆண்டுகள் வரலாற்று பூர்வமான சந்தர்ப்பம். இப்படிப்பட்ட அற்புதமான வேளையிலே சிவனவன் பிரகதேஸ்வரனின் பாதார விந்தங்களிலே சிரம் தாழ்த்த அவரை வழிபாடு செய்யக்கூடிய பெரும் பேறு எனக்கு கிடைத்திருக்கின்றது.
मैंने इस ऐतिहासिक मंदिर में 140 करोड़ भारतीयों के कल्याण और भारत की निरंतर प्रगति के लिए प्रार्थना की है. मेरी कामना है भगवान शिव का आशीर्वाद सबको मिले. नमः पार्वती पतये, हर हर महादेव.
நான் இந்த சரித்திர பூர்வமான ஆலயத்திலே 140 கோடி நாட்டு மக்களின் நலனுக்காகவும் பாரத நாட்டின் நிரந்தர வளர்ச்சிக்காகவும் என் வேண்டுதல்களை முன்வைத்தேன். என் விருப்பமெல்லாம் இறைவன் சிவனாரின் நல்லாசிகள் அனைவருக்கும் கிடைக்க வேண்டும். நம பார்வதி பதயே, हर हर महादेव.
साथियों, मुझे यहां आने में विलंब हुआ. मैं यहां तो जल्दी पहुंच गया था, लेकिन भारत सरकार के सांस्कृतिक मंत्रालय ने जो अद्भुत प्रदर्शनी लगाई है, ज्ञानवर्धक है, प्रेरक है, और हम सब गर्व से भर जाते हैं कि 1000 साल हमारे पूर्वजों ने किस प्रकार से मानव कल्याण को लेकर के दिशा दी. कितनी विशालता थी, कितनी व्यापकता थी, कितनी भव्यता थी. और मैं ने बताया मुझे पिछले एक सप्ताह से हजारों लोग ये प्रदर्शनी को देखने के लिए आ रहे हैं. ये दर्शनीय है और मैं तो सबको कहूंगा कि इसको आप जरूर देखें.
நண்பர்களே, நான் வருவதற்கு சற்றே தாமதமாகிவிட்டது. இதற்கு காரணம் பாரத அரசின் கலாச்சார அமைச்சகம் ஒரு கண்காட்சிக்கு ஏற்பாடு செய்திருக்கின்றது. மிகவும் அற்புதமான ஒரு கண்காட்சி. இதை பார்த்த பிறகு, அங்கிருக்கும் வெளிப்பாடுகளை நான் கண்ணுற்ற பிறகு என் நெஞ்சத்தில் பெருமிதம் பொங்கியது, உற்சாகம் ஊற்றெடுத்தது. மக்கள் நலனுக்காக இதிலே இருக்கக்கூடிய கூறுகள், எத்தனை விசாலமான எண்ணம், மனித சமுதாயம் நன்றாக இருக்க வேண்டும் என்ற எண்ணம் எப்படி இந்த வெளிப்பாடுகளில் தொனிக்கிறது என்பதை பார்த்து நான் வியப்பெய்தினேன். அனைவரும் இந்த கண்காட்சியை, இங்கிருக்கும் வெளிப்பாடுகளை கண்டிப்பாக பார்க்க வேண்டும் என்பதைத்தான் நான் இங்கே வலியுறுத்தி கூறிக்கொள்ளுகின்றேன்.
साथियों, आज मुझे यहां चिन्मय मिशन के प्रयासों से तमिल गीता की एल्बम लॉन्च होने का अवसर भी मिला है. ये प्रयास भी विरासत को सहेजने के हमारे संकल्प को ऊर्जा देता है. मैं इस प्रयास से जुड़े सभी लोगों का भी बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं.
நண்பர்களே, சின்மயா மிஷனுடைய முயற்சிகள் காரணமாக தமிழ் மொழியிலே பகவத்கீதை இசை தொகுப்பை வெளியிடும் வாய்ப்பு எனக்கு கிடைத்தது. இந்த முயற்சியும் கூட நமது பாரம்பரியத்தை போற்றி பாதுகாக்கும் நம்முடைய மன உறுதிக்கு சக்தி கூட்டுகிறது. இந்த முயற்சியோடு இணைந்திருக்கும் அனைவருக்கும் நான் என் நெஞ்சார்ந்த பாராட்டுக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ளுகின்றேன்.
साथियों, चोला राजाओं ने अपने राजनयिक और व्यापारिक संबंधों का विस्तार श्रीलंका, मालदीव और दक्षिण पूर्व एशिया तक किया था. ये भी एक संयोग है कि मैं कल ही मालदीव से लौटा हूं और आज तमिलनाडु में इस कार्यक्रम का हिस्सा बना हूं.
நண்பர்களே, சோழ அரசர்கள் தங்களுடைய அரசியல் மற்றும் வியாபார தொடர்புகளின் விரிவாக்கத்தை இலங்கை, மாலத்தீவுகள் மற்றும் தென்கிழக்கு ஆசியா வரை செய்திருந்தார்கள். நான் நேற்று தான் மாலத்தீவுகளிலிருந்து திரும்பி வந்தேன். இன்று தமிழ்நாட்டின் இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியிலே நான் கலந்து கொள்ளுகிறேன். மிக உவப்பெய்துகிறேன்.
हमारे शास्त्र कहते हैं, शिव के साधक भी शिव में ही समाहित होकर उनकी ही तरह अविनाशी हो जाते हैं. इसलिए शिव की अनन्य भक्ति से जुड़ी भारत की चोला विरासत भी आज अमर हो चुकी है.
நண்பர்களே, சிவபக்தர்களே, சிவனை வழிபாடு செய்பவனும் சிவபெருமானிலேயே கலந்து விடுகிறான், அவரைப் போலவே அழிவற்றவனாகி விடுகிறான் என்று நமது சாத்திரங்கள் ஓங்கி ஒலிக்கின்றன. ஆகையால் தான் சிவபெருமானிடத்திலே ஆழ்ந்த பக்தி கொண்ட பாரத தேசத்து சோழர்களின் பாரம்பரியமும் கூட இன்று அமரத்துவம் அடைந்து விட்டது.
राजा चोला, राजेंद्र चोला, ये नाम भारत की पहचान और गौरव के पर्याय है. चोला साम्राज्य का इतिहास और विरासत ये भारत के वास्तविक सामर्थ्य का, ट्रू पोटेंशियल का उद्घोष है.
Well, that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Tiruchirappalli attending the birth anniversary festival, 1000 years of King Rajaraja Chola. We'll be closely tracking those developments, ladies and gentlemen. But in the interim, here's a special report on artificial intelligence, which is no longer just the future, but it's also the present and is transforming the very foundation of higher education. At Republic's AI Summit, Dr. Sanjay from Reva University, with his vast experience in both IT and industry and academia, sheds light on how AI is reshaping the way we teach, learn, and innovate. Watch this.
Joining me today is Dr. Sanjay R. Chitnis. He is the Vice Chancellor of Reva University, Bengaluru. The team, ladies and gentlemen, is India's AI Leap, and that starts here. Dr. Sanjay, thank you very much for speaking to Republic today. I want to know from you, with your extensive experience in both the IT industry and academia, how are you seeing the role of AI evolving in shaping the future of higher education?
Yeah, AI is actually going to totally disrupt education. AI is not just what we see today in terms of content generation, in terms of images, music, etc. It's actually going to be quite assistive as we move towards general AI and super AI. Right? They are going to be assisting at an intellectual level to anybody, not just students. So tomorrow, our people, anybody can make use of AI to take on grand challenges and make wonders. So it's going to be really, really disruptive.
Right, sir. And how do you think that AI, the AI education is more hands-on for students than the normal teaching?
Yeah, so AI is going to be available to every student in terms of vast knowledge in multiple domains. So obviously the faculty's role is going to change towards from sage on the stage to guide on the side. So students can take on various challenges, not just projects, but innovative startup ideas, open source contributions, take on like United Nations SDGs and use AI to provide these solutions. So that's going to be a big difference than typical pen and paper based learning or textbook based learning.
Absolutely, sir. Like they say, it's time to catch up with the new era. With that, my next question to you is, sir, how do you think AI is changing the way we teach and learn today?
Yeah, so today teaching and learning is happening in classrooms or labs or projects, problem solving, etc. Today, students, when they have access to AI, then they can actually take initiative in terms of their personalized learning, ask whatever questions they want, get answered at whatever level they want, get assistance from AI, whether it's developing software or doing some core engineering design. They can take help of that and prepare that, right? So the distance between work and education is going to close down drastically. With help of AI, today, without much knowledge, for example, of new programming technology, I can use AI-based coding assistants, right, to start developing solutions. So work will become education, education will be part of work.
So what role do you feel that ethics play as far as we talk about the AI development?
Yeah. See, AI being such a disruptive technology, now it's very important that AI is not misused. It's not just about creating fake videos, etc. Tomorrow, a person with bad intention can use AI to spread bad news, take control of various companies, and it's like cyber attacks. So it's very, very important that people are trained on ethics, and not only you make AI ethical, but also people should be much more ethical in using this big power which AI is handing over to us in our hands.
Right, sir. Dr. Sanjay, like they say, with every new trends comes new challenges. What do you think are the challenges so far when we talk about AI in the sector of education here?
Yeah, the first challenge is the difference between people who have access to AI and don't have access to AI. Obviously, big companies like OpenAI are giving free versions, but they have versions which have subscription like $20, $200, $300 for Croc, etc. So not everybody will be able to afford. So it's going to actually create another AI kind of divide, like digital divide. So those who can afford to pay for more intelligent AI versus those who cannot afford to pay. And same thing for countries. So people who have access to this kind of vast computing infrastructure, whether it is US or other countries, they are going to have much more speed in terms of research, technology, progress, etc., compared to other nations which may not have that much access to compute power. So India and other countries have to really watch out that we don't get our culture and ethics, etc., not influenced by the countries which have access to this compute. So this AI divide is the main challenge which all of us have to watch for.
So we have talked about challenges. I want you to briefly tell us what are the opportunities that AI brings for all of us, be it students or teachers or for the ones who are actually running the organization as far as the opportunities are concerned in the AI sector?
Yeah. In earlier days, the physical power used to matter. So people who have more muscle power could definitely dominate. Then it was brain power. Today with AI, people who have less brain power, say less of IQ, say 120, 130, right, they don't have to worry about people who have IQ of 150 plus.
Right.
AI having IQ of say 1000 is going to bring that equalization in terms of intellectual power.
Right.
So the opportunity for people is to make use of AI, but use your human skills. Those human skills are going to be much, much more important now to convert your intent or purpose into some kind of success or addressing the opportunities. So that's the biggest advantage we are going to get by utilizing AI.
Right. So, sir, when we talk about humankind, like you said, it is one's own individual capacity that people should be using. Do you feel with the growing trend in AI and the amount and the pace at which it is getting popular, do you think AI will soon replace the humankind?
That risk is low. It all depends on how human beings are utilizing AI. So our challenge is not getting replaced by AI, but right, learning to use AI to take our civilization forward. Right? So that's the advantage, benefits and challenge.
Right, sir. Also, sir, what do you think, which AI trends should the young innovators really watch out for every individual who's watching you speak right now?
Yeah. So the biggest AI trend is what they call agentic AI, where the AI is able to make decisions and take actions on their own. And very soon we are going to have millions and millions of such agents available on the internet. So people are calling towards as new internet of agents, right? Already MIT from US are talking about internet of agents. There is a platform called Nanda. So today, such internet of agents, that is distributed AI, is going to make the human civilization, humankind, change the way we work, the way we think, the way we operate drastically. So our young generation has to get used not to work with just other human beings, but other human beings plus all these AI agents. So I'm sure these young people will be able to catch up with this trend.
Absolutely, sir. You have a message for the young innovators out there. What is it that you want to send as a message to people who are watching us in every age group? Because when you talk about age group, the ones who are not Gen Z, who are not very familiar with the AI, are facing difficulties in catching up with the time, in catching up with the new trends. What is it that you want to send them as a message for everybody who is really fascinated with the idea of AI?
Yeah. So first of all, we don't have to be afraid of AI. At the same time, we should not use AI to stop using our brain, our emotional intelligence, our spiritual intelligence. So we have to continue developing our human faculties and make AI as an assistant to help us in doing what we want. Okay? Right. So the main skill required is today to sharpen our intent, our purpose, and communicate that effectively with AI systems so that they can help us. That's going to make the difference.
Absolutely, sir. And one last question before I let you go. How is it that you are incorporating AI in your life?
Yeah. So right from taking minutes of meeting, developing speeches, creating learning content, I'm using AI. I've also started learning how to use AI Copilot for coding, because unless we experience ourselves, we cannot give our opinions and teach our students. So today, AI is available for doing whatever you want.
Right, sir. Dr. Sanjay, it was a very insightful session indeed. I'm sure everybody who's watching this is really enthralled with the idea of AI. I am as well. And it's a strong message that you have sent out to everybody who's fascinated with the idea of AI. The only message is use AI, but use AI as an assistant and not as completely dependent being on AI. Dr. Sanjay, thank you very much again for speaking to Republic.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Top of the hour, we'll get you details about the deadly stampede in Haridwar. 6 people have lost their life. My colleague will be joining us live from the ground in just some time. First, as always, the headlines. Delhi stampede in Mansa Devi Temple in Haridwar. 6 people dead, several injured. Rescue operation is currently underway and a probe has been ordered. Speeding car rams into scooter, minor dead, 2 injured, 2 accused arrested in Noida. And as BCCI maintains stunning silence over Asia Cup controversy, Republic continues its campaign for no cricket with Pakistan. India says nation first always. Adulterated food items being sold in India. In fact, India is battling with the biggest health crisis. Prime Minister visits Cholapuram temple in Tamil Nadu to honour the legacy of Chola dynasty. Indian origin man in Australia brutally assaulted with a machete by a group of teenagers in Australia's Melbourne. Breaking news coming in from Noida in Uttar Pradesh. A tragic accident comes to light from Noida where a speeding car collided with a Scooty, resulting in death of a minor girl while 2 others sustained injuries and are reported to be in critical condition. And this is an incident that has happened in Noida. And there on the screen you can see that this is the BMW car that hit into the Scooty in sector 30, and police have seized this vehicle that you can see on the screen, and the accused identified as Yash Sharma
and Abhishek Rawat. Both students have been arrested by the police. So this is in fact a new case of hit and run that has come in from Noida in Uttar Pradesh. And there on the screen you can see these are the two students that have been arrested. Name of one is Yash Sharma and another is Abhishek Rawat. What we're learning, and it's quite shocking, the incident that has come to the light from Noida, where the speeding car that you can see, it collided with the Scooty, resulting in a death of a 5-year-old girl, while her father and uncle, they sustained injuries and they are currently in the hospital and are said to be in critical condition. Police have seized this vehicle that you can see on the screen and also the Scooty. Just look at the visuals, how much damage it has sustained, because that clearly shows you the impact this vehicle had during the accident. That 5-year-old girl, who was in fact ironically taken to the hospital by her father and uncle for a checkup, and as they were returning, this accident happened and Yash Sharma and Abhishek Rawat both have been arrested by the police. Well, this is in fact an incident that has come in from Noida. In fact, this is not the first such incident of hit and run. Look at this incident that had happened in Gandhinagar in Gujarat, where similarly a BMW had crashed into the person who was walking on the road. Let me go across to my colleague Chandrakala, who's been reporting live on this story since morning. Chandrakala, tell us about the investigation into the case, because we're learning is that two accused have been arrested, Yash Sharma and Abhishek Rawat. But firstly, tell us about the health condition of her father as well as uncle, and what is police saying as far as this entire investigation is concerned?
Well, right now we are in front of the police station where the investigation is underway, and as per information, the accused are right inside the police station now. They will be taken to the court. Of course, there will be a legal hearing on this, and they are yet to come out on this matter. They are yet to come out. But meanwhile, of course, the BMW car, which is registered in the name, has been registered in the name of Gagandeep Singh Jagdev, son of Gurmail Singh, who is a resident of Amarnagar, Faridabad. And of course, the minor girls whose father is admitted currently in Kailash Hospital here in Noida sector. In Kailash Hospital, we are yet to get in touch. He's currently in the ICU, and as per the health condition is concerned, we are still tracking the development. He's currently in ICU, and meanwhile, of course, the minor's body is in the mortuary as of now. But we are waiting for the accused to come out. As of now, we are in front of the police station, and the police officials has not confirmed as to what is going on. The investigation definitely is currently underway. We are waiting for the SHO and other police official to come out and give some details on this. But yes, currently the accused are inside. They are here at the police station, and as we know, the vehicle has been seized by the police officials in Noida, and we are waiting for the current development to happen. But yes, the father is in ICU, and we are trying to learn as to what could have happened that led to this incident. Earlier today in the morning, the eyewitness has given a brief as to what has happened. The minor girl was taken to the hospital there in Sector 30 while she was there for a treatment taken by her father and her uncle, as per sources. And while they were coming back at around 12:30 p.m. yesterday, while they were coming out of the hospital, and when they were leaving from the hospital, a BMW car collided, and the spot dead. She was spot dead right at that moment, and she was taken to the hospital at PGT, but they denied to take her, so she was taken to a different hospital. But right now, the father, who is critically injured, is in the ICU. Over to you.
Absolutely, Chandrakala. Do tell us more about this case, because we are learning that there was an attempt to flee from the spot, and the passerby, they informed the police, and hence these two, Yash and Abhishek Rawat, were nabbed by the police. Tell us what police is saying on this, and also about the state in which these two accused were. Is police saying that they were in fact drunk when they were driving? What actually led to this entire incident that took place, Chandrakala?
So yes, of course, the police, as per sources, actually, as per off record, I would say that the accused were completely drunk. They were coming back from a party where this mishappening had happened. Of course, as we have mentioned, Yash Sharma and Abhishek Rawat, the both were coming back from a friend's party where this particular incident has happened. They were completely drunk when this happened. Yes, at around 12:30. The point is they were drinking and driving, and that's when the incident took place. And it was a horrific incident because the minor, it was a spot dead. The minor died at the spot. And yes, this has led to serious questioning as to such incidents has been happening from last 2 weeks. And of course, the police is currently investigating the process. Right now, they're investigating the matter, and as soon as something comes out, we will definitely track and update you on this more.
Absolutely. So these accused that we were showing you, they were in drunken condition. They were coming back from a party when this accident took place. Thank you so much, Chandrakala, for all these details. But definitely, the first time that such an accident has taken place. Fatal road accident involving high-speed luxury cars are becoming alarmingly frequent in the country, with many of these crashes linked to the reckless or intoxicated driving from Pune to Gujarat and now to the National Capital Region. Many incident of such luxury killing are in fact they have come to the fore. Now look at your screens. This is in fact a visual coming in from Gandhinagar in Gujarat. Remember earlier this year one BMW crushed a middle class man there on the road. Again a similar incident we saw in Noida today. This is an incident from the national capital Vasant Bihar, where rich and drunk drivers ran over 5 people, and these are the visuals from the incident that took place earlier this year in the national capital. This one from Maharashtra. In Pune, VVIP killer Brat had crushed the techies, and remember this happened in May last year, and till now there's been no update in the case. Arrests were made, but this person that you can see on the screen is currently out on bail as far as this Porsche crash case is concerned. Now look at this one. This is from Vadodara in Gujarat. Another round of hit and run horror. Remember this video had gone viral on social media, how these two kids were in fact drunk and how they had ran into the people there on the street as well, and how this person was yelling, and you can see that this video that had gone viral on social media. This one is from MP Ali Rajpur, where Congress MLA's son ran over cops, and this was a very recent incident that had come to the fore, but luckily as you can see they in fact they stepped away just at the last moment and their lives got saved. Another video that has come from the national capital, VVIP killers rammed an innocent person who was there on the streets. Look at these very concerning, very shocking visuals that have come to the fore. The speed in which this car has come and hit this person. So from the national capital to Maharashtra, MP, Gujarat, not the first time that we are seeing such an incident. Now shifting our focus, the Standard Top is one of the most strategic vantage points during Kargil War of 1999. The icy wind that brushes past today is the same that greeted our soldiers 26 years ago. But unlike today, back then there was a ridge echoed with the thunder of the crack of the gunfire and the undying roar of Indian bravery. Standard Top witnessed it all, the sacrifice, the blood, the brotherhood and the victory as well. It stands today not just as a military position but as a symbol of what made India, in fact India is made of, that does not waver, and the courage that does not cower. Listen in.
The might of the Indian Armed Forces has been witnessed by these mighty hills. These mountains were the battleground during the Operation Vijay. This is the Tiger Hill. As close as we can get to it is from this point where we are reporting from 14,200 feet. But that peak, viewers, that was high altitude warfare that happened during the Kargil war. That is more than 17,000 feet. You can understand the challenges of the terrain just by any common man walking to up to this hill is so difficult that one completely falls short of breath. Imagine that Our brave soldiers, our young soldiers were facing the enemy. They were witnessing bloodshed there. On the 2nd of July, information was received about the Pakistanis, the enemies occupying that peak. And on the 4th of July, the Indian Armed Forces captured it again. We'll try and zoom in to that post, and we'll show you how difficult that terrain would have been. And the hero, of course, was the one leading the Ghatak platoon, and he was from the 18 Grenadiers, Grenadier Yogendra Singh Yadav, who, despite suffering bullets, despite losing more and more members of his platoon, he unfurled the Tiranga on that top. And as we speak, viewers, we are also going to pan and show you the Trishul top and the Trishul ridge. That is of utmost importance, viewers. Why is it important? Because this area, these hills were used during the Operation Sindoor as well. And behind this Trishul, viewers, behind the Trishul, it looks like a trident. So behind this Trishul is the line of control. In fact, we are just almost a kilometer away from the LOC.
And now shifting our focus to Uttarakhand after a major stampede that killed at least 6 people today and injured 28 devotees in Haridwar's Mansa Devi Mandir. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami today visited the hospital and met with the injured devotees. Listen into what he said.
यहाँ जिला अस्पताल में और अन्य अस्पतालों में और इसके साथ ही ऋषिकेश एम्स से रिफर कर दिया गया है। सभी घायलों को ठीक प्रकार से उनको इलाज मिले, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता है। सभी अधिकारीगण, सभी लोग रेस्क्यू के काम में लगे हुए हैं। सभी बचाव के काम पूरी तरह से यहाँ पर हो रहा है। हमारा प्रयास है कि जो घायल हैं जल्दी से जल्दी सभी स्वस्थ हों, उनको अच्छा उपचार मिले और उनको उनके घरों तक छोड़ा जाए। और इसके लिए एक टोल फ्री नंबर भी यहाँ पर जारी कर दिया गया है और सभी से संपर्क किया जा रहा है, उनके परिवार वालों से। और जो परिवार वाले कहीं इधर उधर भी हैं, उनको सबको एक स्थान पर करके यहाँ से प्रशासन हमारा यहाँ से घर तक उनको भेजेगा। और जो घटना हुई है उसके पहले ही मजिस्ट्रियल जांच के आदेश कर दिए गए हैं। जो आर्थिक सहायता है वो भी जो है यहाँ से हमने पहले ही जारी कर दी है। मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि सभी जो दिवंगत हुए हैं उनके आत्मा को शांति प्राप्त हो, उनके परिजनों को जो असमय बड़ा कष्ट आया है और उनके साथ हमारी पूरी संवेदनशीलता है। और भगवान से हम प्रार्थना करते हैं कि भगवान उनको अपने श्री चरणों में स्थान दे और उन सभी को, परिवारजनों को, सबको ये दुख सहन करने की शक्ति प्रदान करें।
मुआवजे की कोई घोषणा की गई है? मुआवजे की कोई घोषणा की गई है?
हाँ, जो लोग हताहत हुए हैं उनको 2 लाख रुपए की और जो घायल हैं उनको 50,000 रुपए की, और सभी घायलों को यहाँ पर इलाज की समुचित व्यवस्था यहाँ पर की जा रही है।
की संख्या क्या हुई है?
देखिए, अभी तक प्रारंभिक रूप से 6 लोगों की सूचना आई है और बाकी सारे लोगों का इलाज चल रहा है।
And unfortunately, 6 people have lost their life, 28 people have received injuries. And what we're learning so far is that rumors about potential electrocution caused panic among the crowd and led to this stampede. And the fire brigade officer stated that the rumors are false and baseless. But this is the input that is coming in as far as this stampede in Uttarakhand is concerned.
बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है ये, जिसमें कुछ श्रद्धालुओं की शायद मृत्यु भी हुई है, सुना है। शुरुआत में सर हमें भी ऐसी इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली कि इलेक्ट्रिक करंट या कुछ इस तरह का है। सर उस तक एकदम हमारी पूरी की पूरी टीम सर साइट पे पहुंची। सर वैसे तो हम रेगुलर, क्योंकि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट जगह है ये, हम रेगुलर भी टेस्टिंग करते रहते हैं यहाँ पे हमारा पूरा सिस्टम टोटली इंसुलेटेड है सर। जो वायर हैं या मीटर हैं या पोल्स हैं, इनमें लीकेज आना या करंट होना संभव ही नहीं सर। टोटल दोबारा भी हमने टेस्ट किया गया, कहीं पे भी कोई लीकेज करंट या वोल्टेज की ऐसी कोई रिपोर्टेड नहीं है। और इवन अगर कोई शॉर्ट सर्किट या करंट होता भी है तो हमारा सिस्टम एकदम ट्रिप होता है सर। हमारे यहाँ कोई ना ट्रिपिंग है, ना कोई ब्रेकडाउन, ना शटडाउन हुआ है। और जहाँ तक हमने पता किया, हॉस्पिटल में भी वहाँ पे भी इलेक्ट्रिक शॉक या करंट का कोई इंसिडेंट रिपोर्टेड नहीं है।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
IMD has issued a yellow alert for Mumbai, Thane and Palghar, warning of thunderstorm, lightning and moderate rainfall and gusty wind up to 50 km per hour in isolated areas. This alert is in effect through the weekend as the monsoon activity intensifies around across the state of Maharashtra. Several regions including Raigad and Ratnagiri are under orange alert due to heavier rainfall forecasts. The NHRC has issued a notice to Rajasthan government over the collapse of the government school building in Rajasthan that killed 7 students and injured 28 others yesterday. Citing reports of ignored warnings about the building poor condition, the commission has called it a serious human right lapse and demanded a detailed report within 2 weeks on the incident, including the accountability and the compensation steps to the kin. The Supreme Court will hear Justice Yashwant Verma's plea on Monday, that is tomorrow, challenging an in-house inquiry report that recommended his impeachment over a cash recovery case. He claims that the process was biased, violated natural justice and denied him a fair hearing as well. The court will examine the plea's maintainability and the legality of the in-house procedure. Now shifting our focus to Maharashtra, as far as the Pune rave party is concerned, Pune police has detained several individuals including Pranjal and the son-in-law of former Maharashtra Minister Eknath Khadse after conducting a raid on the rave party. The party took place at a studio apartment in Pune's upscale locality is what we are learning, and now the police has detained 7 individuals including the son-in-law of former Maharashtra Minister Eknath Khadse. In fact, look at the visuals on your screen. This is a rave party that took place in Pune. A raid was conducted on this party, and this, as you can see on the screen, this took place at a studio apartment, and now 7 people have been detained. And now shifting our focus, there was a heart-stopping moment on the tarmac of Denver International Airport after the American Airlines flight burst into flames just before the takeoff, forcing an emergency evacuation. All the 179 people that were on board, they made it out safely. But look at the visuals that we will be showing you. Here's what happened.
Thick smoke, frantic voices, and fire on the runway. American Airlines flight AA3023 was seconds from liftoff from Denver Airport when flames erupted from the rear landing gear. The Boeing 737 MAX suddenly screeched to a halt as black smoke consumed the tarmac. With no time to lose, the crew ordered an emergency evacuation. Doors flung open, slides deployed, passengers leapt to safety. Mobile phone videos show travelers fleeing, some climbing over wings, escaping just feet from fire. Denver fire crews raced in, dousing flames within minutes. 1 passenger was taken to hospital with minor injuries. The airline has stated that a tire malfunction triggered the fire. The aircraft remains grounded as both the Federal Aviation Administration and the National Transportation Safety Board have launched a full investigation into the incident.
We have another breaking news coming in. Baloch Liberation Army BLA has attacked Pakistani army at various locations in Balochistan, and these attacks inflicted heavy casualties and property losses on the occupying forces. There on the screen you can see that this is the latest attack by BLA at the Pakistani army, and this comes a week after there was another attack by BLA, and in fact that was on the bus carrying Pakistan army personnel in one of the regions in Pakistan, in which 29 soldiers lost their life. As you can see on the screen, this is another attack that has come from Baloch Liberation Army as far as Pakistani army is concerned. Well, there on the screen, this is the latest attack that has come from BLA as far as Pakistani army is concerned. And this new attack, it remains to be seen how many Pakistani army personnel have lost their life. But look at the visuals on your screen coming in from Balochistan, where this recent attack took place on the Pakistani army. And as I mentioned, that this, in fact, is one of the series of several attacks that have been happening in the last few months. The last one was, in fact, 1 week back, when 29 soldiers of Pakistani army were killed by the Baloch army BLA, and they claimed responsibility for that as well. And that was an attack on the bus carrying the Pakistani army personnel in Pakistan, and that was done using IED. And a similar scene is what we can see on the screen as well. One of the latest attack on Pakistani army. And now shifting our focus, there was chaos and fear inside a Walmart store in northern Michigan. 11 people were stabbed. Several of them are critically injured after a man launched a violent and random attack in the middle of the busy store. And the perpetrator, is what we're learning, is in the custody, and the investigation in this case continues. Have a look at what happened.
A terrifying afternoon at a Walmart store in Michigan. 11 people stabbed, several critically hurt. This after a man went on a violent rampage inside the store. Panic erupted around 4:45 p.m. local time when a man pulled a knife near the checkout lanes of the Walmart store and began stabbing customers at random. The crowded store quickly turning into a crime scene. 11 people were hurt, 6 in critical condition. Victims were rushed to the region's largest hospital as paramedics sealed off the store. A sheriff's deputy, along with courageous bystanders, restrained the attacker only minutes after the assault began. Officials continue to piece together the motive behind the brutal attack. The suspect remains in custody as the investigation proceeds.
And during his public speech in Tamil Nadu, Prime Minister Modi hailed Operation Sindoor once again and said that Operation Sindoor proved that there's no safe haven for the terrorists coming from Pakistan. Listen in.
साथियों, चोला साम्राज्य के नए भारत के निर्माण के लिए एक प्राचीन रोड मैप की तरह है। यह हमें बताता है, अगर हमें विकसित राष्ट्र बनाना है तो हमें एकता पर जोर देना होगा। हमें हमारी नेवी को, हमारी डिफेंस फोर्सेस को मजबूत बनाना होगा। हमें नए अवसरों को तलाशना होगा और इस सबके साथ ही अपने मूल्यों को, उसको भी सहेज कर रखना होगा। और मुझे संतोष है कि देश आज इसी प्रेरणा से आगे बढ़ रहा है। साथियों, आज का भारत अपनी सुरक्षा को सर्वोपरि रखता है। अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने देखा है कि कोई अगर भारत की सुरक्षा और संप्रभुता पर हमला करता है तो भारत उसे कैसे जवाब देता है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने दिखा दिया है कि भारत के दुश्मनों के लिए, आतंकवादियों के लिए अब कोई ठिकाना सुरक्षित नहीं है। और आज जब मैं हेलीपैड से यहां आ रहा था, 3-4 किलोमीटर का रास्ता काटते हुए, और अचानक मैंने देखा एक बड़ा रोड शो बन गया और हरेक के मुंह से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का जय जयकार हो रहा था। ये पूरे देश में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने एक नई चेतना जगाई है, नया आत्मविश्वास पैदा किया है और दुनिया को भी भारत की शक्ति को स्वीकार करना पड़ रहा है।
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, as BCCI maintains stunning silence on Asia Cup controversy, Republic TV continues the campaign for no cricket with Pakistan. Adulterated food items being sold rampantly in the country. India is facing the biggest health crisis. More on this and other stories on the other side. Stay with us.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Over to the man who is in fact leading India's AI initiative from all the way from the metro cities to the towns of Bharat. In fact, with a round of applause, welcome on stage Mr. Arvind Kumar, Director General of STPI, Software Technology Park of India, and Mr. Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor at Republic Media Network. Both of you, welcome.
Welcome, Mr. Kumar. We have had 2-way engaging sessions now, and saw the difference. The government bit struggled a bit, while the kids from the private sector, they did a good job of the language translation. Why so? I mean, if I could begin by asking that.
It happens sometimes, but I think Bhasini is doing very well, and that product is tested at, not only in India and many other countries also. Maybe sometimes when you are in college, you are doing some project, and whole year project is working, but when the examiners come, your project is not working. You just said it was working till last minute it was working, but just when you entered, it was not working. Right. So sometimes it happens, but I think Bhasini is a wonderful project. It's amazing. We can convert all the languages, Indian languages. A lot of effort has been done by the government of India. I think maybe after this, so they can demonstrate it as well.
I think they are ready now. They will come back. So it is generally said about it's a lore in India's Silicon Valley that the reason why information technology and software industry really worked so well for us and made those tremendous strides is because the government did not understand what to do about it. I mean, how to control it, and maybe the bureaucrats did not understand how it works. And so it had free run. And then it reached a scale, obviously, where, it's fantastic, and about 200 $20 billion plus of export now, software?
Yeah.
And you are the head of the entire structure which oversees those exports. So a lot of kids here, apart from, people who are generally curious and of course some experts. By kids, I mean the students of journalism and students from IT sector also. So can you just briefly tell us what the STPI does and what's the scale of operations?
So STPI was established in 1991. At that time, the basic issues for the software export were like we were having a very low speed data connection. There was only one telecom operator, it's called Videsh Sanchar Nigam Limited. So they were just supporting 64 kilobits per second. And there was a computers, you have to import each and every computer to this country. And therefore STPI was created in 1991 to solve all the problems which is being faced by exporter, software exporter from the country. What we did, as you said, that government doesn't know when the software was developed, it is not so. Only thing is we never worked as a regulator. We always work as a facilitator. What is the problem which IT industry is going to face? What is the kind of the problem they are having? So we identify basically three problems at that time. The three problems was absence of high-speed data connection. This was number one. And number two was cost of the computing device. Right. And number three was ease of doing business, because when you do the export, there are some regulations which is related to state government, some may be related to central government, maybe related to custom, maybe related to excise, maybe related to sale tax, maybe related to service tax. So government has created a single window system in the form of the STPI. So you have just exporter, IT exporter has to come to STPI. They will get all problems solved and they can do export from the STPI.
Right.
Second is, we have not regulated Videsh Sanchar Nigam that you have to provide high-speed data connection to IT industry. We said, okay, we will have the bandwidth in the satellites. At that time, optical fiber was not there. So each and every bit is going through the satellite. So we have taken bandwidth in satellites and we have provided that bandwidth to IT industry. So again, we facilitated it. So right. Ease of doing business, we have facilitated. High-speed data connection, we have facilitated. Third was cost of the computing device. Then what we did is we have created STPI center across the country. Right. We have started from 3 centers. Today we have 68 centers. And out of 68 centers, 60 centers are in tier 2 cities. So in those centers... How many in the tier 2, tier 3 towns? 60.
Okay. Out of 68?
Out of 68.
Right.
So these 3 centers and keep increasing. These centers were providing all computing facility, which means we are providing, at that time, computer was a big in nature. I mean, it was mainframe computers.
Right.
So we have provided mainframe computers. So any youngsters, any innovators, anybody who can write the codes, they can come to STPI, write the code and do export from there itself. Or anybody, big company, they want to create a big center in their office, we have given permission to them. They can take the bandwidth from satellite. So therefore, we have worked as a facilitator, not as a regulator. Though even today, we have to certify all the export which is happening from this country, except which is happening from the SEZ units. So today we have around 20 lakh crore export from this country. Out of this, more than 10 lakh crores being certified by the STPI. Yeah. But it's so frictionless, so smooth. There is no human interface. You are not required to come to my office. So we have done everything in such a manner. It does not look like that we have become a stopper by any means.
Of the entire software and IT export of India, roughly half is through
STPI. Right.
Fair enough. And what are the numbers like? When we say we are a software superpower, and we are, what are the numbers like in terms of India's total exports and the share of software in it? Right. And where are we looking forward, going ahead, how the numbers pan out?
In the software services, we have more than 55% market of the world when it comes to software services.
So you understand, of the entire world's software exports, India alone accounts for 55%, more than half. That's why we are the software IT superpower, right? Okay.
Right. So this is the 55% beyond. But now we are trying to create the software product. So now therefore we are creating, apart from those 68 centers, we have created 24 center of entrepreneurship, other than 68 centers. And these 24 center of entrepreneurship are now working to create the software product from this country.
Right.
And those 24 centers are basically technology specific or domain specific.
Right.
Which means, so we have one center, let us say, on blockchain, that could be in Gurgaon. We have on AI, which could be at Mohali, it's called Neuron. We have 8 centers across the Northeast. In all states, we have the presence. So we are creating whole startup ecosystem for the tier 2 and tier 3 city as well, which what we have already done for the software services.
Can we discuss some part of this regional demographics, for example? So since you are dispersed across the country, which part of India is most software literate and has the best software prowess?
Of course, it will come Bengaluru because they have taken lead in terms of providing software services. So even today, 40% of the software export happens from the Karnataka. And 60% rest of the states are doing. So first is Karnataka, then it could be Telangana, then it could be Maharashtra. So these are the numbers. But now this new wave of startup, now most of the innovation is coming from tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Today we are supporting around 1,800 startups. We are actively supporting 1,800 startups. Indirectly, we may be supporting more than 3,000 startups.
Right.
But out of those 1,800, when we say supporting, so we provide 360-degree support to the startup, which means if you have just an idea, then you can convert your idea into the product. We provide incubation space to you. We provide mentorship to you. We provide global reach to you. We provide seed fund. We provide acceleration fund. So we have the whole schemes, the multiple schemes which are running. But today what I can see is from tier 2, tier 3 cities, more than 40% founders are coming from tier 2 and tier 3 cities.
Right.
And so this is a new phenomenon.
What kind of platforms are these?
So, I mean, this could be any technology. I mean, this could be AI today. So we have 24 Center of Entrepreneurship. We have created for different technology and different domain. Now with this AI, the technology and domain has completely merged. So you can say each and every startup having some part or some component of AI as well.
Right.
So this AI is the new thing which has actually merged my all of 20, though we have created with the concept or there will be a different technology, different domain, but now you can say all is converted into the AI thing.
No, I have a bit of curiosity. So when you say tier 2, tier 3 towns, and entrepreneurs from these towns coming up, setting up these platforms, what they're doing is going to reflect what are the concerns of these geographies, smaller town India. If you can give some examples of what they are thinking, what they are working on, what's going on in the mind of small town India.
Okay, so one thing which is lacking in the small town, they have very lack of awareness among the government policy. Let us assume, for example, we have created AI mission, which has 7 pillars. So one pillar starts from, so if you think AI, so it has a stack, you can say. So 4 or 5 things are there. So first is compute facility, then innovation, then some vertical application, then finally wrappers or small applications. Now government is supporting through AI mission to all the verticals, which starts from infrastructure to wrappers.
Right.
For everything we have budget of more than 10,000 crore to support AI mission. Now today government of India is offering GPU, which is basic unit to create any generative AI model. I think this is 65 rupees per hour as per use.
At STPI facility?
So this is by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Anybody can use it. Well, GPI is not required to go to anywhere. Somebody who is working on some startup, wants to develop some generative AI model, sitting at home, they can also use this GPU facility.
Like a cloud facility.
It's like cloud. So it is available on cloud.
Right.
So 40% some subsidies being provided by the government. So I'm saying, so this tier 2, tier 3 cities, youngsters, they are not much aware about the government policy which they can use. They don't have that much of the exposure for global connect. They don't have the exposure to go to big conferences, technical conferences, even in the country. So these all we provide them. So we provide them any event which is happening across the country. Make STPI pavilion there, then they can come. So number of schemes we are running, like we run a scheme is called Leap Ahead, where we select around 100 startups from across the country. Out of those 100 startups, 50 we take to USA, Silicon Valley, to connect to them various mentors, technical expert, and from angel investors, from VCs. So this tier 2, tier 3, all the tier 2, tier 3 schemes help them to provide the good exposures.
Yeah. I'm told the Bhashani team is actually ready with their demo again. The Fluid AI already gave us a glimpse. We were when Arnab started the summit, he gave a broad view of what's happening in the world of AI. So while we got that glimpse of what's happening in India between Bhashani and Fluid AI, but still, much of what we are using is still from outside India. So how much time you think, as someone who has a very sort of a bird's eye view of India's software industry, how much time before we are at par with that global benchmark where our products are being used outside?
So that I said, this AI stack you can divide into 4. So one start from hardware infrastructure, which is in the form of GPU. The next is foundational model, which these people are creating.
I think as yet we don't have our own GPU, right?
No, we don't have a GPU. It will take a while to have the GPU. We don't. We have just created. We don't even fabricate even small chips.
Right.
The smallest chip you can think. So the first is CPUs or GPU. Yeah. The second is foundation model. Third is some vertical applications, and the fourth is wrappers. So since we have mastery in creating the applications, so that top portion, which is wrappers,
we're doing it.
We will be again leading to the world.
Right.
Then comes just below that, which is vertical integration. Fluid API, Bhashani, these people are trying to gauge this. It will take some time. Below that is the foundation model. So government has identified 4 companies, which is Sarvan, some Gyani, and one is Gyan. So 4 companies have already been identified the government. We are giving full support to them to create foundation model. And the last
model would be, just for the benefit of the youngsters here, something like
so Chat GPT has 2 parts. Chat GPT has 2 parts. One GPT is basically foundation model.
Right.
And Chat is the vertical application which I am talking.
Okay.
So there are 2 parts. So Chat and GPT,
right,
called Chat GPT. So this portion of GPT, 4 companies in India is working with the support of Ministry of Electronics, which is Sarvan, Gyani, and Gyan. These 3-4 companies are working on that. But GPU will take a lot of time because now we have created, there is a semicon policy, which was $10 billion US dollar, in which now government is planning.
The government is putting in $10 billion.
$10 billion, which is like a matching fund. If somebody wants to create a fabrication lab in this country, government give 50% is provided by the government of India. Some 20-30% is given by the.
There are already 3-4 fabs coming up.
Yes, 3-4 fabs are coming. This
Assam.
Yeah. So this is all coming with under this scheme only. This scheme is, as I told, 10 billion US dollar. And here government of India is providing support, and then some of the states is also providing support. So 50% support is being provided by the government of India, 20 to 30% support is being provided by the state government, rest is taken by that very company. So that it will take but a while. I mean, it's not easy. We are not getting difficult to say, but it will take time. So we should not even focus. We are not even focusing today. Our today focus is whether we can capture the whole market of applications, then the vertical applications, and we can create some Indian trained foundation model. Today, somebody is showing that if you say, please create from ChatGPT, you create a picture of Indian women, I don't know what it will create, because all data, it has been trained by the Western.
Right.
So now we have to train the model from our own data sets. So one of the pillar of India AI mission is data set as well.
Right.
So this is whole India AI mission, objective of India AI missions to create everything. We should create technologically sovereignty in this country, you can say. And data set, we have number of schemes, but this India AI mission has been particularly to create the India data set.
All right. Can we open the floor for a couple of questions?
Yeah, of course.
And then we can come back to the conversation. Any questions, particularly from the students? If you want to know what the government can do for you at your stage of career and studies, like if you are in a school, can the government help you in something?
Sir, my question is that, especially for the students, what will the AI benefit them with? Thank you, sir.
Okay. So, AI has multi dimensions. For a student, one thing is you are not required to learn now coding. So we have to learn Pascal, we have to learn C++, we have to learn Fortran. Now you just give the command and coding will happen.
Right.
So now you have to become more creative. You have to become more creative. AI can solve the problem, but it cannot create problem statement itself. It is our duty to create the problem statement. So AI should be used as a tool for human. It's not a replacement. Somebody was talking about the employment and all. I said, this human, they cannot replace the human. They can become, now AI is not actually no more a technology. It is like a tool.
Tool, right.
It is a blended of so many technologies. Yeah. But it is for human, it is a tool. So this student can also use as a tool either for their study or for creating any product. Now today you can start your startup. It doesn't matter whether you are BTech computer science or not, whether you know coding or not, but you have idea in your mind and you know how to solve this problem.
Yeah.
And what an idea. Idea is nothing basically.
They are already using ChatGPT to do their homework, right?
Right. They must be.
Are you using ChatGPT for finishing your homework? Hey, see, they have admitted.
So I can tell how much powerful is this. It is. You can say it is a third wave of revolution. First wave came when we say electricity was invented. So electricity could not have been invented. It might have taken 500 years to the same development which has happened in the 50 years.
Right.
Second revolution could be in terms of internet. If internet could not invented, then I think this could have taken 100 years what had happened in that last 10 years.
Right.
Same is true with AI. What development has to happen in 50 years, it will happen in the next 5 years.
Exactly.
So this is the, we used to call it a third wave of AI, and we should unlearn, learn and adapt. And this is what the concept for AI is. You must unlearn and learn and then adapt.
I think that's a fantastic note to finish this conversation with. And essentially, the essence of this conversation is that if you have to be on top of the game, you have to be agile, you have to adapt, and make sure that you are matching steps with the evolving technology and not get left out. Thank you so much, friends. Thank you, sir. Thank you. This week on Get Me Right, some untold stories of Narendra Modi's journey to becoming the longest-serving Prime Minister of the country after Jawaharlal Nehru for 2 consecutive terms, displacing Indira Gandhi. Also, can we have a nationalist AI? Is artificial intelligence also going to follow the existing geopolitical divisions of the world? And finally, is there anything called Dara Hua Musalman in the light of some developments? From Uttar Pradesh to Maharashtra to Kerala. This weekend, only on Republic TV.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो बंटवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
A terrifying afternoon at a Walmart store in Michigan. 11 people stabbed, several critically hurt. This after a man went on a violent rampage inside the store. Panic erupted around 4:45 p.m. local time when a man pulled a knife near the checkout lanes of the Walmart store and began stabbing customers at random. The crowded store quickly turning into a crime scene. 11 people were hurt, 6 in critical condition. Victims were rushed to the region's largest hospital as paramedics sealed off the store. A sheriff's deputy, along with courageous bystanders, restrained the attacker only minutes after the assault began. Officials continue to piece together the motive behind the brutal attack. The suspect remains in custody as the investigation proceeds.
The might of the Indian Armed Forces has been witnessed by these mighty hills. These mountains were the battleground during the Operation Vijay. This is the Tiger Hill. As close as we can get to it is from this point where we are reporting from 14,200 feet. But that peak, viewers, that is high altitude warfare that happened during the Kargil war, that is more than 17,000 feet. You can understand the challenges of the terrain just by any common man walking to up to this hill is so difficult that one completely falls short of breath. Imagine that our brave soldiers, our young soldiers were facing the enemy. They were witnessing bloodshed there. On the 2nd of July, information was received about the Pakistanis, the enemies occupying that peak. And on the 4th of July, the Indian Armed Forces captured it again. We'll try and zoom in to that post, and we'll show you how difficult that terrain would have been. And the hero, of course, was the one leading the Ghatak platoon, and he was from the 18 Grenadiers, Grenadier Yogendra Singh Yadav, who, despite suffering bullets, despite losing more and more members of his platoon, he unfurled the Tiranga on that top. And as we speak, viewers, we are also going to pan and show you the Trishul top and the Trishul ridge. That is of utmost importance, viewers. Why is it important? Because this area, these hills were used during the Operation Sindoor as well. And behind this Trishul, viewers, behind the Trishul, it looks like a trident. So behind this Trishul is the line of control. In fact, we are just almost a kilometer away from the LOC.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Deadly stampede at Mansa Devi Temple in Haridwar. 6 people dead, several injured. Rescue operations are currently underway and the probe has been ordered. Speeding car rams into scooter in Noida. Minor is dead, 2 injured. 2 accused have been arrested so far. Republic TV confronts the accused. As BCCI maintains stunning silence over Asia Cup controversy, Republic TV continues the campaign for no cricket with Pakistan. India says nation first always. Adulterated food items being sold rampantly in the country. India is facing the biggest health crisis. PM Modi visits Cholapuram temple in Tamil Nadu to honour the legacy of Chola dynasty. Indian origin man in Australia brutally assaulted with machete by a group of teenagers in Australia's Melbourne. We have an update coming in as far as Noida hit and run case is concerned. A tragic accident has come to light from Noida in Uttar Pradesh, where a speeding car collided with a scooty, resulting in the death of a minor girl, while 2 others sustained injuries and are reported to be in critical condition. Now, UP police have seized the vehicle and the accused, identified as Yash Sharma and Abhishek Rawat. Both students have been arrested in this case. In fact, Republic TV's Sahil Bamri has confronted both the accused who were present in the middle of the police car. Both the accused were hiding their faces on camera and evaded Republic TV's tough and pointed questions. Listen into what they said.
अभिषेक रावत और यश शर्मा को पुलिस कोर्ट लेकर जा रही है। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं गाड़ी के अंदर दोनों एक्यूज मौजूद हैं। BMW कार को यश शर्मा चला रहे थे, साथ में अभिषेक बैठे हुए थे। बातचीत भी करने की कोशिश करते हैं। यश क्या आपने शराब पी थी यश जिस समय आप गाड़ी चला रहे थे? देखिए दोनों ने अपने चेहरे छुपा रखे हैं। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि अभिषेक इधर बैठे हुए हैं और उस वाली साइड पे जो है यश बैठे हुए हैं, अपना चेहरा छिपाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हम यश से भी बातचीत कोशिश करते हैं। यश देखिए फिलहाल इन दोनों को नोएडा सेक्टर 20 थाने से अब कोर्ट लेकर पुलिस निकल चुकी है। इनको कोर्ट में प्रोड्यूस किया जाएगा क्योंकि कल रात के समय ये दोनों तेज़ रफ्तार कार में सवार थे। यश शर्मा BMW कार को चला रहे थे। नोएडा सेक्टर 30 के पास जब ये पहुँचते हैं तो वहाँ पे एक स्कूटी चालक को ज़ोरदार टक्कर मार दी जाती है, जिसमें 5 साल की बच्ची की मृत्यु हो चुकी है। जो अन्य 2 लोग हैं उनको अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया गया है, उनका इलाज चल रहा है। अभिषेक रावत और यश शर्मा को पुलिस कोर्ट लेकर जा रही है। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं गाड़ी के अंदर दोनों एक्यूज मौजूद हैं। BMW कार को यश शर्मा चला रहे थे, साथ में अभिषेक बैठे हुए थे। बातचीत भी करने की कोशिश करते हैं। यश क्या आपने शराब पी थी यश जिस समय आप गाड़ी चला रहे थे? देखिए दोनों ने अपने चेहरे छुपा रखे हैं। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि अभिषेक इधर बैठे हुए हैं और उस वाली साइड पे जो है यश बैठे हुए हैं, अपना चेहरा छिपाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हम यश से भी बातचीत कोशिश करते हैं। यश देखिए फिलहाल इन दोनों को नोएडा सेक्टर 20 थाने से अब कोर्ट लेकर पुलिस निकल चुकी है। इनको कोर्ट में प्रोड्यूस किया जाएगा क्योंकि कल रात के समय ये दोनों तेज़ रफ्तार कार में सवार थे। यश शर्मा BMW कार को चला रहे थे। नोएडा सेक्टर 30 के पास जब ये पहुँचते हैं तो वहाँ पे एक स्कूटी चालक को ज़ोरदार टक्कर मार दी जाती है, जिसमें 5 साल की बच्ची की मृत्यु हो चुकी है। जो अन्य 2 लोग हैं उनको अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया गया है, उनका इलाज चल रहा है।
Republic TV is there on the ground and my colleague Sahil brings you this detailed report from the accident site as well. Take a look.
नोएडा में एक बार फिर से तेज रफ्तार का कहर देखने को मिला है, जहां तेज रफ्तार BMW कार ने 5 साल की मासूम बच्चे की जान ले ली। ये पूरा जो हादसा था बीती रात नोएडा सेक्टर 30 के एक हॉस्पिटल के सामने होता है। इस वक्त मैं घटनास्थल पे मौजूद हूँ। तस्वीरों के माध्यम से मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा, स्कूटी पे सवार जीजा साला और 5 साल की मासूम बच्ची हॉस्पिटल से बाहर निकल रहे थे। बच्ची को दवाई दिलवाने के बाद जब वो इस जगह पे पहुँचते हैं तो इसी जगह पे पीछे से तेज रफ्तार BMW कार आती है और यहीं पर ही स्कूटी सवार को जोरदार टक्कर मार दी जाती है, जिसमें तीनों लोग जो हैं गंभीर रूप से घायल हो जाते हैं। इस पूरे मामले की जानकारी पुलिस को दी जाती है। पुलिस मौके पे पहुंचती है, घायलों को अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया जाता है, लेकिन तब तक 5 साल की मासूम बच्ची की मृत्यु हो चुकी थी। जीजा और साला जो कि स्कूटी पे सवार थे, उन दोनों को अलग अलग अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया गया है, जिनकी हालत नाजुक बनी हुई है। डॉक्टर्स इलाज कर रहे हैं।
Well, there on the screen, you can see those are the two accused, Yash and Abhishek, who have been arrested as far as this case is concerned. Look at how much damage that Scooty has sustained, and that clearly shows the impact on the Scooty when this BMW rammed into it late last night. And this incident happened around 12:30 yesterday in Noida in Uttar Pradesh. Let me now go across to my colleague Chandrakala, who's been joining us from the police station where those two accused are currently at. Chandrakala, firstly, tell us about the health condition of two men who have received injuries, and other than that, what the police is saying as far as the investigation is concerned.
Well, of course, the police is, of record, is saying there is no such official confirmation from the police side yet. But yes, investigation is underway. But what we have learned is that right now, as we are in front of the police station here at Sector Noida, Sector 20 Noida, we've learned that the car, the BMW car, the black BMW car that was seized by the police officials here, are right behind this particular police station, which is we have learned that the car has been stationed somewhere behind.
All right, we'll try and connect that line with my colleague Chandrakala, who's there at the police station. Just a while back, in fact, these two individuals that you can see on the screen, Yash and Abhishek Yadav, were taken to the court. They will be produced there before the court, and their custody will likely be sought by the police for further interrogation as far as this case is concerned. But what my colleague Chandrakala has told us so far is that the police is saying that these two accused were in drunken state when this incident happened. And ironically, the two individuals, in fact, 3 individuals were there on the Scooty. The father of the victim and her uncle, they took her to the hospital for a checkup. And as they were returning from PGI in Noida, right outside gate number 3 is where this incident took place, and this BMW car that was being driven in a drunken state by Yash and Abhishek Rawat, they hit the scooter. The 5-year-old girl lost her life in this. In fact, fatal road accidents involving high-speed luxury cars are becoming alarmingly frequent in the country, with many of these crashes linked to reckless or intoxicated driving. From Pune in Maharashtra to Gujarat and now to the national capital region, many accidents of luxury killing have been reported in the last 1 year. Take a look. In fact, as you remember, this is the incident that took place in Pune in Maharashtra last year, when this VVIP brat, son of a very well-known realtor there, it crashed into the two-wheeler of the IT, in fact, a girl and a boy. And this one is coming from Vadodara in Gujarat, where this hit-and-run horror took place. And this video that you can see in the screen had gone viral on social media, with the person who was driving the car yelling, "Another round, another round." And this is one of the many shocking hit-and-run horror cases that have come to the fore in the last 1 year. Now look at this one that happened just few days back. This was in Alirajpur in Madhya Pradesh, and the man driving this black car is son of a Congress MLA there in Madhya Pradesh, and he rammed into the police constable who asked him to stop the car as he was driving without a number plate. Now this one is from the national capital, where this VVIP killer rammed into an innocent man who was walking on the road, and he was just crossing the road. And look at the intensity with which this car hits into this person. A very shocking incident that has come to the fore from national capital. Now shifting our focus, during a public speech in Tamil Nadu, Prime Minister Narendra Modi hailed a success of Operation Sindoor. Listen into what he said.
हमें हमारी नेवी को, हमारी डिफेंस फोर्सेस को मजबूत बनाना होगा, हमें नए अवसरों को तलाशना होगा और इस सबके साथ ही अपने मूल्यों को, उसको भी सहेज कर रखना होगा। साथियों, आज का भारत अपनी सुरक्षा को सर्वोपरि रखता है। अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने देखा है कि कोई अगर भारत की सुरक्षा और संप्रभुता पर हमला करता है तो भारत उसे कैसे जवाब देता है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने दिखा दिया है कि भारत के दुश्मनों के लिए, आतंकवादियों के लिए अब कोई ठिकाना सुरक्षित नहीं है। और आज जब मैं हेलीपैड से यहां आ रहा था, 3-4 किलोमीटर का रास्ता काटते हुए, और अचानक मैंने देखा एक बड़ा रोड शो बन गया और हर एक के मुंह से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का जय जयकार हो रहा था। ये पूरे देश में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने एक नई चेतना जगाई है, नया आत्मविश्वास पैदा किया है और दुनिया को भी भारत की शक्ति को स्वीकार करना पड़ रहा है।
Now shifting our focus at a time when India observed the 26th anniversary of Kargil Vijay Divas, honoring the supreme sacrifice of our soldiers, news has come in that India will play Pakistan in Asia Cup 2025, scheduled at a neutral venue in UAE next month. Now, as the nation remembers the bravery of our jawans who fought and fell for the flag, this decision has sparked outrage in the country. Many are asking, can cricket diplomacy justify sporting ties with a country that continues to bleed us through terror? On one hand, we strike terror bases across the border. On the other, we pad up for a match with the very same enemy. And this is not just about cricket, it's a question of national resolve as well. Cricket with Pakistan at a time like this, is it not just tone deaf? It's completely unacceptable, with many saying that nation should come first. Now have a look at the reaction that has come from the family of terror victims. Listen into what they have to say on this Asia Cup 2025 plot.
That we need not to play cricket with Pakistan. Further, as you know, some previous viewers said, it's all about multi-billion, billion-dollar industry, kind of 1,000 crore plus. There are betting apps, there are large business houses. We have direct or indirect interest in playing cricket. So it's more about the money rather than the national interest. So we need to stop that. Also, we should try to push the media houses who are, sponsoring ads to don't show ad on, India-Pakistan channel when the match happens. And also we need to request the viewers, we need to boycott completely India-Pakistan match if at all it happens.
It's been only 3 months since the Pahalgam incident happened. Our politicians, they are speaking up in, on international forums about this. And at this time, a game just for some TRP or some amount of money, some profits, I don't think this is required. BCCI is the biggest cricket control board in the in the whole world, and I don't think BCCI needs this. We don't need Pakistan to get TRP. We have to put sanctions on them in all manners. We cannot be specific that okay, we will not talk to them, but on the other hand, we'll play cricket with them.
And meanwhile, the politics is heating over the issue, with the opposition parties questioning the central government's position over cricket diplomacy with Pakistan. Listen in to what the Congress party has to say.
अगर ये मैच होता है तो ये सिर्फ फेलियर सरकार का नहीं है, ये फेलियर बीसीसीआई का भी है कि एक तरफ आज कारगिल दिवस है, आज हम जो हमारे आर्म फोर्सेस की वीर गाथा है उसको हम याद करते हैं और जो लोग शहीद हुए देश की लड़ाई में उनको नमन करते हैं, उनका ध्यान करते हैं। और उसी दिन पाकिस्तान के इंटीरियर मिनिस्टर जो पीसीबी के प्रेसिडेंट हैं ये अनाउंस करते हैं कि एशिया कप होने वाला है यूएई में। कल ही सीडीएस ने कहा, हमारे देश के सीडीएस ने कहा ऑपरेशन सिंदूर इज स्टिल ऑनगोइंग। तो क्या हर देशवासी को इसमें हिस्सा लेकर पाकिस्तान को लेकर कोई भी वार्तालाप करनी चाहिए? जब कोई और कल्चरल रिलेशन हमने कैंसिल कर दिए, उनके यूट्यूब चैनल्स ब्लॉक कर दिए, उनको हमने ट्विटर पे ब्लॉक कर दिया, तो किस तरीके से बीसीसीआई को ये अलाउ किया जा रहा है कि इंडिया और पाकिस्तान के बीच में मैच हो? हम लोग सब, सिर्फ मैं ही नहीं, देश का हर एक नागरिक इसका विरोध करेगा क्योंकि आग अभी भी ज्वलंत है पहलगाम के बाद।
मेरा पहले से ही स्टैंड रहा है कि अगर आप नहीं खेल रहे तो कोई भी बायलैटरल नहीं खेल रहे तो मेरे ख्याल में इंटरनेशनल इवेंट्स भी नहीं खेलना चाहिए, जहाँ तक ये मेरा मानना है। बट लेकिन गवर्नमेंट क्या डिसाइड करेगी, बोर्ड क्या डिसाइड करेगी, वही होगा।
देखिए, ये सब चीज़ें सेंटर का विषय है। उन्होंने पहले भी इस तरह का एक मैच होने वाला था, वो रद्द किया था। मुझे लगता है आगे भी सरकार ऐसा ही कोई फैसला लेगी। हमारी सरकार सक्षम है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से पाकिस्तान को बहुत करारा जवाब मिला था और आगे भी सरकार जो तय करेगी, हमारे नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार, वो भारत के हित में होगा।
In fact, these are not just reactions coming in from the opposition parties, but people across the country are also showing these sentiments as far as this match with Pakistan is concerned. They are saying that at a time when the Pahalgam terror attack has taken place, in that backdrop now there should be no such match with Pakistan that should be played by the country. So these are the reactions that are coming in from the Congress party, from Shiv Sena as well, where the leaders are saying that these matches should not be played with Pakistan. And this comes at a time when India has observed the 26th anniversary of Kargil Divas, honoring the supreme sacrifice of the soldiers. At that time, the news has come in that India will play with Pakistan in the Asia Cup 2025, which will take place at the neutral venue in UAE. So as the nation remembers the bravery of Jawans who fought and fell for the flag, this decision has sparked outrage with people across the country. In fact, saying that in the backdrop of the Pahalgam terror attack, the visuals of which you can see on the screen that took place in April earlier this year, that shook the nation. In that backdrop, this match with Pakistan should not take place. In fact, we have the callers joining in. Vasudevan from Chennai, thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. What do you have to say about the match that India is going to play with Pakistan? Many are saying that it should not be played in the backdrop of Pahalgam terror attack. What do you have to say on this?
Ma'am, it's my humble opinion that any sport for that matter with Pakistan should not be played for over the next 2 decades. This is simplest of the things that we can do. And the thing is, BCCI is in today such a strong position. It's because of the stakeholders. The public are stakeholders, so are all these, so also the sponsors. So the BCCI should take the public opinion into cognizance, and a referendum should be made out by public. Republic to the public and take their opinion on this.
Right.
And the referendum would be the best thing that I suggest for Republic to take some action.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Vasudevan, for speaking to us. Let me now go across to Sukumar, who's joining us live in the broadcast from Bengaluru. Sir, for people of the country, cricket is not just a game. It's an emotion. It's a religion for many of the people. How do you see this match that India is going to play with Pakistan next month?
Well, I will tell you, it should be an absolute no. No means no.
Right.
Even considering, there should not even be a consideration as to whether we should play or not. It's unfortunate that there are some vested interests who are looking at profit ratios. this is not the time to make money or look into profits. If the sponsors are going to lose, they have to sacrifice.
Absolutely. And how do you look at the silence that is, complete silence that has come in from BCCI as far as this entire matter is concerned? On one hand, people are saying that there should be no match with Pakistan, but now we have the dates also confirmed as far as this match is concerned. Complete silence from BCCI. Your reaction on that?
That's where BCCI is looking for further interest. Their interest is to earn more money through this. It's a very simple. There's no rocket science in that. It clearly shows they are not bothered about the innocent who have been killed. They're not worried about that. That's something that's been brushed under the carpet as far as they're concerned.
Absolutely. So Kumar from Bangalore says that there should be a big no to this match with Pakistan. Let me now go across to Varaprasad, who joins us from Hyderabad. How do you look at this match that India is going to play? The kin of terror victims, they are also saying that there should be no such match with Pakistan in the backdrop of what has happened only a few months back. Your reaction on this, sir?
Yeah, actually, madam, I am in line with what the victims' families are thinking. We shouldn't be playing any sport, leave alone cricket, any sport with Pakistan. Cricket being a big sport, we should definitely not be playing. I am surprised and shocked that BCCI has taken this decision to conduct it in a neutral venue. The Belgaum attack, no one can forget. My heart goes out to the victims. I still feel the pain. BCCI is a very rich organization with so much of money, and we can still do away with that tournament at all, if at all it calls. I am strictly for a no match with Pakistan. At my level, I have decided not to watch that match live. That is the least I can do as a solidarity to the victims.
Absolutely. Thank you, Varaprasad from Hyderabad. Let me go across to Dr. Sonia from Haryana. How do you look at this match with Pakistan? Because many in India, people we've been speaking to are saying that in the backdrop of Pahalgam terror attack, such match should not be played. Your reaction? Ma'am, could you reduce the volume of your television set? We cannot hear you properly. And can you repeat what you just said now?
Yes. We should never play with Pakistan. They always killed our citizens, always killed our army men. Then why? Is money so important?
Right. So many of the callers that we are speaking to are saying that this is a big no to this match with Pakistan. Let me go across to Srinivas from Karnataka. How do you look at this match that we will be playing with Pakistan? Do you think at this point, in the backdrop of the terror attack that has happened and everything that has happened in the last few months, there is a need for India to play with Pakistan?
I think we should not play with Pakistan, ma'am. Not only cricket, any of the matches. Because this government, I have seen since the beginning, as the Prime Minister always quotes that like nation is first. And he always mentions in every speech. I think it's many of the young people are inspired with this, his word, nation is first. But when it comes to cricket, I think we should not have a second thought of having a match playing with Pakistan. Not only with cricket, of any of the match. And the country who has actually, we are the victim of the since 1947, and many soldiers have died, many civilians have died, many people have died in Jammu Kashmir and other places. So I think we as a country, I think everybody is in a mood not to play a cricket or any matches with the Pakistan. I think that's the stand I think everybody is taking.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Let me go across to Jayant from the National Capital. Many callers that we are speaking to saying that this is completely unacceptable. This match should be cancelled with Pakistan. Your reaction to this?
Hello.
Sir, we can hear you. Could you tell us what you think about this match with Pakistan? Many are saying that this is unacceptable. What do you have to say on this, Mr. Jayant?
This was, this has been going on since past 3-4 days. Mr. Arnab Goswami had taken up the matter almost 3-4 days back. I thought that it should have been called off by now. But I'm surprised to find that it is still lingering on. Why isn't they taking up a decision?
it should have been taken up a decision long back, because after all, BCCI is also a part of Indian national. So why should so many people have to ask this for a ban? Aren't they aware of what all happened? So I don't know how this should happen. The ban has to be there.
Absolutely. So many are saying that there should be cancellation of this match. Let me now also go across to Satish Bhatt from Mysore. Sir, two sort of reactions are coming in. One sort of people are saying that there should be cancellation of match. The match is completely unacceptable. On the other hand, many are saying that it's cricket. It should be kept separate from what is happening between India and Pakistan. Your reaction?
Madam, the action of our cricketers and celebrities are not acceptable, because we should see nation as first. Nation is supreme. It is more greater than our cricket. These cricketers, they have to express their anguish at playing against the enemy country like Pakistan, who has done the brutal carnage of our people. I do not accept this. Before the nation decides to ban the cricket, these cricketers should ban playing cricket against Pakistan. They should decide it. But unfortunately, this kind of patriotism is not seen in our cricketers. They play cricket just for money. There is no contribution from them to our country. So I do not accept this. We should not play against Pakistan in whatever form, whether it is a test or T20 or whatever it is.
Absolutely, we should not play with Pakistan is the general statement, that sentiment that we are getting from the ground. Let me also now go across to Cecil David from Indore. Many are asking, is cricket above the nation? Should a nation come first and should there be a match between India and Pakistan? What do you have to say on this, Mr. David? All right, let me try and connect that line with Mr. David. Let me go across to Amit from Nagpur. What do you have to say on this? Many are saying that cricket, is cricket above the nation? Should our nation not come first? What do you have to say on this, Mr. Amit?
Ma'am, neither our politicians nor our BCCI members are so dumb and fool to understand that any financial activity with Pakistan directly leads to financing the terrorism. So, if by playing cricket with them, we are financing the terrorism against our own country and against our own national interest, it's completely not acceptable at all. I mean, it doesn't matter if we don't play against Pakistan, if we lose some money or some credibility or anything like that in cricketing arena, doesn't matter to India at all. But playing with Pakistan, it's directly financing the terrorism against our own people and against our own national interest. So, I mean, 100% we are opposed to this, that the match should not happen at all. We should not play any form of sports, now not only cricket, any game against Pakistan. But if it is helping Pakistan to earn any kind of money, we should not do any kind of such activities.
Absolutely. So the general sentiment among the people of the country is that there should be no match between India and Pakistan, especially in the backdrop of Pahalgam terror attack. That should not be forgotten. Thank you so much to all our callers for giving us their perspective. Now, let's tell you about the top national stories of the day in under 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
IMD has issued a yellow alert for Mumbai, Thane and Palghar, warning of thunderstorm, lightning, moderate rainfall and gusty winds up to 50 kilometers per hour in isolated areas. And this alert is in effect through the weekend as the monsoon activity intensifies across the state of Maharashtra. Several regions, including Raigad, Ratnagiri, are under the orange alerts due to the heavier rainfall forecast. The NHRC has issued a notice to Rajasthan government over the collapse of a government school there yesterday that killed 7 students and injured 28 others. Citing reports of ignored warnings about the building's poor condition, the commission has called it a serious human rights lapse and demanded a detailed report within 2 weeks on the incident, including the accountability and the compensation steps for the kin of those who lost their lives. The Supreme Court is all set to hear Justice Yashwant Verma's plea on Monday, challenging the in-house inquiry report that recommended his impeachment over a cash recovery case. He claims that process was biased, violated natural justice and denied him a fair hearing in this case. The court will examine the plea's maintainability and the legality of the in-house procedure. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, as BCCI maintains stunning silence over Asia Cup controversy, Republic TV continues its campaign for no cricket with Pakistan as India comes first.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful address. And in fact, this is an incisive beginning to the summit that promises impact. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's start with the opening session, Building Bhashini, Channelizing Indian AI Architecture. And join me in welcoming, in fact, the driving force behind Bhashini, Mr. Amitabh Nag. I would welcome him on the stage for this conversation, for this address that we will be having. Thank you so much, sir.
Very good morning, and thank you, Arnab and Republic TV, for having me here. You know, it's a great privilege to be addressing the gathering here and the channel, which is actually doing quite a lot of good for the country. I stand here as a Chief Executive Officer of Digital India Bhashini Division, which is basically an independent business division under Digital India Corporation, a Section 8 company under Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. We are here to what is called as transcending the language barrier. Bhashini is actually looking at how do we transcend the language barrier. India has got 22 languages which are there in the constitution, and then we have, about 100 plus language which is being spoken by multiple people. And then there are more languages which are actually dialects as well as tribal languages. We inherently solve, 5 basic problems which is there. We are basically looking at computer or digital systems to understand what you speak. So it is about, automatic speech recognition. We are also looking at, can the computer translate something which is built up or which is encoded in one language to another language. So that is about text to text. Then we are looking at, can computers interact with you, or can digital systems interact with you in your own language, that is text to speech. And then we have a lot of printed material which is actually all around. So can the computer be able to read that into a machine readable format? And we are also looking at whether the handwritten or the scenic text can be written. The next objective which we have, which is the fifth objective, is to actually create digital dictionary of the Indian languages into the system. And you would understand this better when I try to describe how do we went about building this. This was announced as a mission by Honorable Finance Minister, and it was basically thought of as an AI system, to be built through in about 2021. When we were working on that particular system, we had figured out that at that point of time, AI was not democratized. So we went across to about 70 odd research institutes which had the footprint of AI and NLP in them. And we, started building the solution along with them. And we have now actually created 22 languages models. We have actually created, a platform which deliver these 22 languages as APIs and service IDs, and this is available today to the people for various e-governance and service delivery activities. So right now, what do we have? We have already called 3 billion inferences on our system. That means 3 billion times language was not a barrier. There were inferences which were drawn up on the system. We have an application called Bhashini app, which is actually translating one language to other, and you can download it from App Store and Play Store. And this has got 1 million download today. We had, as I said, collaborated with the higher education institutes. So there are 70 odd higher education institutes with whom we have been collaborating to build this platform. So it is like democratizing AI to an extent which was never imagined before. 70 odd institutes have contributed in building this. We have 36 languages on text today, 24 on voice. So that is the platform which is there. We have 100 plus use cases and 41 plus language services in our platform. So this is something which has been built by us, for us, solving our own problems. And as we go by, we would give some demonstrations to you to show that what we are aiming at. Now, having done this, we have actually built up a few products which are there. So Anuvad is basically text-to-text translation, and it gives other glimpse of other feature. It is available to all of you. anuvad.bhashini.gov.in is the URL. Chitra Anuvad is video translation. You can translate one video to 22 languages, videos. Then you have Lekha Anuvad, where I was talking about reading the document and taking it across. Then we have a mobile app. Then we have translation plugin. Translation plugin is a plugin which will get onto your website and convert it into 22 languages using AI-based system. And then we have Vani Anuvad. Vani Anuvad will be demonstrated live today. We are having, I can speak in English and it will get translated into Hindi or any other language through an AI agent. And the system which has been set up is actually doing that. When we go to the next set of activity, which is basically looking at, so this is the customer engagement which we have. Vani Anuvad is, as I said, a public addressing system. Which is used. Then you have Abhilek. Abhilek is a transcription. So as I am speaking, it is getting transcribed here. If you see the screen, we will basically be able to show it to you display to you on what has been transcribed. So that is Abhilek, and this is today being used in Parliament. Parliament, if you go to the PIB website, Parliament is using a version of it to transcribe what is happening. So that is on the floor language this is being used. And then we have the next thing, which is audiobook. That means if you put across a PDF, it will start speaking in Telugu, Tamil, or the language which you want to speak, right? This is another product which we have. Then we have mobile app. Of course, all of you can use the mobile app to converse wherever you go. Then we have Chitra Anuvad, I talked about, video translation. Then I was something which we are experimenting today. This will be soon available, which is Bachi. That means I can set my own language on my phone, and somebody else is speaking in any language will get translated to my language when I am speaking in phone. So that's something which we are wanting to do, and it will soon be launched in the thing. And then, of course, I talked about plugin. Plugin is basically a plugin which actually sits across on the website and converts it into 22 languages. And Anuvad I talked about, this you can use. But most important thing is about the use cases which we have built up. One of the use cases which I am talking about is e-Gram Swaraj. So e-Gram Swaraj is, ERP for panchayats. 2.7 lakh panchayats which are in the country work on this ERP to get the reports and get the, do day-to-day activities here. This was all in English before we intervened and made it to 22 languages. So you can see the difference which we have made from on the last mile to make the society inclusive. The second one is the Central Public Grievances System. This is a system where you can actually put in your grievance and you can speak out your grievance, and it goes to the Department of Administrative Reforms, which actually gets the answers there. So there is again, CP grants which is there. Now, in Rajasthan, we encountered a typical problem. There are systems in the hospitals which were supposed to record the birth data as such, and many of the nurses were doing it because of the digital side. So we gave a system to do a voice-enabled form entry, which actually, this is a typical case of digital inclusion, people who are living on the other side of digital divide. Every Aadhaar enrollment and update service goes through us. We come to the next one. We have 12 crore farmers in the country. And every 4 months, Honorable Prime Minister transfers 2,000 rupees to them through a benefit transfer. Now, even 1% of them, if they have a problem, in getting the money, they would have perhaps gone around all this to figure out what is the problem. We have given them a chatbot, right now available in 13 languages, 22 languages, and they can ask, "Mujhe kist nahi mili, what is the challenge?" And this chatbot would answer what is there. We are also a system by which, the feedback can be taken on AI-based system, which is basically be used to take the farmer's thing. Another interesting thing which we had was, there is a Kisan credit which is given on the parcel of land which the farmer owns. Now that is in vernacular language in the state database. Banks don't understand that language. So with Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, we developed a platform called frictionless credit. There the land part presented to the bank for the loan, and theoretically you can get the loan in a day now, which was translating and then giving it back. This is the bank chatbot which SBI today is, their website is multilingual, and we will get more, products, etc. on a basis. UPI 123 is a very unique system. We had a voice journey for payment. Imagine a person, a use case which was imagined was that a person coming from the village comes to the city, earns 100 rupees, at the end of the day he wants to transfer money to spokes. Now if both the people are on UPI, conduct this payment through a voice journey, accepting the touch phone, the phone is used for pins, pin transmission, and that means you can also use touch phones, not a smartphone, to transfer money here. Then you have Jan Manrega and e-Shram portal accessibility. This is, of course, Jan Manrega. Job card speaks out. So again, living on the other side of it is taking this off. Then, Then we have, tourism and public information. We were active participant in Kumbh. We created the Kumbh chatbot, which was used again to figure out what is the information which is being in the city of Allahabad about the Kumbh. We worked, whenever we are doing these systems, there are nuances which come in. Kumbh has approximately about 400 words which is only used in Kumbh, and that needed to be customized. Like akhada is a different proposition in Kumbh than what is there in normal sense, right? Then, Rail Madad and NTEs are 11 languages today. So you can launch, put in your grievance in your own language, which was available in Hindi and English till now. We are, we are going to cover these languages, which is basically a large language base. And then, of course, we are empowering startups to actually use this. So this is another phase of work we are doing. And this is the, startup community which we are working upon. So, there is a large community which is basically being, discussed and taken up.
Without wasting time, let me just get into the main demonstration flow that we have set up for this particular session is Bhashini, as sir talked about, that Bhashini for 22 scheduled Indian languages, building AI models at Arnab sir said, ground up on the Indian data so that we can actually differentiate between मैं जा रहा हूँ और मैं जा रहा हूँ is getting captured properly in an Indian accent. So we are just starting the demo by mentioning the Bhashini's elite, that tie-up that we did with the Parliament Lok Sabha Secretariat, and we named it as Sansad Bhashini. That Bhashini is specifically tailored, trained for the Lok Sabha Secretariat, and the first challenge that we took up was the first to 7th Lok Sabha documents. At that time, when India got independence, it was getting written by a pen, pencil. The statements made by honorable members at that time was omitted, circled, and it was typed using a old style typewriter. And it was very tough to OCR it. If the technical fraternity is there, that OCRing a digital document is very easy. If it's having a printed, or you can say a very digitized format. But first to 7 Lok Sabha documents were tilted, curved. The OCR was a challenge, so they spent 3-4 years in the research. So Bhashini came up with the solution. You can see in front of you there is a workbench we developed through a hackathon called Sansad Spardha. It's Granthika. And we are now rolling out a hackathon that on the left hand side there is a first to 7th Lok Sabha document, and on the right hand side you can see an editor. So now these students of Delhi University are going to digitize these documents through voice, powered by Bhashini ASR APIs, endpoints. On the left hand side, there is a document, and on the right hand side, if you start speaking, the text will come up. And the challenge that these documents were, it is in Hindi, English, and Urdu. And we have to retain the layouts at the 2-column layout. You can see there is a 2-column layout. It's very hard to detect the OCR thing. So we developed this workbench through a startup challenge, and it is now getting used in the Lok Sabha to digitize the first to 7th Lok Sabha documents. And further, it is being extended to digitize the manuscripts that is written on the leaves. You cannot OCR it. So using Bhashini ASR APIs, this particular workbench is being used. Talking about Sansad Bhashini, a lot of problem statements were coming from the Lok Sabha Secretariat's early adopter of the AI solutions developed by Bhashini. They said that we are having some kind of rule of parliamentary procedures, and it's very hard to always reference it one by one because that's a book of around 1,000 pages. So can we actually build a bot on top of it? So that's what we built, a chatbot for the parliamentary procedures that honorable members can use. We usually see the interaction in the parliament where we have to reference the rules of the parliamentary procedures. I'll quickly show you one demo. We called it as the Sansad Bhashini chatbot that will be soon rolled out for the honorable members and the Lok Sabha Secretariat. I've asked one question, a basic question. It's working? Yeah. So I'll ask a basic question that we all can relate is, there are different committees in the parliament. So I'll ask a basic question. इस संसद में मामलों की जांच के लिए समितियों के गठन करने के क्या नियम हैं? मतलब what is the process to create a committee on a specific project? संसद में कमिटियों का गठन करने के लिए क्या नियम है, मुझे प्लीज बताइए. It's typing. So this is what the technology, meanwhile the response is coming. The Bhashini ASR API comes into the picture and it recognizes my intent and my voice. It's taken to the LLM where this rule of parliamentary procedures vector database is there. It will draft answer, it will come up with the answer. So it's there.
मैं कॉरेजन से माया हूँ और मैं भारतीय संसद की प्रक्रियाओं से संबंधित आपके प्रश्नों में सहायता कर सकती हूँ। भारतीय संसद में कमेटियों का गठन निम्नलिखित नियमों के अनुसार किया जा सकता है। स्वेत राज्यसभा नियम और लोकसभा नियम के प्रावधानों के अनुसार।
So this is the one use case of the chatbot. Just imagine like if I use the same Bhashini stack on an IVRS, how it works. So let me just dial to Sansad Bhashini. Same WhatsApp number is being used as an IVRS also.
Thank you for reaching out to the Indian Parliament helpline. How may I assist you today?
मुझे जानना है संसद में पार्लियामेंट्री कमिटीज के गठन के क्या नियम होते हैं?
Just to confirm, did you ask about सांसद में पार्लियामेंट्री कमिटीज के गठन के नियम?
हाँ.
Are we still on the call? Can you hear me?
हाँ, मैंने जो पूछा उसका जवाब चाहिए.
पार्लियामेंट्री कमिटीज का गठन कुछ नियमों के अनुसार होता है, जैसे कि राज्यसभा और लोकसभा के रूल्स ऑफ प्रोसीजर, संसद के अधिनियम या किसी प्रस्ताव के माध्यम से.
So it was just a power like Bhashini ASR came into the picture, then the LLM, and then we gave a voice to the content that was retrieved. This is how we are cracking a biggest problem of converting that 1,000-pager book into a chatbot system that can be easily accessed to the Lok Sabha. With that, it was Sansad Bhashini. We are building Bhashini for each customer. We are working for telecommunication. There is a telecommunication Bhashini. We work with ONDC as well. So I'll give you a quick demo of what we built for ONDC. The problem statement shared with us was, एक छोटा दुकानदार, if he want to create his own portfolio and onboarding on an e-commerce platform called ONDC, can it be done? So with that, we created a chatbot for them also. So yeah, with that, we're closing and we'll be setting up the Vani Anuvad because we really want to show you how we can communicate with Arnab sir from English to Bengali. So we will be doing that. Thank you.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
The might of the Indian Armed Forces has been witnessed by these mighty hills. These mountains were the battleground during the Operation Vijay. This is the Tiger Hill. As close as we can get to it is from this point where we are reporting from 14,200 feet. But that peak, viewers, that is high altitude warfare that happened during the Kargil war, that is more than 17,000 feet. You can understand the challenges of the terrain just by any common man walking to up to this hill is so difficult that one completely falls short of breath. Imagine that our brave soldiers, our young soldiers were facing the enemy. They were witnessing bloodshed there. On the 2nd of July, information was received about the Pakistanis, the enemies occupying that peak. And on the 4th of July, the Indian Armed Forces captured it again. We'll try and zoom in to that post, and we'll show you how difficult that terrain would have been. And the hero, of course, was the one leading the Ghatak platoon, and he was from the 18 Grenadiers, Grenadier Yogendra Singh Yadav, who, despite suffering bullets, despite losing more and more members of his platoon, he unfurled the Tiranga on that top. And as we speak, viewers, we are also going to pan and show you the Trishul top and the Trishul ridge. That is of utmost importance, viewers. Why is it important? Because this area, these hills were used during the Operation Sindoor as well. And behind this Trishul, viewers, behind the Trishul, it looks like a trident. So behind this Trishul is the line of control. In fact, we are just almost a kilometer away from the LOC.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
IMD has issued a yellow alert for Mumbai, Thane and Palghar, warning of thunderstorm, lightning and moderate rainfall and gusty wind up to 50 km per hour in isolated areas. This alert is in effect through the weekend as the monsoon activity intensifies across the state of Maharashtra. Several regions including Raigad and Ratnagiri are under orange alert due to heavier rainfall forecast. The NHRC has issued a notice to Rajasthan government over the collapse of the government school building in Rajasthan that killed 7 students and injured 28 others yesterday. Citing reports of ignored warnings about the building poor condition, the commission has called it a serious human rights lapse and demanded a detailed report within 2 weeks on the incident, including the accountability and the compensation steps to the kin. The Supreme Court will hear Justice Yashwant Verma's plea on Monday, that is tomorrow, challenging an in-house inquiry report that recommended his impeachment over a cash recovery case. He claims that the process was biased, violated natural justice and denied him a fair hearing as well. The court will examine the plea's maintainability and the legality of the in-house procedure.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 5 p.m. this Sunday evening. Our top story remains Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Tamil Nadu. However, ahead of the big Operation Sindoor debate in the Parliament, the Prime Minister has already begun the conversation with fireworks with a big statement coming on Operation Sindoor. I'll bring you all the details on that in just a moment. But as always, let's start this Live and Breaking bulletin with the headlines.
Operation Sindoor ने दिखा दिया है कि भारत के दुश्मनों के लिए, आतंकवादियों के लिए अब कोई ठिकाना सुरक्षित नहीं है।
Prime Minister Modi hails Operation Sindoor's success, says no place now left safe for terrorists. Deadly stampede at Mansha Devi Temple in Haridwar, 6 people dead, several injured, rescue operations presently underway and a magisterial probe ordered. Speeding car rams into a scooter, minor dead, 2 injured, 2 accused arrested. Your channel Republic TV confronts the accused. Republic confronts both accused. The accused for hiding their faces on camera and evaded Republic's tough and pointed questions. As the BCCI maintains a stunning silence over Asia Cup controversy, Republic continues its campaign for no cricket with Pakistan. India says nation first, always. Adulterated food items being sold rampantly, India battles the biggest health crisis. NCP Sharad Pawar faction leader Rohini Khadse's husband among 7 held in Pune rave party. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A shocking story is coming where Pune police has detained 7 individuals, including Pranjan Khewalkar, the son-in-law of former Maharashtra Minister Eknath Khadse, after conducting a raid on a rave party in Pune. The party took place at a studio apartment in Pune's upscale Kharadi locality. Crime branch had raided the house and seized narcotic substances such as 2.7 grams of cocaine, 70 grams of marijuana, liquor and hookah setups, among other things. This has sparked political reactions, with Eknath Khadse demanding an investigation into whether there was a political motive behind the police raid action against his son-in-law. That's the big political controversy now erupting. Former Maharashtra minister's son-in-law, Eknath Khadse's son-in-law, arrested in a rave party raid in Pune's upscale locality. Let's listen into the police bite first on this rave party and the action that was taken against it.
मैं ये बताना चाहूँगा कि सारी कार्रवाई ये जो है क्राइम ब्रांच की टीम ने हमारे जो सीनियर ऑफिसर्स है उनके सुपरविजन में हम लोग ये पूरा कर पाए और सारे एक्यूज्ड अब उनके प्री अरेस्ट मेडिकल कंप्लीट करके उनको ऑनरेबल कोर्ट में प्रस्तुत किया जाएगा उनके पीसीआर के लिए। कितने आरोपी हैं और क्या उनके नाम है? इसमें 7 आरोपी है कुल मिला के, उनमें से 2 महिला ही है और उनके नाम श्री प्रांजल खेवलकर उम्र 41, निखिल पोपटानी, समीर सैयद, सचिन भोंबे और श्रीपाद यादव, और इनके साथ में 2 महिलाएं भी अरेस्ट की गई है, ईशा सिंह और प्राची शर्मा।
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, now a political war of words is emerging. The Uddhav Sena has come out in defense of the NCP SP leader's son-in-law. Listen into that reaction coming in first.
बड़ी जिम्मेदारी के साथ और विनम्रता के साथ मुझे यह कहना पड़ेगा कि यह रेव पार्टी का जो भी सारा क्या कहेंगे एक माहौल बनाने की कोशिश की है। एक्चुअल एक हाउस पार्टी चल रही थी और उस हाउस पार्टी में जिस तरह से ट्रैप करने की कोशिश की गई है सुनने में आ रहा है, और आप ही जैसे और चैनल भी दिखा रहे हैं कि कोई बंदा वहाँ पर ड्रग्स प्लांट करने के लिए भी आया था, जिसके कि सीसीटीवी में फुटेज दिख रहे हैं। यह बात आप सभी के सामने है और सभी को ज्ञात भी है कि पिछले कुछ दिनों से खड़से और गिरीश महाजन में एक कोल्ड वॉर सा चल रहा है। खड़से साहब ने जो सवाल गिरीश महाजन के लिए खड़े किए थे कि हनी ट्रैप में जिनका नाम आ रहा है उस प्रफुल्ल लोढ़ा को क्या आप होटल ट्राइडेंट में मिलने गए थे तो क्यों, ऐसा क्या आपका काम था, और उस पर गिरीश महाजन ने कोई जवाब नहीं दिया है। यानी कि बीजेपी स्वायत्त यंत्रणाओं को साथ में लेते हुए किस तरह से अपने जो भी आलोचक हो, विरोधक हो, तो विरोधी दलों के नेताओं के परिवार ध्वस्त करने के लिए जरा भी आगे पीछे नहीं देखती, और यह बहुत ही गलत बात है।
The leader of NCP SP's son-in-law, the leader Eknath Khadse in question, he has also now given in a reaction about his son-in-law allegedly being now arrested in a rave party, and he is saying in his statement that there is something afoot here, and he is also alleging a political conspiracy. Let's listen into the reaction of former Maharashtra minister of NCP Sharad Pawar faction, Eknath Khadse.
गेल्या काही दिवसामध्ये जे वातावरण सुरू आहे त्या वातावरणानुसार असं काही घडू शकतं याचा अंदाज थोडा मला येत होता की असं होऊ शकतं, पण काही जण अत्यंत अडचणीमध्ये याच्यामध्ये आहे आणि त्या आता अंतिम टप्प्यामध्ये येण्यास बेतात. ज्या काही घटना पुण्यामध्ये घडली असं सांगितलं जातं ते मी फक्त तुमच्या चॅनेलवरून पाहिलं. माझं प्रत्यक्ष त्यांच्याशी अजून बोलणं होऊ शकलं नाही कारण ते पोलिसांच्या ताब्यामध्ये आहे. माझं या निमित्तानं म्हणणं आहे की अगर आणखी जर ती खरी रेव पार्टी असेल आणि त्या रेव पार्टीमध्ये आमचे जावई जर त्या ठिकाणी गुन्हेगार असतील तर मी त्यांचं समर्थन करणार नाही, पण पोलीस यंत्रणेने या ठिकाणी प्रामाणिकपणे तपास करावा अशी अपेक्षा आहे. कारण बऱ्याचदा असं होतं की पोलीस काही करू शकतात, ही भावना जनमानसामध्ये आहे.
Well, those are the breaking news updates coming in from the state of Maharashtra, where a son-in-law of a former Maharashtra minister arrested now in a rave party, and political conspiracy charges now being hurled. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, let's shift our focus to more breaking news updates coming in from the state of Uttarakhand, where a tragic stampede broke out on the hilltop temple of Mansha Devi Mata in Uttarakhand, in Haridwar in particular this morning. Rumors now of an electric current sent to the people into panic is what is now the preliminary investigation is emerging, and ultimately at least 6 people have lost their lives while many others have been injured in this entire case. We learned that 4 people who lost their lives in the stampede of the 6 belong to the state of Uttar Pradesh. They are identified as Arush from Bareilly, Vicky from Rampur, Vakil from Barabanki and Shanti from Badaun. Earlier today also, Uttarakhand's Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami had visited the site at the hospital where the injured were brought, where he has now also met the victims. This happened earlier this morning at the Mansha Devi temple, which is situated on a hilltop in Haridwar, where 6 people have lost their lives. Now, initial investigations and reports suggest that there was an electric current rumor being spread that sent the entire crowd into a frenzy that led to the stampede-like situation. Those are the visuals from earlier today where rescue operations were underway. Let's also listen into the reaction of the Chief Minister coming in, who has also ordered a magisterial probe in the entire incident.
यहाँ जिला अस्पताल में और अन्य अस्पतालों में और इसके साथ ही ऋषिकेश एम्स से रेफर कर दिया गया है। सभी घायलों को ठीक प्रकार से उनको इलाज मिले, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता है। सभी अधिकारीगण, सभी लोग रेस्क्यू के काम में लगे हुए हैं। सभी बचाव के काम पूरी तरह से यहाँ पर हो रहा है। हमारा प्रयास है कि जो घायल हैं जल्दी से जल्दी सभी स्वस्थ हों, उनको अच्छा उपचार मिले और उनको उनके घरों तक छोड़ा जाए। और इसके लिए एक टोल फ्री नंबर भी यहाँ पर जारी कर दिया गया है और सभी से संपर्क किया जा रहा है, उनके परिवार वालों से। और जो परिवार वाले कहीं इधर उधर भी हैं उनको सबको एक स्थान पर करके यहाँ से प्रशासन हमारा यहाँ से घर तक उनको भेजेगा। और जो घटना हुई है उसके पहले ही मजिस्ट्रियल जांच के आदेश कर दिए गए हैं। जो आर्थिक सहायता है वो भी जो है यहाँ से हमने पहले ही जारी कर दी है। मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि सभी जो दिवंगत हुए हैं उनकी आत्मा को शांति प्राप्त हो, उनके परिजनों को जो असमय बड़ा कष्ट आया है और उनके साथ हमारी पूरी संवेदनशीलता है और भगवान से हम प्रार्थना करते हैं कि भगवान उनको अपने श्री चरणों में स्थान दे और उन सभी को, परिवारजनों को, सबको ये दुख सहन करने की शक्ति प्रदान करें।
मुआवजे की कोई घोषणा की गई है? मुआवजे की कोई घोषणा की गई है?
हाँ, जो लोग हताहत हुए हैं उनको 2 लाख रुपए की और जो घायल हैं उनको 50,000 रुपए की, और सभी घायलों को यहाँ पर इलाज की समुचित व्यवस्था यहाँ पर की जा रही है।
की संख्या क्या हुई है?
देखिए, अभी तक प्रारंभिक रूप से 6 लोगों की सूचना आई है और बाकी सारे लोगों का इलाज चल रहा है।
That is what the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand had to say after he met the victims there at the hospital after they were brought following the stampede. Now, the initial investigation or the initial whispers on the ground were that there was a rumor about a potential electrocution that caused panic amongst the crowd and that led to the stampede. However, now fire brigade officials are contradicting this and are stating that these rumors are completely false and baseless. Let's listen into those reactions.
बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है ये, जिसमें कुछ श्रद्धालुओं की शायद मृत्यु भी हुई है, सुना है। शुरुआत में सर हमें भी ऐसी इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली कि इलेक्ट्रिक करंट या कुछ इस तरह का है सर। उस तक एकदम हमारी पूरी की पूरी टीम सर साइट पे पहुंची। सर वैसे तो हम रेगुलर, क्योंकि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट जगह है ये, हम रेगुलर भी टेस्टिंग करते रहते हैं यहाँ पे हमारा पूरा सिस्टम टोटली इंसुलेटेड है सर। जो वायर हैं या मीटर हैं या पोल्स हैं, इनमें लीकेज आना या करंट होना संभव ही नहीं सर। टोटल दोबारा भी हमने टेस्ट किया गया, कहीं पे भी कोई लीकेज करंट या वोल्टेज की ऐसी कोई रिपोर्टेड नहीं है। और इवन अगर कोई शॉर्ट सर्किट या करंट होता भी है तो हमारा सिस्टम एकदम ट्रिप होता है सर। हमारे यहाँ कोई ना ट्रिपिंग है, ना कोई ब्रेकडाउन, ना शटडाउन हुआ है। और जहाँ तक हमने पता किया हॉस्पिटल में भी, वहाँ पे भी इलेक्ट्रिक शॉक या करंट का कोई इंसिडेंट रिपोर्टेड नहीं है।
Bringing us more live updates on this story is my colleague Aditya, joining us live from Haridwar. Aditya, what's the latest in terms of the investigation now? A magisterial probe has been ordered in the entire Stampede case.
Yeah, first of all, the rumors which were started, which are being led, that they are the reason for the stampede which happened today at 9:30 in the morning. Now, first of all, the rumor are said to be about an electric leakage, on which there has been a clarification being issued by the UPCL Managing Director Anil Kumar, who said, and I quote very clearly, that the leakage of the electric current has found to be zero. Now, the point is, there has not been a proof or anything regarding that there was a certain leakage of current, of electricity, which led to the stampede. So thus, this very clear reason that there was a rumor and not certain amount that there was a leakage of electricity which led to the stampede. The first thing first is that the inquiry will now carry forward that who were responsible for the rumor, what kind of intention, was it a kind of a conspiracy, was it kind of a well-planned criminal act, or was it just an act of coincidence that a rumor of this nature led to the stampede which killed and led many people injured, which are now admitted in 2 hospitals, majorly one in AIIMS Rishikesh and second in the GD hospital here in Haridwar.
Thank you very much, Aditya, for tracking those details. Continue to send us more updates as, ladies and gentlemen, we continue to track the developments of the unfortunate stampede that broke out at Mansha Devi Temple in Haridwar earlier today. 6 people have lost their lives, unfortunately, and many injured being now treated at the hospital. Those are the live updates coming in from Haridwar, where now situation is brought under control. We continue to report from ground zero and we will continue to bring more details on that. But at the moment, Aditya, I would like to thank you for the updates that you have given to us on this story. Moving on to more updates, ladies and gentlemen, in just a second. Those are the live visuals coming in from the Mansa Devi temple, where we are reporting live in Haridwar, where earlier today a stampede-like situation had broken out. Those are the visuals from earlier today, where 6 people unfortunately lost their lives and 23 others were injured, 5 still believed to be in very critical condition. However, the government is in process of investigating the entire case, and all the people who were injured are now moved to the hospital after rescue operations, and their treatment is also underway, with Uttarakhand's Chief Minister personally taking stock of the situation. Aditya, if you can still hear me, what's the latest also on the injured and the status of them? All of them were relocated to the government hospital there, and the Chief Minister has also met them. 5 people were believed to be very serious in this case. Are there any updates on that?
Yes, there are two updates, Major. The first is the announcement of compensation. Now, the state of Uttarakhand has announced an ex gratia of rupees 2 lakh for the deceased and 50,000 for injured. Now, these are the kind of compensation which are being offered by the government right now for the Stampede. And the status of the injured are that the 4 are very critical, and that's why they were being transferred from the GD hospital here in Haridwar to AIMS. Now, 4 are very critical in AIMS Haridwar, AIMS Rishikesh, my pardon, and that is the reason why they were being updated or transferred from the GD hospital in Haridwar to Rishikesh. The people here who are admitted or injured here in the state of in the Haridwar are actually stable. They are stable in state, but the injured who are very critical in state have been transferred early today to the AIMS Rishikesh here in Uttarakhand.
Thank you so much, Aditya, for tracking those details from Haridwar. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be closely tracking the developments in this unfortunate tragedy that has occurred in Uttarakhand earlier today. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to more updates, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Tiruchirappalli today, where he attended a massive celebration celebrating and marking the 1,000-year birth anniversary of Rajaraja Chola, the legendary king of the Chola dynasty. However, he has also now kicked off fireworks with a big statement coming in on Operation Sindoor. Now, the significance of this statement is that from tomorrow onwards in Lok Sabha, the government is all set to debate on the very contentious issue of Operation Sindoor, something that the opposition had a logjam about, which led to the almost washout of the first week. Let's listen into that big statement of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has now officially kicked off the Operation Sindoor debate.
हमें हमारी नेवी को, हमारी डिफेंस फोर्सेस को मजबूत बनाना होगा, हमें नए अवसरों को तलाशना होगा और इस सबके साथ ही अपने मूल्यों को उसको भी सहेज कर रखना होगा। साथियों, आज का भारत अपनी सुरक्षा को सर्वोपरि रखता है। अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने देखा है कि कोई अगर भारत की सुरक्षा और संप्रभुता पर हमला करता है तो भारत उसे कैसे जवाब देता है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने दिखा दिया है कि भारत के दुश्मनों के लिए, आतंकवादियों के लिए अब कोई ठिकाना सुरक्षित नहीं है। और आज जब मैं हेलीपैड से यहां आ रहा था, 3-4 किलोमीटर का रास्ता काटते हुए, और अचानक मैंने देखा एक बड़ा रोड शो बन गया और हर एक के मुंह से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का जय जयकार हो रहा था। ये पूरे देश में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने एक नई चेतना जगाई है, नया आत्मविश्वास पैदा किया है और दुनिया को भी भारत की शक्ति को स्वीकार करना पड़ रहा है।
Well, that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi's fiery statement. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, a very tragic accident has come to light from Noida, where a speeding car collided with a Scooty, resulting in the death of a minor girl, while 2 others sustained injuries and have been reported to be in critical condition. We are just learning that the conditions of the deceased father, Gul Mohammed, is stable. However, whereas Uncle Raja is not in very good condition in the hospital. Now, police have seized the vehicle and the accused and have been identified as Yash Sharma and Abhishek Rawat, both students who are arrested today. And Republic's Sahil Bhamri has confronted both of the accused who are present in the middle of a police car. Now, both the accused were hiding their faces on camera and evaded Republic's tough questions and pointed questions in this very latest tragedy that has now claimed another life in the freight of luxury car murders across India. Listen into that confrontation.
अभिषेक रावत और यश शर्मा को पुलिस कोर्ट लेकर जा रही है। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं गाड़ी के अंदर दोनों एक्यूज मौजूद हैं। BMW कार को यश शर्मा चला रहे थे, साथ में अभिषेक बैठे हुए थे। बातचीत भी करने की कोशिश करते हैं। यश क्या आपने शराब पी थी? यश, जिस समय आप गाड़ी चला रहे थे, देखिए दोनों ने अपने चेहरे छुपा रखे हैं। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि अभिषेक इधर बैठे हुए हैं और उस वाली साइड पे जो है यश बैठे हुए हैं, अपना चेहरा छिपाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हम यश से भी बातचीत कोशिश करते हैं। यश देखिए फिलहाल इन दोनों को नोएडा सेक्टर 20 थाने से अब कोर्ट लेकर पुलिस निकल चुकी है। इनको कोर्ट में प्रोड्यूस किया जाएगा क्योंकि कल रात के समय ये दोनों तेज़ रफ्तार कार में सवार थे। यश शर्मा BMW कार को चला रहे थे। नोएडा सेक्टर 30 के पास जब ये पहुँचते हैं तो वहाँ पे एक स्कूटी चालक को ज़ोरदार टक्कर मार दी जाती है, जिसमें 5 साल की बच्ची की मृत्यु हो चुकी है। जो अन्य 2 लोग हैं उनको अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया गया है, उनका इलाज चल रहा है।
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Republic also reported from ground zero where this entire accident took place. Let me take you through that report as well on what exactly happened earlier today.
नोएडा में एक बार फिर से तेज रफ्तार का कहर देखने को मिला है, जहां तेज रफ्तार BMW कार ने 5 साल की मासूम बच्चे की जान ले ली। ये पूरा जो हादसा था बीती रात नोएडा सेक्टर 30 के एक हॉस्पिटल के सामने होता है। इस वक्त मैं घटनास्थल पे मौजूद हूँ। तस्वीरों के माध्यम से मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा, स्कूटी पे सवार जीजा साला और 5 साल की मासूम बच्ची हॉस्पिटल से बाहर निकल रहे थे। बच्ची को दवाई दिलवाने के बाद जब वो इस जगह पे पहुँचते हैं तो इसी जगह पे पीछे से तेज़ रफ्तार BMW कार आती है और यहीं पर ही स्कूटी सवार को ज़ोरदार टक्कर मार दी जाती है, जिसमें तीनों लोग जो हैं गंभीर रूप से घायल हो जाते हैं। इस पूरे मामले की जानकारी पुलिस को दी जाती है। पुलिस मौके पे पहुंचती है, घायलों को अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया जाता है, लेकिन तब तक 5 साल की मासूम बच्ची की मृत्यु हो चुकी थी। जीजा और साला जो कि स्कूटी पे सवार थे, उन दोनों को अलग अलग अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया गया है, जिनकी हालत नाजुक बनी हुई है। डॉक्टर्स इलाज कर रहे हैं।
Well, that was a report coming in from ground zero. Meanwhile, Republic was also reporting from the police station in Noida, where my colleague Chandrakala has filed a report. Listen into that report as well.
Well, a very horrific incident that has come to come forefront, where a 5-year-old minor child was dead after a BMW car collided a Scooty. As you can see, this BMW car, which is right at this moment parked behind the sector 20 police station, where the police was not revealing as of now. It is right here at this spot where even the name, the number plate has been taken from here. As you see, it is completely in a dilapidated condition. This is the particular car that collided with a Scooty, wherein a 5-year-old child was spot dead while she was taken to a hospital for a treatment there in Sector 30, Noida Sector 30, yesterday night at 12:30 p.m. While they were returning back from the hospital. From there, this particular BMW car rammed into the Scooty and resulted into a spot death of a 5-year-old child. The investigation is underway, but as we have find out that Republic could understand, that we have learned that this particular BMW car has been shifted completely in a very it has been kept in a position where nobody can notice as of now.
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news update coming in from the state of Bihar. Republic has now accessed the final note and findings of the ECI on Bihar's special intensive revision of electoral rolls. As per the data, now 7.24 crore enumeration forms have been submitted to the Election Commission of India as part of its special intensive revision. Meanwhile, also reports coming in of 7 lakh new voters enrolled in various places. That's the big breaking news update coming in, as the last date of SIR is now over. More data coming in from the Election Commission of India that nearly 7.24 crore enumeration forms were submitted during the special intensive revision of the electoral rolls in the state of Bihar, a topic very contentious that almost led to the washout in the first week of Parliament. And now more details coming in on the Bihar SIR, which continues. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, those are the updates that we are tracking in this bulletin for you, but do not go anywhere. We'll bring you more breaking news updates in just a moment on the other side of a very short break, because on Live and Breaking, Republic continues to bring you the news first. Stay tuned.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
एमडीएच की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला एमडीएच मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
They are India's biggest entrepreneurs in the field of artificial intelligence. In fact, put your hands together and join me in welcoming Raghav and Abhinav Agarwal of Fluid AI. Welcome to the stage.
All right, hello. So it's an absolute pleasure being here today. I think it's, what Republic TV has done is something amazing because it really goes to showcase India as a nation and bring us on the stage of what generative AI for India can look like, right? And I think we're at a very exciting time. Everyone keeps talking about, okay, is China ahead? Is the US ahead? Is India fallen behind when it comes to areas like generative AI, right? And if you actually go back a bit in history and you see the same was talked about when you talk about digital payments in India. Everyone felt that India's missed the bus on the financial, the digital space, credit card penetration was very low, digital payments was very low. But if you see the data today, right, on Indian networks, on UPI, about 172 billion transactions, right? That's 17,222 crore transactions happened in 2024 alone. And if you take the entire world's global credit card transactions, right, there are about 750 billion transactions, which means 25% of the world's global digital transactions happens on UPI, on Indian networks, for Indian transactions, right? Now that's scale at another level. We came late to the party when it came to UPI and digital transactions, but we became number one very quickly. Today, a lot of countries are adopting that model. And I think the same can happen with generative AI if you all come together, if you guys, if the entire world of Indian teams come together and really build India's next generational foundational models, we can truly be number one.
Yeah, and what's at stake is that number on the screen, right? 1.4 billion lives. Because AI is an assistant for everyone, right? It's for the student, it's for the parliamentarian, it's for the business entrepreneur. So the opportunity that we have as a country to enable each one of these 1.4 billion lives to be 10x, 50x in the next 5 years rests with all of us in this room, rests with all of us across the country who's going to explore this today.
So we thought we'd start with a really interesting thing for everyone on TV as well as everyone in the audience today. right? It's a simple solve, simple puzzle. To start from the left arrow, end up at the right arrow. Just think it through. For people who are live with us today, you can just raise your hand once you solved it. We've done this over multiple countries and stages all over the world. And we've got some very, very interesting results.
Ironically, AI has never been able to solve this one.
So start at the left arrow, end up at the right arrow. We're about 10 seconds in. And I see a lot of interesting people trying to trace the path. Okay, we have someone who says they've solved it. So about 15 seconds, so that's actually quite impressive. But did anyone think of just doing something simpler? Which is, yes, going around, right? Because all I said was that we want to start at the left arrow, end up at the right arrow. I didn't use the word maze. I didn't use the word you have to go through the maze, right? But our minds intuitively, when we see a complex problem that we've done before, moves towards solving the problem in the exact complicated way. So in our session today, what we want to give you is perspectives around first principle solves. And that's what today's generative AI world is going to bring to you, right? It's going to bring to you approaches and opportunities of solving problems that were previously very, very difficult to solve, right? And you might always go to the traditional, more complicated approach. But today we're going to talk about questioning all your assumptions and coming up with new ways of solving using generative AI.
So when it comes to technology, right, we have been underestimated in the past. And what that has led to is that when you look at somewhere in the software world, right, which is the 80s, etc., that time India sort of caught up or sort of just marched along in terms of moving along. And then when it came to the internet revolution, right, we sort of looked at it very differently. We didn't march along, we didn't catch up, but we marched along with the world. And then finally, when it came to the AI revolution, we believe that India can lead this, right? We're not going to simply march along. And what we see is a supportive architecture that can really change the game when it comes to all of this.
So we caught up when it came to software. We really went ahead when it came to the payment space, when it came to the internet. But let's actually go ahead and talk a little about how we will lead in the AI space today. So this is a really interesting example, right? At India's scale, today we have someone like an Airtel or that's tied up with Perplexity to say, okay, 400 million users will now have Perplexity Pro access. But the scale that we're talking about, right, the amount of people that will now use technologies like Perplexity Pro, which is just another tool to quickly do deep research at scale, is phenomenally powerful, allowing everyone to now suddenly be like, India is going to be the #1 consumer of AI tech in the world.
And when it comes to how does India consume, right? India will consume very differently from the rest of the world. Unlike monolithic English models or Chinese models, India is a set of diverse languages, like the previous speakers were talking about, 22 languages across the country. And when India wants to interact, it will speak in its own language, right? When we want to make an impact at the farmer level, at the student level, at a very grassroots level, that will happen in Indian languages and with Indian thought processes. And that's what will build trust. That's what will build the ability for someone who's on the other side of the digital divide to go ahead and have a very different kind of interaction, right? Because it's only when you speak in the local dialect, it's only when you can speak and not have to read and not have to sort of do a type on your computer, that's when the experience totally changes. It becomes totally seamless, it becomes totally integrated, and it becomes something that's very revolutionary. And it becomes very accessible as well, right? Because now you're no longer limited to having the internet. It can be a simple phone call on a simple phone number to have that interaction and give that ability, right? Because when it comes to complex things, when it comes to sensitive things like money, you want to have the interaction in the highest form of trust. So I think Abhinav is going to show a demo of this technology in action.
Yeah, so if we can have, perfect, we have it up. And the audio from the HDMI, please, right? That'll be fantastic. So what we want to show is how, interactions of the future within India, and it's already happening, are going to look like. And what we're going to do is we have an AI configured that's going to, talk to me. It's a banking AI, so a customer service banking AI. And we'll see how the future of an Indian service could look like. Hello?
Hello, welcome to Fluid Bank. How can I assist you today?
I wanted to check my credit card balance.
Sure, I can help you with that. Could you please provide your mother's maiden name for authentication?
Actually, my English is not that good. Can you speak in Hindi?
बिल्कुल, मैं हिंदी में बात कर सकती हूँ। आपका क्रेडिट कार्ड बैलेंस चेक करने के लिए कृपया अपनी माँ का पहला नाम बताइए।
उनका नाम है अल्पना।
थैंक यू। और आपका क्रेडिट कार्ड नंबर के आखिरी 4 अंक मुझे दे सकते?
मेरी हिंदी भी इतनी अच्छी नहीं है, आप पंजाबी में बात कर सकते हो?
हाँ जी, बिल्कुल। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ क्रेडिट कार्ड नंबर ਦੇ आखिरी 4 डिजिट दस सकते हो?
अच्छा नहीं, पंजाबी भी इतनी अच्छी नहीं है, आप बंगाली में बात करेंगे?
ঠিক আছে, আমি বাংলাতে কথা বলতে পারি। আপনি আপনার ক্রেডিট কার্ড এর
मराठी आती है?
हो, मला मराठी येते। तुम्ही तुमच्या क्रेडिट कार्डचे शेवटचे 4 अंक सांगाल का?
Thank you.
So imagine the banking consumer of tomorrow having this ability, right? You're on a single call, you change the language instantaneously across India's 22 languages and have a conversation about your money the way you want to deal with it. And that allows for 24/7 service in terms of just not doing it for a single consumer, but for millions or billions of consumers across our nation.
And another classic example, right? We keep talking about how India is that space where we're large consumers of generative AI technology, but are we really large producers of generative AI technology? Right? So we wanted to show you an example of how even folks like Warren Buffett, who are very, very pro on AI, have actually worked with Indian companies like Fluid AI to launch AI versions of themselves that you can interact with, right? For financial advice, for thought processes on how to invest. So here's a really quick example of what Warren would say. We have over 10 million users that use Warren to actually do intelligent interactions and actually have a conversation with him. And this is the most popular question that was asked to Warren. So again, just asking the team to ensure that the audio is up, and we'll get Warren to talk to everyone. Warren, what should I invest in?
Invest in yourself. You can't beat it. I see people that can increase their potential.
So for those that can't hear the audio, I can actually speak through what Warren said. So the question asked was, Warren, what should I invest in? And he said that you should invest in yourself. He actually goes on to regale a beautiful story of about how he spent $100 on a Dale Carnegie course. And he was not a good speaker, right? He would be very nervous. And today he's become one of the best orators in the world. He went on to propose to his wife. And that kind of interaction, right, the ability to talk to Warren and have a one-on-one conversation and get inspired by him, that's truly what AI is enabling globally in an amazing way.
And just imagine, right, every student doesn't need to necessarily learn from just his own teachers. You now have the opportunity with AI and avatars like we created for Warren to create specialist avatars of the best in their fields, right? Imagine learning sports from the cricket gurus. Imagine learning science from the best in the field. And we democratize that access, right? We create these AI avatars of their knowledge, of their various interviews, the books they've written, and have people actually ask the right question at the right time and get that visual kind of feedback. So one disheartening fact, right? We've read this all over, that India has just one doctor for every 1,500 people. And in rural areas, this is dropping to 1 in 10,000. But this now, I think, is a massive change is going to come about, right? I remember in a conference in 2020 when someone asked me, what's the one area AI will not reach? And I said that may be mental health, because I thought that's a very human-to-human connect. But ironically, and I don't know whether many of you know this in the room, the number one use case of ChatGPT globally now is not content creation, it's not scientific research, it is therapy. So what this gives us an opportunity, obviously, is to allow all those Indian people who don't have access to mental health care professionals, who don't have access to the questions they need when they get a simple flu or a simple disease, to give AI at scale to them to answer those medical questions at their time of need.
Absolutely. And to know how well ChatGPT knows you, right, for those that use it on a daily basis, just go and ask it one question, right? So just open a new chat and ask it, hey, tell me something about myself that you think nobody else knows or very few people will know, personal things about myself. And you'll be surprised to know the quality of that answer when it comes, if you're a decent user, right? If you've used it over the last 6 months, a couple of interesting times, the in-depth understanding it has about you as a person, your likes, your dislikes, your preferences, you'll be amazed. So something I'd recommend everyone go and try this. You'll get a little spooked as well if you're a big user of the platform.
But it's not just as a consumer, right? We have our very own startups, right out of Bombay, Cure AI, which is using AI to analyze over 100,000 scans. That's 100,000 scans of complex information which used to require a radiologist with high accuracy, doing it not just in India but across 90 countries globally to get that kind of information out. So now you don't need a radiologist to study each and every scan. It's obviously assisting the radiologist, but it's doing this at scale much faster.
And it's not just in areas like healthcare, finance, marketing. We talk a lot about these industries, but manufacturing too is becoming a very, very strong hub for generative AI. Right? We've seen India's factories are getting digitally powered in a very, very smart way. And that's another big area. Because imagine, right, today India's largest steel maker now avoids 10 hours of downtime daily by using AI. Right? And it's a very interesting example here because 10 hours daily might not sound like a big element, but for a steel producer where every minute counts for production, it's a massive, massive gain, both as a contributor to India's GDP and production output for that particular company, right? And how do they do it? Well, imagine you're a machine operator, right, going into a particular factory. It shows you error code 302. And now what do you do, right? How do you solve it? So you kind of get a bunch of experts in. But now these companies have AIs that simply they talk to these AIs. They'll say, okay, error code 302. I've checked up the manual. I've also seen the last sensor data for this machine. And we know that temperatures are spiking in these 3 parts of the machine. So press these buttons, reset the sensors here, do this, and you should be good to go. Right? And that's what India's manufacturing future is going to look like. It's going to be a lot more smarter, a lot more intelligent, and less dependent on knowledge of a few. Right? It's going to literally be the democratization of knowledge. We've had brands like HPCL, which are now doing over 20 generative AI use cases across the organization, some of them powered by Fluid AI as well. And we're also seeing some great impact in governance, right, Rav?
Yeah, so I think, till now when you looked at the government, it was like, okay, give us roads, give us electricity. But I think one of the greatest things is with the India AI mission is the government has taken up the role to say we are going to provide the GPU infrastructure, right, which is literally the beating heart of AI to Indian startups, to Indian enterprise, and provide it at scale at a cheaper cost so that Indian startups and Indian enterprise can really take their AI innovation to the world.
Now, here's an interesting fact, right? Everyone, when they talk about AI and generative AI, they say the biggest advantage that any generative AI or AI system has is that it's always perfectly rational and lacks any kind of emotion, right? But the biggest disadvantage is, can anyone think of the biggest disadvantage that generative AI or AI has? And ironically, it is that it's always perfectly rational and lacks any kind of emotion, right? Because finally, at the end of the day, you're dealing with emotional human beings, with people on a day-to-day basis to make their lives better. So if you don't have that key understanding of human emotion, it's a bit challenging. Now, another really interesting fact, right? A way an AI algorithm learns is by making mistakes, right? So it'll try something. So let's say we imagine an algorithm learning chess, right? Its first moves ever, like the first generation of that algorithm is going to be horrible at chess, right? It'll probably get defeated in 3 or 4 moves. And then it'll learn a little from its mistakes. And we call this concept of this making this mistake an error rate. Right? And then the error rate of the AI keeps going down as time progresses. It becomes a little better, a little smarter at what it does. And as the error rate starts to fall, the AI becomes more accurate. And ironically, the AIs that have the highest error rates in the start, they are the ones that actually perform the best in the future because they're making all their mistakes upfront. Now, when you look at your own lives and you go back, right, if you look at the biggest thing that all humans do, right, humans also make mistakes. We also have an error rate. But when you add a little bit of emotion to the word error rate, what do you think you get? Right? Add a lot of emotion to the word error rate. And we end up getting a word which is called failure. Right? So next time you go out there and you're, failing at an exam or failing at something that you're achieving, constantly think about it as an error rate and not necessarily as a failure. And when you look at your AI implementations, right, when you go out in the world and do a lot of AI implementations, don't look at them as failures, right? They look at them as error rates that are going to constantly improve. Right? ChatGPT took 5 years to reach the stage where the first version, which is GPT-3, which is what everyone talked about, it took them 5 years to reach that, right? But the world changed. And for India to succeed at that top stage, right, is to give it time, is to be okay with a lot of failure and not stigmatize that mistake or that time it takes. And very soon you will have India be on the top stage of generative AI.
I think agriculture, and I think, that's a key area, right? It contributes so much to our economy. And that's where we see fundamental changes in terms of what AI can achieve. So if you look at what can happen out there, we're losing about 92,000 crore of crop to climate shock. But now, with the Bharat forecasting system, which is driven a lot by AI, we are looking at that number coming down massively. It just went live in May 25, and we're very excited because the accuracy levels have risen from 60 to 85%. That's a 30% drop in climate-related losses that we're seeing. And that's going to happen not just on prediction, but as a teacher as well, right? I think one of the most exciting things that are happening in terms of farmer education and farmer consulting. You have tools like Kisan GPT, which are doing with 96% accuracy. They're becoming the helpline for the farmers right when they need the information. The day is not far when each and every farmer will have their own McKinsey in their pocket, talking to them and consulting them to make India an agrarian superpower as well.
Absolutely. And we also have the whole piece. I know we had a great talk on the Bhashni project, right? And we have a ton of work that's going on the creative side as well, where these AIs are becoming smarter, more multilingual. And it's going to be this massive leveler for the Indian economy, right? Everyone keeps talking about job losses, what will happen to the Indian diaspora, what will happen to the youth. But one of the things people haven't factored in is that if you're going to have 1.4 billion people that speak diverse languages, right? More than 22 to 50 diverse languages all across. If you can now make them communicate in one unison, such that someone who speaks Tamil can speak flawless English through an AI, the amount of leveling of talent we're going to get on a global stage made available from India for the world is going to be absolutely phenomenal. And here's an example of what we wanted to show, where it's going to come in the digital space, where AIs are going to talk to you in different languages and videos. So here's a quick example of that. Again, just ask the audio.
India is one nation with many voices. Every region, every street, every home speaks a different rhythm. And now, AI avatars are learning to listen. वे सिर्फ बातें नहीं करते, बल्कि आपकी भाषा में बोलते हैं और आपके लहजे से मेल भी खा सकते हैं। তারা বুঝতে পারে কখন তুমি কৌतूहली আর কখন শুধু शोना चाও। शिक्षकांना अधिक विद्यार्थ्यांपर्यंत पोहोचण्यास मदत करण्यापासून ते वेगवेगळ्या भाषांमध्ये स्वप्न पाहणाऱ्या निर्मात्यांना पाठिंबा देण्यापर्यंत AI अवतार लोकांची जागा घेत नाहीत. ते आपल्याला व्यक्त होण्यास, शेअर करण्यास, खोलवर जोडण्यास मदत करतात. આ માત્ર ટેકનોલોજી નથી, આ ભાવનાત્મક છે, આ માનવીય છે, આ ખરેખર ભારતીય છે. This is one India, many voices. A new era led by AI avatars.
And you're going to see them, right? You're going to see them now on Instagram. You're going to see them on YouTube. Today, someone like an Aisha Neo has about 10,000 to 12,000 followers. You have AI versions like Naina that have over 1 million followers, right? And these are completely AI generated. They talk, they look, they feel very real. And it's only going to get better and better.
And it's not just avatars, right? It can be complete books. So this was a book launched a month before ChatGPT. It's not a blog, it's not an email, it's a complete book written. So imagine the kind of creative intent, the creative energies we have. And now using AI, there can be an author literally in every village who gets those ideas, works with an AI, can release an entire book as well.
And this one's super exciting, right? And we're going to show you an advertisement generated completely by an AI. And we literally took a quote of an ad like this. It would cost about 2 crores to actually get the actors, get the sets, and build it. But this was done in about 2,500 rupees, right? And let's show you this.
Your Majesty!
The people are revolting! The banking system has collapsed and hold times have reached 15 minutes. Down with wait times! We demand better service! Let them wait.
The 30-minute SLA has caught fire! What do we do? Escalate it to the monarchy!
If your support centre still looks like this, I dare say it's time for a rethink. Let's show you what the future could look like today.
Your internet banking password has been reset. Can I help you with anything else? Support doesn't have to feel like a 1790s customer revolt, with torches, scrolls, and people screaming about refunds. With the Fluid AI agentic platform, every agent has a true assistant. This isn't just AI, it's transformation.
Fluid AI. Forget old tech. Your path to a stress-free customer support center.
Television ads were always seen as a big company thing. But imagine now the SMEs of India, the smaller companies, the smaller entrepreneurs, they can play at the big stage too, right? They can now use AI to create global scale ads, put them on a YouTube, put them on Facebook, put them in all the social media out there and get that kind of reaction. And that really unshackles our entrepreneurs because now they have the opportunity to go much beyond. But this gives us one challenge as an Indian populace. We have taught our population to learn, but now we need to let them know how to unlearn and rethink. Because AI is an opportunity, but AI is also a challenge in terms of seeing that we now need to sort of rethink a lot of the current processes we do, a lot of the current ways we operate, and really change ourselves. And it's not once. We're going to constantly have to re-evolve as a populace, because that's the only way we adapt to AI.
Absolutely. And this is a really, really interesting example. It's a plane from World War I, right? There used to be a lot of these planes, and from World War II as well, that used to fly over the English Channel, do reconnaissance missions, right, in Europe, and then come back. So this is a UK-based fighter jet. And one of the things that they wanted to do or solve, right, in this particular example was they wanted to reduce, there was a bunch of data scientists in the UK that were set up as a team, and they said, let's reduce the number of planes that get gunned down and don't make it back. So they took all the planes that came back and they made like a heat map with red dots of, wherever the bullet marks or, fire marks, artillery marks were there. And they said, let's reinforce all these areas, right? So they used to have a return rate of about 60%. And each plane was very, very costly. They did all that effort. They reinforced the right areas. And then they studied 3 months of data. And the failure rate of these aeroplanes was still 60%, like only 60% return. And they're like, oh, we did so much. And then someone sat in that room and realized that the mistake that they'd done was they were only studying airplanes that came back, right? So that means whenever a mark hit there, the plane survived, right? That's why it had that bullet mark or that dent in it. What they needed to study were the planes that got gunned down, right? And those were the ones that got hit everywhere where the red marks are not there. And those are the exact areas they need to reinforce. So literally do the exact opposite of what they were doing. And once they reinforced those areas, their performance return rate jumped up by 40%, right? So a phenomenal improvement for them. And the same comes when you're looking at AI, right? When you're deploying AI in your day-to-day business, in your day-to-day world. You need to look and study not just from the successes, but a lot from the failures. And today in India, we might have a slightly higher failure rate when it comes to generative AI. But that just means that if we learn correctly, we deploy it in the right enterprise use cases, and we scale it quickly, we have the whole world as our oyster up in front available for us.
So, the tin can was a very great invention in 1810. But, it's very difficult to open, right? Can anyone guess when the tin can opener came along, right? Because previous to that, it was really hard to open a tin can. So, any guesses? How long did it take for the tin can opener to be invented?
1900, okay. That's a good guess, and also very low faith on human ingenuity and innovation that it took 90 years to achieve it. Okay. So, I mean, personally, when I heard this first, I would have thought it was about 5 years, 10 years. But close guess and really good guess, it was 1858. So, it took about 48 years for mankind to develop a simple way to open a tin can, right? The first computers, when the Apple II was invented, right, where you started putting data digitally on a machine, have a screen, have a keyboard, was somewhere around 1972, 1973. It's been roughly about 40 to 50 years since that invention happened. Computers have changed in terms of form factor and methodology, but a lot has remained exactly the same since 1972, right? So is generative AI that spark, that big change, that tin can opener that's going to unlock the way we look at data, we look at digital, right? And it's not just a fad, right? It's very easy to identify. Like, I know crypto became very popular and people had this reservation that, okay, nobody does real crypto transactions, right? And that technology will see its heyday. Just take 5-10 years more. Sometimes people worry about AI, right? Generative AI. Is it just a fad? Is it just everyone getting gung-ho and excited about something? But the way to differentiate a fad and something that's going to be an industrial shift is actually very simple, right? You go home, you survey a bunch of your family members, you take a room like this and you ask people, right, how many of you use this technology daily and does it help you in any kind of way? And if more than 70% of the room is coming up and saying yes, and I think in this room we'd probably have 90+ % that will say yes, that means it's a fundamental shift, right? That's when the iPhone came out and it changed the way screens are done. You would have the naysayers, right? You had the Nokias and the Blackberries that said tech will remain exactly the same. This is just a fad. It's going to come. It's going to go. But that's when you know that tech is going to stay, right? When schools and colleges go and try to ban the technology from saying that, okay, you can't use it when you're submitting a project. You can't use it when you're submitting an exam. That's when you genuinely know that that tech is working and it's really changing the way we work, right? So that's it from us. It's going to be an exciting time for India. I think Bharat is primed to be the generative AI capital of the world. We have the tech talent, we have the engineers, we have the infrastructure ready, and we're roaring to go and build it. And I think if India comes together, and it is coming together, it's not going to be very far from when I quoting the NPCI example at the start of my speech, that people will be quoting India's generative AI example as becoming the #1 nation in the world to develop foundational models to build generative AI for enterprises and to really deploy this tech at scale to make everyone's life a lot better. Thank you, everyone.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Akanksha Khajuria, and this evening we are keeping our focus on another hit and run case which has come to the fore from Noida in Uttar Pradesh, where a 5-year-old girl lost her life after a BMW rammed into the scooter in which she along with her uncle and father were travelling. And next India and Pakistan are all set to have a cricket match next month, but many are asking in the country if cricket is above the nation and should this match take place. And then we'll tell you about how global media has taken sharp note of the Republic TV's coverage of Air India investigation. We'll tell you exactly what was stated. And then a stampede in Haridwar in Uttarakhand has killed 6 people today. Probe has been ordered in that case as well. We have the ground report on that. And Prime Minister is in Tamil Nadu today, where he spoke on Operation Sindoor and honoured the Chola legacy as well. And finally, we have the Bihar survey report that is finally out and completed. We'll get you those details on that report as well. Let's get started. Well, a luxury car, 2 drunk men and a family completely shattered right now. A 5-year-old girl lost her life and a father and uncle are battling for life after they were hit by a speeding BMW driven on the wrong side of the road in Noida Sector 30 today. And both the accused are students. Their names are Yash, Sharma and Abhishek Rawat. They were drunk and they have been arrested. And shockingly, passerby, they alerted the police and stopped these 2 drunk men from fleeing the spot, is what we're learning. And this tragedy struck outside the PGI hospital gate number 3 in Noida. And ironically, Gul Mohammed and his brother-in-law Raja were returning after taking Gul's sick daughter to the hospital. And as they were returning after the checkup, what we're learning is that this BMW car that you can see on the screen crashed into their scooter, throwing all of the 3 off the vehicle. The child could not survive this impact. The 2 men were rushed to the hospital and we're learning that they are in critical condition right now. Republic TV, in fact, confronted them, but all we got was silence from these accused who were taken to the court, and they will be in fact produced before the court, and the police will seek their remand.
दोनों एक्यूज मौजूद हैं। BMW कार को यश शर्मा चला रहे थे, साथ में अभिषेक बैठे हुए थे। बातचीत भी करने की कोशिश करते हैं। यश क्या आपने शराब पी थी यश जिस समय आप गाड़ी चला रहे थे? देखिए, दोनों ने अपने चेहरे छुपा रखे हैं। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि अभिषेक इधर बैठे हुए हैं और उस वाली साइड पे जो है यश बैठे हुए हैं, अपना चेहरा छिपाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हम यश से भी बातचीत कोशिश करते हैं। यश देखते हैं गाड़ी के अंदर दोनों एक्यूज मौजूद हैं। BMW कार को यश शर्मा चला रहे थे, साथ में अभिषेक बैठे हुए थे। बातचीत भी करने की कोशिश करते हैं। यश क्या आपने शराब पी थी यश जिस समय आप गाड़ी चला रहे थे? देखिए, दोनों ने अपने चेहरे छुपा रखे हैं। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि अभिषेक इधर बैठे हुए हैं और उस वाली साइड पे जो है यश बैठे हुए हैं, अपना चेहरा छिपाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हम यश से भी बातचीत कोशिश करते हैं। यश देखते हैं गाड़ी के अंदर दोनों एक्यूज मौजूद हैं। BMW कार को यश शर्मा चला रहे थे, साथ में अभिषेक बैठे हुए थे। बातचीत भी करने की कोशिश करते हैं। यश क्या आपने शराब पी थी यश जिस समय आप गाड़ी चला रहे थे? देखिए दोनों ने अपने चेहरे छुपा रखे हैं। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि अभिषेक इधर बैठे हुए हैं और उस वाली साइड पे जो है यश बैठे हुए हैं, अपना चेहरा छिपाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हम यश से भी बातचीत कोशिश करते हैं। यश
And such fatal road accidents involving high-speed luxury cars are becoming quite frequent in the country, with many of these car crashes linked to reckless or intoxicated driving. From Pune to Gujarat and now to the national capital region, many such incidents of luxury killing have come to the fore in the recent past. Take a look at these incidents on your screen. The first one from Gandhinagar in Gujarat, and this incident took place on July 17th when a BMW car that you can see on the screen, driven by an intoxicated man, struck a middle-aged man on a scooter in Gujarat's Gandhinagar, resulting in him being thrown onto the car's bonnet and killing him on the spot. Now moving on, this is the incident from July 13 when 5 pavement dwellers, including one 8-year-old girl, were injured after a speeding Audi driven by a drunk man ran over them as they slept on the footpath of this area that you can see on the screen in Delhi's Vasant Vihar area. And this incident that you can see on the screen took place in May last year. In the early hours of May 19, 2024, a Porsche driven by a 17-year-old boy, son of a well-known businessman there in Pune, in a drunken condition, knocked down and killed 2 IT professionals, a case that went viral on social media and triggered a nationwide outrage. And look at these visuals are coming in from Gujarat. On March 13th earlier this year, a 23-year-old law student crashed the luxury car into 3 vehicles, resulting in death of 1 woman. This video that you can see on the screen had got viral on social media, in which the accused, remember, dressed in black t-shirt, repeatedly shouted, "Another round, another round." And this one is from Madhya Pradesh, where the son of a Congress MLA knocked down a police constable. And this took place in July this year. The incident occurred when the accused, who's the son of the Congress MLA of Madhya Pradesh, was signaled by the police to stop as he was driving without a number plate. And as he was stopped, he did not do so. Instead, he rammed the car into those constables standing there. But thankfully, they all got saved. And the last one, this is something that happened in 2016, a quite famous case as far as hit and run is concerned. This incident is from 2016 when Siddharth Sharma, that you can see on the screen, he was returning home from work and was run over by the speeding Mercedes-Benz in the civil lines area of the national capital. Still, the family in this case as well is seeking justice. Till now, it's been so many years. Now let me go across to my colleague Chandrakala, who has been tracking this story very closely. Chandrakala, shocking case this time has come from Noida in Uttar Pradesh. 5-year-old girl has lost her life. Tell us about the investigation into the case and also about the health condition of her father and uncle who are admitted in the hospital, Chandrakala.
Well, absolutely a heart-wrenching incident that has taken place. Right now, we are in front of the deceased residence where all of them used to stay together. The father, her uncle, of course, and right now, as we spoke to the father's brother, he has said that, of course, the Gul Muhammad, the father of the deceased, is currently is stable, but the condition of her uncle Raja Ansari is not very good. In fact, he is in a very, very bad condition as of now. We are here in front of the residence of the deceased. Her mortal remains is still there, and we could see the people around where they are attending because and the fact that this is not a very first incident that has taken place. There are multiple such cases where a luxury car hit and run cases happening continuously over the week, and this is such cases which has come to the forefront. But currently the condition of both of them are not very good. Of course, the father is recovering, but yes, still in the ICU. And the point that her father's brother has spoken to us, where he's saying that at 11:30 yesterday she was taken to the hospital in Noida sector 30 for a treatment. treatment. She was having some ear disease where she was taken for a treatment, and while returning from Noida's Sector 30, the PGT Hospital, Postgraduate Institute of Child Healthcare, where she was taken from there, and while returning from there, the BMW car rammed into the Scooty, where three of them were present, of course, with her father and her uncle, Gul Muhammad and Raja Ansari. Two of them are in the hospital. Of course, we have lost a 5-year-old, which is a horrific incident, and currently the two accused, Yash and Abhishek, has been taken into custody. Currently, the Noida police is investigating this particular matter. Yeah, and of course, there are a lot of questions that has been raised on this matter, because this is not such first incidents that is taking place. There are several other incidents where a luxury car hit and run cases has come to the forefront, and we have also discovered the BMW car, which was completely in a dilapidated condition. We earlier today we also had discovered about it. Over to you.
Absolutely. From Pune to Gujarat and now to the national capital, several such incidents have come to the fore. In this one, a 5-year-old girl has lost her life. Thanks so much, Chandrakala, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus at a time when India observed the 26th anniversary of Kargil Vijay Divas. Honoring the supreme sacrifice of our soldiers, news comes in that India will play Pakistan in Asia Cup 2025, scheduled at a neutral venue in UAE next month. And as the nation remembers the bravery of our Jawans who fought and fell for the flag, this decision has sparked an outrage in the country. Many are asking, can cricket diplomacy justify sporting ties with a country that continues to bleed us through terror? On one hand, we strike terror bases across the border in Pakistan, and on the other, we pad up for a match with the very same enemy. This is not just about the cricket, it's about the question of the national resolve of the memory, and cricket with Pakistan at a time like this isn't just tone deaf, it's completely acceptable. Unacceptable is what the people of the country are saying, and we've been speaking to a lot of people. Now listen into what the family members of those who lost their life in such terror attacks have to say on this India-Pakistan match. Listen in.
That we need not to play cricket with Pakistan. Further, as you know, some previous viewers said, it's all about multi-billion, billion-dollar industry, kind of 1,000 crore plus. There are betting apps, there are large business houses. We have direct or indirect interest in playing cricket. So it's more about the money rather than the national interest. So we need to stop that. Also, we should try to push the media houses who are, sponsoring ads to don't show ad on, India-Pakistan channel when the match happens. And also we need to request the viewers, we need to boycott completely India-Pakistan match if at all it happens.
It's been only 3 months since the Pahalgam incident happened. Our politicians, they are speaking up in, on international forums about this. And at this time, a game just for some TRP or some amount of money, some profits, I don't think this is required. BCCI is the biggest cricket control board in the in the whole world, and I don't think BCCI needs this. We don't need Pakistan to get TRP. We have to put sanctions on them in all manners. We cannot be specific that okay, we will not talk to them, but on the other hand we'll play cricket with them.
And to get more perspective on this story, let me go across to Brigadier Sanjay Khanna. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Sir, I want to ask you in the backdrop of what happened earlier this year as far as the Pahalgam terror attack is concerned. Many are asking, is cricket above the nation? Should this match be played with Pakistan? We've been speaking to many viewers who watch our channel, and also to the families of those who lost their lives in the terror attack. All of them are saying that this match at this point is not necessary. What do you have to say on this?
You are absolutely correct. There is no reason for us to be playing with the Pakistanis, whether it be in cricket or in any other field. But cricket more so, because cricket is something which is worshipped in both the countries, and hence it has got more of fan craze, as well as a lot of funding, sponsorships accrue out of it. And in our case, luckily the BCCI is the richest board in the world, Whereas Pakistan is, as it is for their own nation, they keep begging and borrowing money from here and there, and so is their board, because their cricketing board also does not get adequate monies. So it is Pakistan which will be desperate to be ensuring that India plays against them so that the revenue generation can be provided to them. Otherwise, the board is absolutely, starved of funds. Now, we all remember what happened in Pahalgam, and after that, the Pakistanis still did not behave in the sense that once we carried out those initial targeting of the terrorist camps, which the Pakistanis were informed that we are not targeting your civilian areas, we are not targeting your military areas, we are just going to be targeting your terrorist camps. And after we had done that, look at the cheek of the Pakistanis that they want to retaliate against us for that. And then they have given kind of national honor to the slain terrorists. We all have seen those visuals in Pakistan where these dead bodies of these terrorists killed by our drones as well as the missiles were laid out in the open and given kind of a national honor where the armed forces people of Pakistan were also present. So with this kind of a narrative, this kind of a feeling that they have towards us, another thing I'd like to add on, we must not forget Mullah Munir, as I always call him. I never call him a field marshal. Absolutely. Because this gentleman has been radicalized in his early years while he was studying in madrasa in Pakistan. And unfortunately, despite being an army officer, where, at least in India, we don't bother about the caste, creed, religion, nothing of that sort in the armed forces. But this gentleman has the gumption to say that the Pakistanis and Indians are two different clans and they cannot be together, and we must he's in a very subtle way try to convey that we must eliminate these Hindus. So
absolutely, and this is completely unacceptable is what people of the country, the viewers of Republic TV and many others are also saying as far as the India-Pakistan is concerned. Sorry to interject, sir. We are actually running out of time. Thanks so much for your views. Now, we are shifting our focus. Global media has taken sharp note of Republic TV's no-holds-barred coverage of the Air India crash. And remember, Western media blamed the pilots and twisted the initial crash report. It was your channel that called out the fake spin. Now, after days of hard-hitting reports, exclusive leaks that we brought to you, and unapologetic questions to Boeing as well as Air India, Republic TV's coverage was appreciated by NBC News. In fact, NBC described Arnab Goswami as a firebrand anchor and mentioned how we called out the rumor milk mongering as far as this entire case is concerned. And that's the proof. When Republic speaks, the entire world listens. And here's what the NBC had to say. The visuals of that are on your screen. This is, in fact, this is something that has been mentioned in that report. Arnab Goswami, a firebrand anchor, said in his conservative Republic Media Network, as far as this initial report is concerned, why do this rumor mongering about the possible problem with the pilot is something that has been mentioned in this Western media report. And this comes on the day when there was an issue once again as far as Boeing 737 is concerned. Visuals coming in from Denver in which people were seeing coming out of the aircraft as it caught on the fire as well. So several questions being asked of Boeing, and at that time the coverage at Republic TV is leading across the world. Let me go across to Captain C.S. Randhawa, President, Federation of Indian Pilots. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Sir, as I was mentioning, we have been leading the investigation. We've been getting a lot of exclusives as far as the crash is concerned. But asking you one question, this comes at the day, in fact, we saw another incident coming to the fore as far as Boeing is concerned. There was a fire and very concerning visuals coming to the fore of people jumping out of the aircraft as well. How do you see this?
Now, see, when we're talking about these issues of Boeing, they are in the news since last almost 1.5 months. And the incidents which have occurred on the Boeing aircraft are being highlighted vis-a-vis the Airbus incidents. Now, I would like to say that Boeing company, as such, they take a back foot. Like when the Lion Air crash took place, they blamed it on the Indian pilot. Then the second crash, when it happened in Ethiopia, and then the questions were raised, and they found that there was a problem in the MCAS system. So, as far as Boeing is concerned, they should be taking a conservative approach, and the crash of 12th of June should be taken seriously, and maintenance action which is required to be taken on the front of the electrical systems which are feeding into the FedEx and the EEC, they should be looked into. Because I don't think so that if tomorrow there is another accident on the 787, they'll be able to forgive themselves. So it will be in the interest of the flight safety, in the interest of Boeing, and in the interest of the passengers that these things are investigated and they come to some logical conclusion. The inquiry will take a long time, but what is the actions taken by the manufacturer? A manufacturer is taking no action. So, and if you see that what is going on, incidents can happen. I am not saying that there was an incident on the 737. After all, it's a machine, and it could happen. It could be an Airbus or could be a Boeing, but definitely, Boeing is not very proactive in this particular accident. They think no, there was nothing wrong with the aircraft. We strongly believe that there was a problem with the aircraft electrical system and the electronics and the software, and this has been conquered by even the Inspector General of U.S. Transportation, Ms. Mary Stacchio. So I would put across that that they need to take an approach where some kind of random checking on these aircraft should be done.
Absolutely, that is required, sir. And time and again we see that Boeing states the templated response that comes from them whenever such incidents come to the fore, but no actual accountability is taken at all. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. Now shifting our focus, after the heartbreaking tragedy at Haridwar's Mansa Devi temple, the Uttarakhand government has ordered a probe into this entire case. The inquiry will look into what led to this panic, examine the crowd management as well, and also fix the responsibility as far as any administrative lapses are also concerned. Look at the visuals on your screen that has come from Mansa Devi temple in Uttarakhand, where this incident took place. 6 people lost their life. A probe has been ordered, and what we're learning is that compensation will also be given to the kin of those who lost their life in this. Now shifting our focus to Tamil Nadu, Prime Minister Modi is in Tamil Nadu, and this visit made a strong cultural and political statement. He held grand roadshow en route to the Cholapuram temple, greeted by massive crowds there. And as the Chola era temple, the Prime Minister offered prayer, honored priests, and performed the traditional rituals as there. And there, during his address, he also mentioned Operation Sindoor in Tamil Nadu, giving a strong message to Pakistan as well. Listen into what he said.
साथियों, चोला साम्राज्य के नए भारत के निर्माण के लिए एक प्राचीन रोड मैप की तरह है। यह हमें बताता है, अगर हमें विकसित राष्ट्र बनाना है तो हमें एकता पर जोर देना होगा। हमें हमारी नेवी को, हमारी डिफेंस फोर्सेस को मजबूत बनाना होगा। हमें नए अवसरों को तलाशना होगा और इस सबके साथ ही अपने मूल्यों को, उसको भी सहेज कर रखना होगा। और मुझे संतोष है कि देश आज इसी प्रेरणा से आगे बढ़ रहा है। साथियों, आज का भारत अपनी सुरक्षा को सर्वोपरि रखता है। अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने देखा है कि कोई अगर भारत की सुरक्षा और संप्रभुता पर हमला करता है तो भारत उसे कैसे जवाब देता है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने दिखा दिया है कि भारत के दुश्मनों के लिए, आतंकवादियों के लिए अब कोई ठिकाना सुरक्षित नहीं है। और आज जब मैं हेलीपैड से यहां आ रहा था, 3-4 किलोमीटर का रास्ता काटते हुए, और अचानक मैंने देखा एक बड़ा रोड शो बन गया और हर एक के मुंह से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का जय जयकार हो रहा था। ये पूरे देश में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने एक नई चेतना जगाई है, नया आत्मविश्वास पैदा किया है और दुनिया को भी भारत की शक्ति को स्वीकार करना पड़ रहा है।
And now shifting our focus to Bihar, the Election Commission of India has concluded the special intensive revision of electoral rolls in the state of Bihar, revealing key findings. And as per the final report, over 65 lakh voters have been removed, out of which over 22 lakh names, accounting for 2.83% of the voters, were found to be deceased. Additionally, nearly what we are learning is 36 lakh entries belong to individuals who had permanently shifted or were untraceable in the state of Bihar. However, the revision has sparked a political controversy in the state, with the opposition parties there claiming that the large-scale deletion was carried out in the biased manner and demanding greater transparency in the verification process as well. So this entire survey has been completed, and this is all we could pack for you in this bulletin of 6 stories at 6. We'll be back tomorrow with more such stories. Till then, keep watching Republic TV. Thank you.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way. आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने दिखा दिया है कि भारत के दुश्मनों के लिए, आतंकवादियों के लिए अब कोई ठिकाना सुरक्षित नहीं है।
Prime Minister Modi